ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Skied high in the air to center field. When it comes down into Jake Meyer's glove, the Astros will have won the second game of this series, 4-1. The final score, Josh Hader picks up his first save in 16 days. As the Astros get a big performance out of Cesar Salazar, who had no idea he'd be in the game tonight. Plummer, that's a nice win for the middle game of this series.
Yeah, that's how you drew it up. Cesar Salazar, the big star of the game. Hunter Brown,
yeah.
too. We did draw that part up.
That's why we celebrated it all day yesterday, Cesar Salazar Day. Nobody else saw it coming.
No. Nobody else saw Victor Caratini sliding into a catcher's shin guard and getting knocked out of the game, likely with a contusion.
Oh,
because that's what the Astros do.
Oh, contusion watch. That's right.
Contusion watch for Caratini now. Yeah.
I was so excited about being correct about Cesar Salazar that I completely forgot about contusion watch. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Seth, perhaps it seems as though you have, but perhaps maybe you haven't. Have you heard the good news?
I'd like to hear it again.
The Astros win 4-1 last night and are now only 9 games back in the AL West. Back to single digits, baby. Not sure
Clawing
if you've heard the
our
good news.
way back.
That's it, baby.
Yes.
That's it. 9 games
There's
back.
an episode of Doctor Who, Sean, where the Doctor Who himself, whatever his name was, he had to go back in time like billions of times in a row and pound at this wall until finally, after billions of times of going through this over billions of years, he broke through the wall. I feel like this is that first pounding against the wall.
Yeah. Yes. Because this year has felt like billions and billions of years.
It does. It feels like I've lived a billion years. It's hard to, a lot of times people have a hard time understanding like geological time. You can't visualize it.
Yeah.
Now I feel like I can. I
Yes.
can.
Yeah.
I can see the planets forming. I can see the Colorado River carving away at the Grand Canyon, and now I can see and feel this Astros comeback. Yes.
Can you see and feel even a glimmer of an 8th straight ALCS yet, or are we getting ahead of ourselves right now?
Yes, I can. I see
can?
it all, Sean. I see and on into the past and on into the future.
It's a great day.
Sorry about your fate, but still, yes. As far as the Astros go, Sean, you might be doomed, but the Astros, yes, they are bound for glory.
I would rather have your mindset than mine. I'll be honest with you, not to put a damper on this. Like there are parts of me right now. I'm not there yet, but I can see it coming if the bad were to keep coming through the door here, where it's like, okay, are they going to start winning just enough to where they're not doing the right thing for the long term? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I don't want to put a damper because there was good last night, and it was mostly Hunter Brown. As you know, Seth, my number one thing, I'm going to still watch the Astros if they're out of the race in August and September. I will. The same way I watched the last 2 seasons of The Office when Steve Carell left. I'll just hate watch the whole thing till the very end. But
those were the best ones.
I know you like those the best. But nevertheless, Hunter Brown is still my number one reason to keep watching this team the rest of the year. That was ace
nice
stuff last night, and it has now been 6 straight starts of quality starts for Hunter Brown. And really 3 straight starts of utter dominance. He's not walking guys anymore. Gave up a solo home run. You can live with that. Hunter Brown was great last night.
The opposing broadcast was just marveling at his knuckle curve.
It's
very good to see. I think there's some things about the pitching coaching staff that this year has made me feel better about it. I just kept worrying that maybe the cumulative effects of Brent Strom being gone out of the organization caught up to them early this season when everything was just such a mess. But guys like Hunter Brown, I think, really do get you excited about for perhaps what's to come. You got Jake Bloss down in Double-A, who's just destroying people.
Yeah. Yep.
So Jake Bloss, he's 23 years old. He's got a 1.61 ERA against across 44 and 2/3 innings in Corpus Christi. There's a chance. I mean, depending on whether the Astros are competitive or not, given all of their injuries at the pitcher position, there's a good chance you'll see him either one way or the other.
Maybe. Is he one of the Dana Brown guys that got pulled up to
Yes, he is.
Double-A?
All these guys.
The Dana Brown 4?
Bryce Matthews is these guys are the Dana Brown 4.
The Dana Brown 4.
That is, look, you hire a guy like Dana Brown, you're thinking, all right, it's going to take a few years for him to figure it out, but he's had four of his draft picks already have been elevated to Double-A.
They're fun.
And there might be something to this.
Here was Joe Espada last night after the game. The Astros win 4-1 last night against the White Sox. The rubber match today, 1 o'clock, 1:10 first pitch in Chicago today. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. Here's Joe Espada on Hunter Brown last night.
Really good. Pounding the zone. 6th inning. Again, no walks. The punch outs. The hit by pitch, getting that call change, the first batter of the game, I thought that was big. It could have gone different ways if we didn't get that one back. But yeah, he was really good, efficient. His stuff, it just keeps getting better and better every time he's out there. So it's awesome.
It's great to see, man. It's great to see. And
it's really good to see, especially opposing that goose-stepping whack job Garrett Crochet.
Goose-stepping.
Hey, we gotta tweak your wind up a little. I want you to look like a Nazi in 1939.
But it's worked. He's been really good.
Well, it worked for the Nazis for a spell.
Wow.
They marched across Europe, no big deal.
The war is over, Crochet.
See what happens after the amphetamines take their toll.
Right. They're gonna find Crochet in a bunker at the end of August. Yeah. Yep. That was good to see last night. Now, the Cesar Salazar stardom in that game that you heard Todd Callis mentioning coming into the show was because Victor Caratini, on one of the more peculiar sends from third base that I've seen, a ground ball into the middle of the infield about 10 feet away from home plate, and they send one of the slowest guys on the team from third base.
This isn't the first time we've had a curious decision to go home out of Caratini this year. I don't know. There's
I guess the strategy, you think he's just going to bowl him over and knock the ball loose? I have no idea.
This was harder to watch than the Jake Marisnick collision at home plate with what's-his-face there back in the day.
Yeah.
At least that one was high speed. This was like watching a crash test in slow motion.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah. So Caratini, if you missed it, I don't think we have the play-by-play on that one, if I'm not mistaken. But he goes home, he gets sent home, he's out by a mile. But he does what you're supposed to do. Slide into home plate, see if he can jar the ball out, whatever. He slides legs first right into Corey Lee's shin guards, and he gets knocked out.
He had something against Corey Lee.
Yeah, like he gets...
It's a catcher. Yeah, something that happened in spring training way back or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So Caratini gets knocked out of the game because he's sliding into home, shins first into the opposing catcher's shin guard. This just in, the human bare shin is going to lose a battle to the shin guard. There's a reason why catchers wear shin guards. Here's the update. Caratini gets knocked out of the game. Here was the update from Joe Espada after the game.
He's got a little leg discomfort on that slide at the home plate, so we're gonna take a look at him tomorrow.
Going for any tests, like MRI?
We're gonna give him 24 hours, so we'll check him out tomorrow.
Okay, so a little leg discomfort. Yeah, it's not like discomfort's ever turned into anything with any of the
players
on
this
the
team.
Astros.
I'll tell you what, one of the things I've been most wrong about this year that doesn't involve name swapping errors has been my confidence that Kyle Tucker would be out the next day. I thought he would be playing the next day after he got hit in the shin.
It's Kyle Tucker. Yeah.
Shin/knee/whatever. Basically the solar plexus of your lower body is just that little sweet spot where you have no protection right on there at the top of your shin bone.
Yeah.
Boom.
I feel like they're closer to amputating his leg now than him coming back and playing right field for the Astros.
It feels like it does. It feels like a wartime injury or something where it's not the bullets that get you as much as the dysentery.
Right.
This is what it feels like. This. Yeah, they might have to amputate his leg, and he's going to come out there trying to Pistorius it.
Yeah.
His way through.
Yeah, he's going to be on those blades, a prosthesis. Hey man, if it works, if he it's hard for Kyle Tucker to become better at baseball. He's already really, really good. But
Brandy watched a documentary on Oscar Pistorius that she said is really good. It's on Netflix right now.
How many episodes? How long? I need to know time.
I think it might just be one. I'm not sure. It's not a bunch.
Okay.
It might be a couple or three or something at most.
His whole saga, like how he
Yeah, like all the whole, like with any of those ballyhooed legal stories that you only kind of casually follow. There's a lot more that went into it. Yeah, it's way more complex. There is a Sopranos documentary that's coming out. They showed it at the Tribeca Film Festival last week for the 25th anniversary of the series premiere of The Sopranos. Premiered in 1999. Yeah. But it's called Wise Guy. David Chase, who's the creator. Wise Guy, David Chase and The Sopranos. It's like 2 hours long. I need that one. That one I need. I think HBO did it. 2 hours, you're going to feel like that's not enough.
No, I know. And I like documentaries that make me wanting more. I like the Johnny Manziel documentary. The Johnny Manziel Netflix one was like that. I'm like, man, there's so much more to be told with this thing, Part
of that was, too, that you very much got the sense that Johnny Manziel was paid to do that one. And
that was by design. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, they gave you about as beneficial a treatment of Johnny Manziel as they could in that one. Well, still being they were pretty blunt with a lot of the ugly stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Johnny, I think, is pretty self-reflective. I don't know where he is in life right now, but so anyways, I need that Sopranos documentary. Text message earlier, funny how you're not mentioning. That's always a good way to begin a text and put the reader in a good mood.
Yeah, funny great social skills there.
Funny how you're not mentioning Dana Brown's trade of Corey Lee for a bad reliever we didn't even get 10 innings out of before he got to Tommy John. Did you want me to lead with the Kendall Graveman trade today, young texter? Is that what you wanted me to lead with today? The Corey Lee for Kendall Graveman trade? Was that the big story coming out of last night? There you go. I've mentioned it. How's that? All right. I'm not in the mood for this today. All right. I'm in a good mood. The Astros won. Ben, cue up the music again. Perhaps you haven't heard the good news, sir.
Yeah.
That the Astros have carved into the Mariners lead. Thank you, Guardians. We thank you, Cleveland. They beat the Mariners last night. Yeah. It's a 9-game deficit now.
You woke up at 5 a.m. and decided that, no, right now, this is when I am going to rail against the Corey Lee trade. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it's entered my brain about 29 times over the last 2 days. Yeah. So, yeah. I think we did mention it yesterday.
We probably did. We did mention it yesterday because we were talking about Josh Hader's contract. And now Hader's not even here if Kendall Graveman stays healthy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So you're wrong, A. And B, don't wake up choosing to be miserable. You don't have to do that.
Today.
Yeah, not today. Not this day of celebration.
No.
Okay. Maybe you're not satisfied with starting the onslaught that's about to begin, where the Astros reclaim what's theirs.
Sir, I'm going to do something right here. Perhaps you don't work for an organization that got proclaimed by the mayor last week, your own day, 610 day.
Yeah.
But I am going to do this right now on behalf of the city of Houston. Whereas Victor Caratini got knocked out of the game last night with yet another Astro contusion, whereas Cesar Salazar, with no notice, came into the game and had 2 run-scoring singles, whereas Cesar Salazar came in and laid down a perfect sacrifice bunt to set up another run.
Small ball, anyone?
Whereas Cesar Salazar played a flawless game and called a flawless game behind the plate. I, Sean Pendergast, Mayor Proxy, hereby declare today, June 20th, Cesar Salazar Day. Ben,
Boom.
Music. One more time, Ben. One more time. It's Cesar Salazar Day. And, sir, young texter, you will not steal our joy on this day.
That's right. This will be a national holiday someday.
Yep.
Nobody wants to recognize it now, just like Juneteenth. Nobody wanted to recognize it for a long time. It became a national holiday, starting in Texas.
Yep.
This will, even though it started officially in Chicago, but still.
Nevertheless.
This will be celebrated by the masses one day as one of the most, everybody knows, Astros haven't had much luck over the last 7 years.
That's right.
And but this is the day. This is the day they take it back. Hashtag it.
When June 19th and June 20th fall on a Thursday and Friday, and y'all are getting a 4-day weekend out of the damn thing, you can thank us for that. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne.
We'll be sure we save this segment because I was with, when I was on air with Mike Meltzer.
Yeah.
Back in 2014.
Yeah.
So I can't remember what point during the season it was, but he called bottom. And that was long before anybody could say pause or anything. It hadn't been invented yet. But he called bottom, and it did pretty much work out that way.
It did.
Mike Meltzer forecast the resurgence of the Astros.
Save this, Ben. We're doing it again 10 years later. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're over, but it was worth it to declare this the holiest of holidays, Cesar Salazar Day. All right, up next, Tom Brady was on Colin Cowherd yesterday. Did he lay out something that could be a big issue for C.J. Stroud this year? That is next.
Kirk Holmes, that's next. If you're looking to build a custom home, your dream home, Kirk Holmes. It's as simple as that. 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year. And with good reason, they are a third-generation family-owned company that does things the right way by listening to you. They want to actively listen to you. They don't want to sell you on anything. They want to find out what your dreams are and then work with their design staff hand in hand with you to put your dreams on the blueprint and then build it without all these other miscommunications.
Start packing.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast. Astros win last night. We dug into that. Tell your coworkers it's Cesar Salazar Day. We declared it Cesar Salazar Day in the open, okay? If you want to go back and listen, the Odyssey Rewind feature is good for that. Download the Odyssey app if you haven't. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch. There's a lot of ways to consume the show these days. When you get to work, you don't have to just go, this is it. Yeah. I can't listen to this station again until 5 o'clock. No, take us with you all day. Be very unproductive at work, okay?
The Odyssey app, the YouTube stream is very easy. It just, you can listen to it very quietly and carefully without your boss or your students knowing.
Yes.
If you've got students, I'm your boss. That's right, Joe Taxpayer, buddy.
That's it, man.
Download those apps.
Yep.
Or just go to YouTube.
Go to YouTube. Yeah, AirPods are your friend. Colin Cowherd had Tom Brady on his show yesterday. Man, I have
never heard of either of those people. Explain who they are.
Yeah, Colin Cowherd. He's a national radio and television host. Hot taker.
He used to be my direct competitor in the middays. Yep. We used to destroy him locally.
Noted hot taker, Colin Cowherd. And Tom Brady, he was very good at football back in the day. He's going to be the lead analyst on Fox this year. He's going to be really good, too, I think. But he laid out something. It was actually a really good question by Cowherd, talking about the mentality of number one wide receivers, the need to feed them early in games, if that's a real thing. Now, take a listen to Tom Brady here, because he's had some really good receivers come through the door in New England when he was there. Obviously played with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin in Tampa Bay, frontline receivers. The Texans traded for a guy who has been a frontline receiver for most of his career in Stephon Diggs. Not sure if you've noticed, too, he really likes getting the football thrown to him. But I thought this was really interesting. Brady on the mentality early in games on getting guys involved. Is this something that C.J. Stroud is going to need to be cognizant of going into this season?
You always felt like you had to do something to get them the ball. And if they hadn't touched the ball in practice, I'd make sure, hey, I got to get so-and-so ball because I want him to keep running hard. And I want him to be ready for when the ball does come. And, you see it a lot in NFL games. I've been practicing a lot of these games. I want to see the best players touch the ball early so they can break a sweat. They can get into the flow of the game. And good coaches do that. When you script plays at the beginning of the game, you're saying, okay, you're the Niners coach. I'm going to make sure McCaffrey touches it either first or second in the game. I want to make sure Deebo Samuel touches it first or second in the game. I'm going to throw it to him quick. Somehow I know the ball is going to be in his hands so he can do something with it. I want to get him into the flow. So we would always try to script so that everybody would feel like they were in the flow of the game. The last thing you want is your number one receiver to go 2.5 quarters into a game and not see a ball to get one target, because he's going to get discouraged. He's got to go out there. He's got to break the huddle. He's got to run out 25 yards to his alignment. He's got to run down the field as fast as he can, try to get open. He's got to run back to the huddle. It's a lot of effort that he's putting into not getting the ball. And I think when you can reward that guy early in the game and figure out, okay, where is he at? How do I get him the ball?
That's really good stuff.
Well, you know what, too, and it's something that Caserio does, I think. It's that, in your mind you have the ideal world where everybody goes 100% all the time no matter what. But then there's also a recognition of, I think Caserio does this in his contract negotiations or like with Deshaun Watson or whatever. He just understands human psychology and motivation. And honestly, if you're the hardest worker and the best dude in the world, there's still some element that might get held back a little bit if you're not getting those intermittent rewards, of just you're getting a little bit of your dog's getting a treat every 5 or 6 times that he sits when you command him to. That's enough to sustain him, and you got to give these guys enough treats to keep them sustained and activated.
Everyone needs a dig.
I don't think anybody appreciates, if you're watching on the stream, how difficult it is
to
take a hotel desktop, a desk bell, and when holding it in your hand to get it just right.
You can't be touching any of the metal. If you touch any of the metal, it dims the ding. But if you hold it by the plastic,
or if it's held at an angle or anything, it doesn't ding right either.
If you hold it just right, bam.
I gave myself a ding at the end of my live stream yesterday, and then a couple people pointed out afterwards, because I didn't think I had made any errors. I had called Justin Jefferson Jamar Jefferson, and I referred to Marcus Harris, the Texans draft pick, 7th-round draft pick, or 6th round, as Marcus Smart at least a couple of times.
Oh, really?
So,
Marcus
yeah.
Smart. Okay. So
I feel like I should get extra credit for that one.
Yeah.
Just for pulling Marcus Smart out of my butt.
So Jamar Jefferson. Oh, so Jamar Jefferson would be a combination of Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Okay. So back to what Brady was saying. The best receiver you played with, Seth, was probably Jimmy Smith, I would say, right? Probably Jimmy Smith. Or
Jimmy Smith. He played alongside Keenan McCardle, but Jimmy was the more like Jimmy. If Jimmy didn't have his personal demons, very likely could have been in the Hall of Fame.
Was he like that? I mean, from what you've noticed with receivers, well, Andre Johnson you played with. What am I saying? You played with Andre Johnson. My God.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. He was all right.
Yeah,
the actual Hall of Famer.
Right, but that was like before he became Andre Johnson.
Andre was never an issue because Andre had no choice but to be fed the ball heavily, early and often.
Yeah, like you were the good Jacksonville team. Like this would be to me more
when
of an
issue when there were a lot of weapons.
Yeah, CJ himself. We played the audio yesterday. where CJ himself said, "Man, it's like I got 5 number ones out there." Well, all right. Yeah. Well, you got a lot of mouths that need to get fed. If this Brady phenomenon that he's talking about is a real thing and you just acquired Stephon Diggs, then this is probably something C.J. Stroud's going to need to be cognizant of going into this year.
Especially when you're on this team, just as it is with the 49ers or it was with Gary Kubiak back in the day, you want your wide receivers to be very involved as blockers, which the Texans did a good job of doing last year. But, I do like every time I hear Brady philosophize about football and everything, I'm really glad that he is a mentor to young C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
I think there are a lot of these higher level things that when it comes to actual team building and operating an offense, just like being the architect of an offense or having a hand in it with Bobby Slowick, that this is the kind of advice that a lot of young guys aren't necessarily thinking about. But this is a very basketball mentality thing too, you know? Now, the question is always, all right, does it get to the point where like Dwight Howard demands to be fed the ball on the low post in the first, and you got to waste a few possessions on Dwight Howard getting the ball on the low post so he can try to prove to Shaq and Barkley that he's an old school center.
Yeah, you can't
That's
do that.
the destructive part of it. It's always got to be that balance of, all right, we got to do what's right for the scheme overall, too.
Yeah, it's interesting. Warren Sharp posted this stat last night. The receivers with the most targets in a team's first 10 plays of the game last year. So the first 10 plays of the game, the receivers that were targeted the most for their team, Stephon Diggs was number 1 in the league. He was targeted 40 times in his team's first 10 plays of a game. The only Texan to show up on this list, Nico Collins, 26 times he was targeted in the first 10 plays. He's like 15th on the list, somewhere down there. But it's all the big names. It's all names you'd expect. Like it's Diggs, Adams, Nakua, Hill, Lamb, Travis Kelce, Garrett Wilson, Michael Pittman. Like it's all guys you'd expect to see on there. One more from Brady. He said, I thought this was interesting. Some guys, depending on where they're lined up, it's just easier to get them involved early in games.
Certainly the guys that line up closer to the ball, the tight ends and the slot receivers, there's way more route options for them. It's way easier to get them the ball because they can go to basically every part of the field. Whereas that perimeter receiver, he's got the sideline to deal with. He really can't break out. If he breaks out, he's got 5 or 6 yards to deal with. A receiver at the tight end position or in the slot, when he breaks out, he's got 18 yards to deal with. So you have much more space to get him actually the ball. So, it wasn't hard to get Welker the ball. It wasn't hard to get Edelman the ball. It wasn't hard to get Gronkowski the ball. It was hard to get a perimeter receiver the ball. If they decide that they want to take a perimeter receiver out of the game,
roll out coverage.
You just roll the coverage to him. You play cover 2. You jam him at the line of scrimmage with someone over the top, and it's very, very difficult to get that guy the ball. But that also gives up a lot of other things, and you've got to be able to take advantage of those things. And that number 1 receiver has to understand, okay, they're making a concerted effort to take me away, therefore my other teammates have to produce when they're playing these coverages.
Yeah, that last part is what got me excited. That last part,
Well, that's because, were you thinking about Stephon Diggs?
Well, I was just that there's going to be, if teams choose to do what Brady's describing at the end there are a lot of weapons on this football team now.
I think advantage. Right, and they'll play everybody in the slot at various times. It's, being a slot receiver, starting with Tom Brady, has not become the, almost insult that it once was. Then you use big guys in the slot. I think that CJ already gets this part of it. You know, they used the middle of the field very well last year, and CJ understands the philosophy behind setting up a lot of these plays. But I do think with Stephon Diggs last year, when he got frustrated with the Bills, there were times where, as Josh Allen was mid-season trying to transform himself into a better quarterback and distribute the ball more evenly, it wasn't always a smooth transition. So there were times where I think Stephon Diggs was kind of marginalized, even on plays where he should have gotten the ball, but it was because Allen was trying to do the right thing and not always go with his first read and not rely on Stephon Diggs as much. And I think the Bills were trying to get Stephon Diggs some of those opportunities where he was going to have room to run when he caught the ball, and there were shorter routes. It just wasn't – the offense was improving, yet at the same time – they weren't necessarily using Stephon Diggs ideally.
Yeah.
So there's times where, like, to allude to what Brady was talking about, I think where Stephon should have gotten the ball, but Josh is trying to force it to the perimeter. And in Stephon Diggs' mind, it doesn't excuse the way he responded to it necessarily, but in that receiver's mind, you're like, I'm just being wasted on these bubble screens.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, he's forcing it into a tight end who's in double coverage down the field.
Yeah, bingo. You nailed it. Let's shift gears. This is more Brady, but this is Brady at his roast. One of my favorite jokes was about Bill Belichick on that Ring camera outside what was a mystery home at the time. But here is Brady making a joke. If you missed it, Bill Belichick several months ago, there's a video that surfaced of him shirtless, clearly like either getting locked out of a house or just leaving a house after a fun night of whatever. Here's Brady's joke from the roast.
Everybody asks me which ring is my favorite. I used to say the next one. But now that I'm retired, my favorite ring is the camera that caught Coach Belichick slinking out of that poor girl's house at 6 a.m. a few months ago. Hey, you still got it. Respect, baby.
All right, so that was funny. If you've seen the video, it was surfacing again yesterday because the New York Post, Seth, has revealed that, indeed, according to the New York Post, that was Bill Belichick's 20-something girlfriend Jordan Hudson's house that he was leaving at the time.
Yeah.
Which raises the question, how does that video get out there?
I don't my first guess would be Jordan Hudson. I guess that was maybe.
And yet they're still together, like
right. Yeah. So did she disclose if she was the person that maybe sent that video to somebody? Just maybe she sent it to a friend and then the friend slipped it to somebody else. Not intentional. Like maybe Jordan Hudson didn't want it out there, and yet still. Yeah. Is she going to start inevitably getting the Jets coach, the former Patriot that got him nabbed in Spygate?
Mangini.
Mangini.
Yeah.
Is she going to end up as Mangini? Is Belichick going to find out that it was her and she'll be his new Mangini?
I don't know. Like, is this a horrible look for Belichick? He's got a good-looking 24-year-old girlfriend. Yeah. He's obviously out there having a good time. For a 72-year-old guy, he didn't look terrible shirtless. He's not morbidly obese or anything
he's
that.
Belichickian. And Belichick, when you see him in a T-shirt or with his shirt off, he's a little bit more, he's more barrel-chested than you expect,
Yeah.
He's not as dumpy as he looks when he's wearing his Yoda gear.
Right.
And, I don't think, I'd be curious how Belichick feels about all of this side of his publicity post-retirement.
Yeah.
Do you think he's secretly like, whatever, I'm Bill Belichick?
Yes, I do. I do. Yeah. I think the 24-year-old girlfriend is a bit of a flex for him right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a lot of 24-year-olds would probably like to date 24-year-old Jordan Hudson, and here he is at 72.
It's
pocket full of Blue Chew, going and doing his thing, man.
Well, the other, Belichick's always had a way with the ladies.
Yes.
And it's reached the headlines before in New York when there was a little bit of a drama situation when he was a Giants assistant.
Yep.
But I was reading a book yesterday that Nick Caserio had recommended to me.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a part in it, it's Same as Ever by Morgan Housel. There was a part in it where I couldn't help but think of Belichick. He's talking about great leaders or people who achieve greatly. And like usually when somebody's really, really good at one thing, it detracts from something else. So like all these, you always wonder like, how's this guy a billionaire when he's a jackass in this way and that way? Well, that's because he's so good at the thing that makes him money.
Yeah.
Belichick, it's that same thing where I've always felt like these coaches think that because Belichick is so good at what he does, that they need to emulate everything he does. Like in terms of, there's a lot of things that Belichick did as the head football coach and GM of that team that were either not necessarily, there are things he got away with because he was so brilliant in some ways. Like, so his interpersonal skills and everything, like Patricia feels like, nope, I got to be exactly like, but no, don't emulate his worst traits as well as his best traits.
That's a great point.
Just pick the really good traits and then be yourself, okay?
That's a great point. Headlines.
Like go get yourself a 24-year-old girlfriend.
Right. Go for it, Patricia.
Is it a good character trait or a bad character trait?
Go for it, Patricia.
Okay.
Patricia's combing the community colleges today now. Astros win last night. We've got headlines we got to get into here, some from the NBA. We got an interesting Tiger Woods headline we'll get into as well. That's coming up next. But West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos and the Poulos family, they've owned West
tomorrow. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Skied high in the air to center field. When it comes down into Jake Meyers' glove, the Astros will have won the second game of this series, 4-1. The final score, Josh Hader picks up his first save in 16 days. As the Astros get a big performance out of Cesar Salazar, who had no idea he'd be in the game tonight. Plummer, that's a nice win for the middle game of the series.
Dude, there's a lot to unpack from that final call by Todd Kalas right there. Obviously, if you didn't watch the game last night, and if you only saw the starting lineup and decided to watch something else last night, you're like, wait, Cesar Salazar wasn't even in the starting lineup that I saw on Brian McTaggart's Twitter account or wherever. He came into the game because Victor Caratini got hurt sliding into home plate. And Salazar wound up getting a couple of RBI singles in a game that was 4-1. It was a close game throughout. But the other thing that I didn't notice the first time we played that, Seth, and it just goes to show you maybe how, because of the way the season has gone, how misappropriated some of the Astros' salary money is this year. That was Josh Hader's first save in 16 days. The guy that you gave $95 million to in your big offseason splurge hasn't even really been able to come in and do his thing for 2 weeks.
Right now, and it's like as much as saves are overrated these days and what have you, it just more speaks to the situation where the Astros are, and just how I guess the usage of Josh Hader, including his early performance, hasn't been exactly what you wanted, but no complaints with him over the last however many.
Yeah, he's been fine since like the first month of the season, the first few weeks of the season. The Hader thing, I'm more worried about him being here for the next 4 years after this year. The 5-year deal part is the part that surprised me and worries me a little bit, but whatever. That's just something that jumped out at me in Todd Kalas' call. Like, holy crap, it's been 16 days since Josh Hader has had a save. It just goes to show you how weird a season it's been. But Hunter Brown is a big story right now for the Astros, and this is an important one. This isn't like somebody – like if Bregman goes on a tear, awesome, that's great. I love to see Alex Bregman succeed. Hunter Brown is a piece that's going to be here for a long time and is a piece that is a very cost-effective piece for you right now as well. He's getting paid the minimum to, over the last 6 starts for him, have 6 straight quality starts. He had his scoreless inning streak snapped last night with a solo home run, I think at 19 innings. Got right back on the horse and was great the rest of this outing through 89 pitches. He's not walking guys anymore. He's just been really, really good, and this is an important development for the Astros. Here's Joe Espada, after the game on Hunter Brown.
Really good. Pounding the zone. 6 inning? Again, no walks. The punch-outs. The hit by pitch, getting that call change, the first batter of the game, I thought that was big. It could have gone different ways if we didn't get that one back. But yeah, he was really good, efficient. His stuff, he just keeps getting better and better every time he's out there. So it's awesome.
Love to see it. Love to see it with Hunter Brown.
Yeah, right now, so yesterday, as good as Hunter Brown was, it was Cesar Salazar Day. Yeah. And as if you have proclaimed, Cesar Salazar is the spark that has ignited the Astros turnaround. You called that the pivot day, right?
Well,
am I taking your words out of context?
A little bit.
You declared it Cesar Salazar pivot day.
No. Just Cesar Salazar Day. We're celebrating the singular accomplishments of him. I'm not going to – you can go out on that limb that this is the performance that is going to jettison him and the Astros to great heights.
Okay, how about this then?
Just happy in the moment, man.
On the day that people were honoring the passing of Willie Mays, honoring Willie Mays after he passed, I feel like every person had first-person memories of Willie Mays, if they actually watched him, to watch Espada manage in the 8th inning and small ball his way to a run. Starting with a Cesar Salazar sacrifice bunt, and then followed by a sacrifice fly by Chas McCormick to send Jake Meyers home. A victory for small ball, old school baseball in the 8th inning of Cesar Salazar Day. R.I.P. Willie Mays.
And the torch has now been passed to Cesar Salazar, who is the greatest living baseball player, taking the baton from Willie Mays. Yeah.
He got the belt. He got the Player of the Game belt. Can you and I award your Houston Texans belt at the end of every show to like either you or me or Ben for whoever had the best show that day.
Do you get to bring it home with you? Because if that's the answer, then no, I want it.
I'm not allowed. You don't trust me with the belt?
No.
You don't trust Ben with the belt?
No, it's not you guys. I don't trust anybody with it other than me.
Oh, you don't trust that somebody's not going to steal it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I know that was a pricey belt that you bought.
It was pricey as hell.
Yeah.
Can't wait to bring it to training camp. So the Astros win. They're back at it this afternoon. 1:10 first pitch, Spencer Arrighetti on the hill. Hey, you know what's a good job, Seth? Fired NBA coach. Monty Williams is getting a gigantic double the Abreu check for just walking away from the miserable Detroit Pistons after 1 year. He got a 6-year, $78 million deal to coach the Pistons. Had one of the worst seasons in the history of the league last year. They won 14 games. They set a record for a losing streak, or came close to it. 28 straight games they lost at one point, and they fired him after 1 year. He gets $65 million to leave Monty Williams.
Yeah.
That's a great gig, man. How do I get that
Is
job?
the Pistons owner, the chorus there, is he like a hedge fund dude or something?
I don't
Must
know.
be. He's got long hair and he's got like long styled hair. He's relatively young.
He's got a vibe.
This guy is like, to him, I remember reading some story about how they spent many sleepless nights leading up to the trade deadline. That's a bold move, man. On a team that was the third youngest team in basketball.
Yeah.
Like, lots of reasons why the Pistons weren't able to put together a respectable season. I feel like he and Monty Williams must have just clashed on something above and beyond basketball, I suppose.
They've got a new front office there. Trajan Langdon, the former Duke player, is now running things there. He and Monty Williams' ties were to the old GM. So you're probably right. I don't even know if it's a glitchy personality thing as much as maybe this new regime just wants their own guy. And there's a billionaire owner who's like, how much? $65 million. Oh, okay. Cool. To go away? Yeah, okay.
The CEO of, or the owner of Platinum Equity, a global investment firm.
Yeah.
I hope those aren't tied to the Detroit Pistons. Hopefully this is his plaything for any of the people that have their money with Platinum Equity.
Good point.
Yeah.
Sidebar, Monty Williams used to play Nintendo at my apartment back in my senior year in college at Notre Dame.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. My roommate, one of my roommates was the captain of the basketball team, and Monty was a sophomore on that team. So they'd come over from time to time, play a little Nintendo, little Super Mario Brothers, a little Jeopardy on the old Nintendo, the old school gray Nintendo that you pop the cartridge into right there.
Should have him. Did you ever loan him money for pizza or anything that he didn't repay?
I probably did. Yeah. You know, through my
Plus,
burgeoning.
you're so old. That was back when prime interest rates were really high.
Oh,
you could just take the prime interest rate from whenever you loaned him that $5 and compound it and send him a bill. He's got $69 million coming in over the next few years.
As you know, I was a laundry mogul back in the day when I was in college. So I had my own Shylock business on the side, just loaning money to everybody, man. Yeah. I did. I had a laundry business for like 7 months in college, people. Go back and find it on the podcast. I told the story. The PGA is giving Tiger Woods a bunch of exemptions so he can play in tournaments. I think this is a great business move by the PGA. This is how you get the purses up. Get Tiger Woods' janky ass exempted so he can be in 8 of your tournaments that he would not normally have qualified for.
Yeah, are the purists upset about this?
I don't
is
think
this something
so.
where what's that?
I don't think so.
I don't think anybody's like, well, you're creating special considerations for time. Yeah. He pretty much reinvented your sport in terms of
Yes, he did.
marketability and everything else. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know. Let me explain to you something about Saudi Arabia right this moment. Okay.
Yeah.
Shut your traps.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Well, we're actually in bed with, so I can't speak too. I can't speak too cruelly about him. Let me explain the situation.
They're in a hostile situation right now. We need as much Tiger as possible. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, I put up a poll yesterday just to take the temperature of you Astro fans out there. And what's your appetite for a reset with this team? What's your appetite for trading some of the key assets on this team away for young prospects? The people have spoken loudly. The results are in, and there is a definite side to this argument for Astros fans. We'll tell you what it is next.
What's your appetite for savings? I am starving, and that's why Bayway Chevrolet.
or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Boy, this was this poll that I put up yesterday just ended literally just now. Never seen that before. A Twitter poll actually end. I got to watch the bar, Seth, on the Twitter poll for the winning entry turn from gray to blue. I've never seen that before. You know, that was cool.
I'll tell you, Cesar Salazar Day delivers.
Big, man.
It does in many ways.
Yeah.
Today is Cesar Salazar Day. I don't want to take away from Juneteenth or anything or try to hijack that. So today we recognize Cesar Salazar's contribution with his 2 hits and his sacrifice bunt to the Astros digging their way out. They can't just dig their way out and be the last wild card. They need to dig their way out and make you feel like, oh, they actually got a shot at doing something this season.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want there to be a dig out, a partial dig out that makes you feel like you might survive this burial alive.
Yeah.
And then the Astros all of a sudden go in hardcore and buy at the trade deadline and then fizzle out. It has to be a genuine and true resurgence.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, and we even did a mayoral decree declaring this Cesar Salazar Day in the open to the show. If you want to go find it on the Odyssey app.
We won't make any mention of Corey Lee's absence or where he might be playing now or that he was, in fact, out on that field last night injuring one of our catchers or anything like that.
None of that.
Yes, it's all about Cesar Salazar.
Cesar Salazar Day, yep. So the poll that I put up that I got to magnificently watch close just now. For Astro fans, are you cool with the Astros? Basically, you're cool with them being a seller right now. Are you cool with the Astros saying, you know what, now is the time? Now, granted, I put this poll up yesterday after one of the more disastrous losses of the season, a shutout loss to the White Sox. So people, who knows? I mean, people are so helter-skelter right now because this team is this bad, this deep into a season. We haven't experienced this in a long, long time. But 68.4% of the people who voted, 1,300 votes, said that they would be cool with the Astros now, or before the trade deadline, moving big names for good prospects, starting to restock things here. 68.4% said yes, 19% said no, 12.6% said give it more time. So
I was surprised at a majority this early in the process. It's because it's still relatively early when it comes down to getting into the hot and heavy stuff. I was surprised that many were just cool with being sellers right this minute. Now that was after a loss. You would put that poll out initially after a loss. We know how these Twitter polls are. They're very, very erratic based on recent results. I'd be curious after last night, where it wasn't just, it wasn't just a win, and it wasn't just a really good performance by Hunter Brown. It was also with 12 hits.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would change if you had put that same poll out today.
It would definitely change. I just wonder how much. It would probably be like maybe 65% or something like that instead of 68.
I think some of it too is that you've got these guys who are really showing up, like Bryce Matthews and Jake Bloss, who are just crushing it in Double-A, and people are starting to wonder about, like, all right, well, gosh, if we've got these young studs, and not to mention Joey Loperfido and others, like, why not be sellers and then also get these guys, just like the Yankees did in 2023, start to get these guys ready for an actually competitive season.
I'd be surprised if they're bringing Double-A guys up to the majors this year. That would surprise me.
It's not for your really good prospects. It's not, it's not all that rare. And Jake Bloss, I brought Jake Bloss into it because Chandler Rome said don't rule it out.
Okay. Yeah.
And Chandler's relatively conservative about this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying it can't happen, or I'm not saying I wouldn't be excited for it. I would bet against it happening. But I would be cool with it happening.
In the second half of the season, if they are sellers at the trade deadline, would it surprise you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Not shocked, but a little bit. Just I feel like they might need a little more seasoning at Double-A before they're
100%. Yeah. That's typically the deal, but also,
yeah, just confident. I worry about confidence and things. I don't know.
Screw their confidence.
Yeah. So
Jake Bloss is 23 years old. We're burning daylight.
Yeah.
Get him up here.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing, too. It does start their service time as well, Seth.
That's true. This is the Astros we're talking about, is it not? Yeah, okay, good call on that one. Good call on that one. Yeah. Keep him down. Keep him down forever.
Yes.
Never let him up, damn it. Spencer Arrighetti tonight, correct?
Spencer Arrighetti, today. Yep.
Today. Yep. Let's remember, Spencer Arrighetti had 3 nice outings. He was having a nice outing 3 games ago, but that's when he was in San Francisco and he got hit with that line drive.
It was against St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
It starts with an S, Sean.
It may have been in San Francisco. No, it was St. Louis because that was the spate of contusions. Remember? That was because you and I were there for contusion number 1, Kyle Tucker, and then it was Bregman and Arrighetti the next day. Yeah.
So I eagerly anticipate Spencer Arrighetti's start tonight. I mean, he did not use getting moved up in the rotation one day as an excuse at all in his last outing. It was something he was aware might happen a couple days beforehand.
That was San Francisco, where he got shelled in that start.
Yeah. He's another one, just like with Hunter Brown, where you feel like, all right, okay, we might really have something here.
Absolutely. So you and I, the roughly two-thirds of the fan base are ready to start, in with whatever analogy you want, eBay, garage sale. I choose, because this is a team that succeeded quite a bit, I choose to look at this roster as the menu of a fine steakhouse, and they're now ready to send that menu out to the contenders around baseball. Yeah. And so I wanted to workshop with you, because this is a perfect post for the Houston Press that it's a perfect topic. The Astros as sellers via a expensive steakhouse menu. So I wanted to see if these analogies held up for you as far as the items on the menu for the Astros. So if I'm sending a menu out to the rest of baseball, and I'm Dana Brown, noted chef, and I'm correlating these players to items on a Mastros, let's say, I think Kyle Tucker is the Wagyu beef of the menu, right? Like,
yeah, you got a year of you'd get 1.5 seasons out of him. And obviously for somebody who's a contender, he's playoff tested to an extreme degree. I think there are a lot of teams out there just sitting and wondering and waiting whether Dana Brown, whether his number shows up on caller ID.
Yes.
Maybe, which Dana Brown, I don't think, we've watched him operate. He's going to give you a lot of GM speak at times. I don't think he will ever publicly say that they're going to be sellers until all of a sudden they sell.
Yes.
And so, but we might get a Ken Rosenthal report or something that like, hey, did you know that the Astros were in conversations with? Yeah.
Totally.
So
yeah, and especially
I'm not a huge fan of Wagyu beef. I don't like beef pudding myself, but yeah, I know it is expensive.
It's very expensive. Yeah, this is the $300 steak of the Astros. I think the next one down, like usually the next most expensive one is like a big porterhouse steak. That's usually in that $80 range. That's Framber. I think Framber is the next priciest thing on the menu if you're an opposing GM because A, he's a starting pitcher, B, he's a starting pitcher with postseason experience, and C, he still has a year of team control left. He's not a rental. Still got Framber for one more year. Granted, it's an expensive final arbitration year, but it's arbitration. You're going to get him. You don't have to give him 5 years, $150 million or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. And again, I don't want to keep CCing this with every one of them, but for teams that are buyers, especially teams that might not have that much playoff experience, the playoff experience of the Astros and these guys having been in huge moments on the biggest stage, I think that goes a long way for value of guys that, especially if they got an extra year. I think he's right there.
He's next one.
He's just
down.
not as. I think there are a lot of teams that would trade for Kyle Tucker that would also be really confident that they could offer him a 10-year deal next year.
Yes.
And they'd have an inroad into signing him. I don't know how they feel about Framber Valdez long term.
Yeah.
Given his erraticism.
Right. But we know pitching is the most valuable thing this time of year.
Yeah.
And so I think you'd get more for Tucker. I think you'd get a decent return for Framber, like a really decent return for Framber to the right team. Next thing down, the New York strip is usually like kind of that next category. You go from like $300 Wagyu beef to the $80 to $90 porterhouse, and then New York strip, a good one, or a ribeye, is in that $50 to $60 range. I would say that would be Bregman and Verlander. They're kind of next one down if I'm doing value. And Bregman, because the reason why Bregman and Verlander largely are behind Kyle Tucker and Framber, Seth, if I were an opposing GM, is the rental quality to them. Verlander's had injury issues. There's that, too. Like, you could trade for Verlander, and then all of a sudden his neck flares up again in September. He's 41 years old. Stuff probably hurts when he gets out of bed. You know what I mean? So Verlander, and he's got that vesting option, which teams have to take into account. Bregman, I think, his value is the problem with Bregman's value versus Tucker or Framber is, one, he's a little older than Tucker for sure. His position is a very specific one. Like, it's got to be a team with needs at third base. He's not going to play shortstop for you. And 3, Bregman has not been great this year. It's we're almost halfway through the season, and he doesn't have good numbers right now.
Yeah, he's the one, I'll say again, playoff experience and
that's
success
the selling
in the playoffs,
point.
all that. It's huge. I guess, the big thing with Bregman is that without actually knowing how things are operating in the clubhouse or anything, you wonder, okay, is veteran leadership an issue on this team? I don't think anybody ever expected Altuve to necessarily be the guy that was going to, grab the bulls by the horn and teach a team the way that it's supposed to be done. His personality is just a little bit more just laid back and everything. Yeah. I always thought Bregman might become that guy, and we haven't necessarily seen a lot of evidence that that's the case.
No.
I don't think he's not the guardian of the Astros way.
He's not.
The way I hoped he would be.
I think he's just cocky. And that's not necessarily leadership, I think he's more cocky and confident than he is At least that's what it seems. Look, as you point out, we only see the tip of the iceberg.
Springer and Correa could have been guardians of the Astros way.
For sure.
And I thought that maybe Bregman would also fall into that category, and I'm not sure that he is.
I'm not sure he is either. So those are like the really like fine strips of beef on my menu that is the Astros. Now we get into other things here. Like I think every bullpen arm, even Josh Hader, because I think Hader would be the premier arm out of this bullpen, but you're inheriting 4 more years of his contract. They're all shrimp cocktail. Like shrimp cocktail is really good. Shrimp cocktail, depending on where you go, can be really pricey. Shrimp cocktail is delicious. But it's not as expensive as a New York strip or a porterhouse or certainly a Wagyu beef. And I don't know that any of these arms in the bullpen are going to command anywhere close to what the other 4 names I just mentioned would command.
I like that you use the shrimp cocktail though too, because I would say on a price per ounce basis, shrimp cocktail in a restaurant is probably the highest thing there is.
Maybe
because it's a lot of money you're paying for that shrimp. When those 4 shrimp come out, you're like, I guess they're big at least, I guess, but. Just like a reliever, your price per inning pitched is pretty damn high. It is the shrimp cocktail.
You're right. I'm a genius.
Yes, you are. You didn't even realize. You do these things without even thinking about it.
I was just thinking of the gross price on the menu, but, man, you've got the analytics going on this thing.
Yeah. Every single bullpen arm up for sale.
Yes.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, there's not a single. The closest one to untouchable for me in the bullpen would be Brian Abreu, just because he's still cheap. I mean, he's making $1.75 million this year. He's under team control for 2 more years. He could be your closer if you move on from any of these other guys. But there's nobody in the bullpen who's untouchable. The fried calamari, which again is delicious, but it's just cheaper than everything on the menu. It's the low grade item at a fine steakhouse, and yet it's very tasty. But the fried calamari on the roster, Seth, which is going to not get you very much at all. You're just moving on to move on. Those would be like the Jake Myers, the Chas McCormicks, the Mauricio Dubon. I know we love Dubon, but if you were to trade Dubon, you wouldn't get much for Dubon, like out there in the marketplace probably.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams. Dubon would probably be the best value. I would say he's the well-marinated flank steak. It's, or some of the cuts that are cheaper, but you're like, man, you do them right. They're just fine.
Not bad. Yeah.
I'd eat a pig's butt if you cook it right, It just there's that type of the Samuel L. Jackson Pulp Fiction deal.
He's the most valuable of the others, I'll say. Like the non-headliners. You're right.
Yeah.
No, I may be selling Dubon a little short here. You're right. Because the value of being able to play all those positions, and he's now got a body of work of 1.5 seasons where he's been a very capable major league hitter. He's come up big in big situations before. Again, like all these guys, he's got postseason experience. So I may be selling Dubon a little short, putting him in that same bucket with Chaz and Jake right there.
Your next category, off the menu.
Yes.
These are things that just are not available. I would say that there's never anything that's genuinely off the menu, but market price and the market is absurdly high.
Yeah, no. All I put was off the menu. I agree with you on this. Like there's certain things where you ask off the menu and they're like, we just don't have that, or it's just not available. But there's certain things that if you ask nicely and you're willing to pay the price, maybe Yainer Diaz is available off the menu. Maybe Jeremy Pena is available off the menu. I don't think Yordan Alvarez is available. I think if you ask for off the menu, you know what? When we came in here last time, we had a delicious Yordan Alvarez. Could we have that one more time? No, I'm sorry. That's not available on the menu.
That was available after he was coming off of double patellar tendon surgery.
And you chose not to buy him.
Right.
Yeah.
That was when the Dodgers were willing to give him up for just about nothing.
And the waiter came out and read the specials to you that day, and one of them was a Yordan Alvarez. That was your chance. You didn't buy him. The 3 things that are off the menu that if some other team were to ask, hey, but is it available, that I would say no, it's unequivocally not available. Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve, Hunter Brown.
What if there was some team out there, just hypothetically, that was felt awesome about their pitching pipeline, okay? But they're having a bad year this year.
Okay.
And yet still their bats are the issue and they're pitching well. And they were willing to offer up 3 starting caliber pitchers for Yordan Alvarez.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope. No, it's just the failure rate. It's just too high. The failure rate's too high. And I don't I take inventory of the pitching here with this organization. I don't feel terrible about it, awful about it. I'm more worried about backfilling, like Bregman. I'm worried about backfilling. I'm worried about just the overall depth of the organization. So maybe by definition, pitching is part of that. But the ceiling for Yordan is MVP of the American League.
The whole thing too with Yordan is just that you've got him
cheap
at a very, very good bargain.
Yeah.
Like as great as Soto and as great as Aaron Judge are playing this year on a per dollar basis, Yordan is crushing it.
Yeah, it's a great question, Seth. I think I'll counter this. What if some team came to you with an offer like that and it was for Jose Altuve?
Oh boy, no. Yeah. No, I can't do it.
I don't think it would happen. Altuve's contract.
No.
Nobody wants that contract.
Happen.
Yeah, I'm more trying to dial into the emotion of the whole thing with Altuve. Like what would it take to move that contract? Almost makes him unmovable in a way.
Real quick, everybody, just by way of visualization, Yordan Alvarez is the 144th highest paid outfielder in the league.
Yeah.
On a per year basis.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a bargain.
On a per year basis, he is.
Yeah.
What's he making per year? Does it say?
Hold on a second. Well, so at least this year's salary.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's $10.8 million this year.
10.8. Okay. Yeah. Eventually, it ends up averaging out to about 20. So maybe it's a little backload. Still.
Here we go. The contract average, I'll tell you.
Okay.
On a contract average basis.
Yeah.
This is up all positions. I need outfielders, damn it. Control F, everybody. Guys, if you don't know Control F or Command F,
I didn't mean
change your life.
I didn't mean to send you into a wormhole. I'm just like,
14th highest paid on an average annual basis. Yeah.
Still, but it's that way until 2028.
Yeah.
Like it'd be one thing if he's 14th highest and he's in his last year of arbitration.
Judge makes $40 million per year on average. Juan Soto makes $31 million. Mike Trout, by the way, $35 million. He's second. So those are the top three.
Yeah.
And Yordan is at $19 million per year. Makes half as much as Aaron Judge.
Yeah. And Soto is about to go up. Like that's Soto's last year of arbitration at 31. Like Soto's about to get 45 from somebody.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right. So that's my menu. Sounds like largely you agree with my menu, my steakhouse menu of Astros players. And I'm now hungry. Payne and Pendergast with you. I want to circle over to Willie Mays for a second, just as long as we're talking about the Astros. Willie Mays dying a couple days ago, Seth, has unleashed a siege of stat milestones that show how great Jose Altuve is. There's a tweet out that said, here's how many players have a 300 batting average, 100 home runs, and 100 steals. Here's how many have a 300 batting average, 150 home runs, and 150 steals. And the number keeps going down and down. Like 15 players have hit all three of those milestones for their career. There's 8 players that have hit a 300 batting average, 200 home runs, and 200 stolen bases in the history of the game. Willie Mays obviously being one of them. I mean, Willie Mays has 600 home runs and 300 stolen bases. He's the only one to do that. He's the only one to do 300 home runs and 300 stolen bases. But of those 8 players, there's 8 players that have done 200 home runs, 200 stolen bases, and a 300 batting average. One of them is Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve, one of 8 players in the history of the game to get 200 home runs, 200 stolen bases, and a 300 batting average. And 30 home runs from now, if he keeps that average up, he will be one of 3 to have 250, and a 300 batting average.
Yeah, I guess, just the big question is, okay, like how does he stay durable? Is he out there as long? Willie Mays, it's freakish when you look at his games played by season.
It's crazy.
Like well into, in 1971, he played 136 games.
Yeah.
His last 3 years in the league, he was either rested or banged up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a matter of longevity for Altuve now.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Seth. How old is too old to say somebody's gone too soon? Like, what's the age where you go?
Okay, these days, where we actually have everybody, I know everybody always likes to act like medical science hasn't made any progress at all. Blah, blah, blah. Heart disease. Heart disease has, they've made some incredible inroads into heart disease in the last 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
But, so that's, I would say anybody who dies before 65 for sure. Like I say 63 is way too soon. After the age of 65, I kind of like, let's see what happens. Yeah, so 65 is my cutoff.
Yeah, I'm like late 50s, early 60s. I like to think if I got hit by a bus today, that tomorrow people would come in. I'm 55, for those who don't know. I would like to think they'd come in and say, gone too soon. Maybe there's some that are like, this guy way outlasted what he should have. There may be some that say that. But
right, like Keith Richards or what have you. Like nobody, when Keith Richards dies, people are going to be like, nobody saw that coming 30 years ago.
Right. Yeah. But for like somebody who gets in a reasonable amount of walking a week, has an okay diet, likes to have a good time. I would say like late 50s, early 60s. Here was Steve Levy of ESPN. Willie Mays passed away during the Stanley Cup Finals a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
Steve Levy covers the Stanley Cup for ESPN, and he had the unfortunate duty of reporting this to the ESPN watching community.
Again, the Say Hey Kid is gone too soon. Willie Mays has passed away tonight at the age of 93.
Okay, I feel bad for Steve Levy. That was that was bad. It happens, man. I don't know. It's a reflexive thing. Sometimes you're not quite sure to say about something when somebody dies, especially when you've just been given this news. So it's too soon. It was too soon for Steve Levy, I guess. I don't know.
You know what? Maybe you're right, Seth.
Yeah.
He was a big Willie Mays fan, perhaps, and maybe I shouldn't project our constraints on what is considered gone too soon. For Steve Levy, play it one more time, Ben. For Steve.
Again, the Say Hey Kid is gone too soon. Willie Mays has passed away tonight at the age of 93.
Yeah, you can
it's
hear
more like
his
Steve
voice.
Levy has some unresolved issues with the concept of mortality. I think he's like Steve Levy's one of these guys that's just desperately grasping onto the notion that somehow we're gonna someday soon science is gonna crack the code and we'll live forever. Yeah, too soon. Definitely not in your 90s.
Yeah.
Not in your 90s. No.
I feel like Steve Levy has a ton of conspiracy theories. Like he's the one guy that thinks we're all going to live to be 200, thinks the earth is flat.
Yeah, well, especially the people that are in their 90s generally, and like Willie Mays that have done really well, they've kind of come to peace with things and are just grateful for every day. And a lot of them just they're very placid about death.
Yeah.
The people that fight and scratch tooth and nail, I'm not gonna. They don't. I don't think a lot of those people make it into their 90s. You talk to so many of these centenarians, and they're like, "What's the key? What did you do?" And almost all of them are like, I walk. It's just because I enjoy it. Wasn't really working at it all that hard.
Yeah, Willie Mays is probably like, too soon for you, Levy. I was ready to go, man. 93? 93 is a good run, dude.
Watch your great-grandchildren grow up and everything.
That's a good run. It's a good
run.
run.
You can watch your great-grandchildren grow up. I feel like that's got to be a special feeling.
Absolutely.
Because you don't stress about all the little stuff.
Yeah.
You used to.
David Bakhtiari is an offensive lineman for the Green Bay Packers. I saw this yesterday, and you and I talked about this off the air. Bakhtiari played a ton of great years in Green Bay. He's now a free agent. He's gone through a bunch of surgeries, like a bunch of surgeries.
He had a real rough go of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is executing the "Someone Please Come Get Me" playbook right now. He's on with Adam Schefter on Schefter's podcast yesterday. Here's what he's looking for in a team.
Where could we go that would make that a possibility, David? That's practical. That's real. Are you at liberty to share some potential destinations that you're eyeing, or do you rather keep that quiet?
Well, no, I think, Adam, we have a good relationship. You know what I know already because of everything. So I don't want to spoil any of your surprises. I'll leave that to you. But when people do ask me, I do always tell them, like, where do you want to play? Where are you going to play next? I'm like, I want to play the next Super Bowl MVP. So whoever the hell that's going to be, I better be with him. So when it's like, what do you want to play with this player or that team? I'm like, I just want to be the next Super Bowl MVP. That's it.
Does it sound like
that's a good, lofty, realistic goal?
Thank you, Adam. It is. Did it sound to you like Bakhtiari's got some things cooking right now, or is he completely in infomercial mode? Is he like, hey guys, I'm here. I'm on the Schefter podcast. I'd love to play for a team that's contending for a Super Bowl.
And you know what? It's funny. Immediately when you hear Super Bowl MVPs, immediately you think, okay, there's some kind of connection here with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers presided over his wedding, did he not? I believe he was. I think Aaron Rodgers was the officiant at David Bakhtiari's wedding.
That sounds familiar.
They're pretty close, something like that.
Yeah.
And I wonder if That's my first thought. And then you remember, like, okay, Super Bowl MVP, all that means is that you win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean it has to be with a quarterback. More times than not, it is a quarterback.
Yeah.
In fact, there have only been 2 non-quarterback MVPs in the last 10 years or so.
Okay.
Von Miller and
Julian Edelman.
Julian
right?
Edelman, yeah. Oh, no, and Cooper Kupp, too. Cooper Kupp.
Yep.
So, yeah, he just wants to go to a really good team. I don't know. I feel like, honestly, that's is he at a stage in his career where he should even, like, exclude some teams from it, from getting into it? Because usually, you want to have options. You want to be able to. So if I were David Bakhtiari, I wouldn't have even put that out there. I would have said, hey, I want to win. I want to win.
I'm going to tell you what this feels like, just to bring it back locally here. He feels like the modern day. Which Khalil was it that Bill O'Brien signed thinking he was going to be the starting left tackle? Was it Matt or Ryan? I forget. I get the Khalils mixed up. Remember it
was Matt.
Matt Khalil? Yeah, in 2019 he signed Matt Khalil, and he was already like damaged goods when he got here. Like he never practiced.
Remember Khalil's dad was out at practice and
Yeah,
everything, like
yeah.
acting like the mayor of Houston.
Yeah,
It was
they ended
weird.
that's what forced him to trade for Tunsil. Well, forced him to. What drove Bill O'Brien to trade for Tunsil was signing Matt Khalil.
Matt Khalil was out there just looking so horrendous in training camp.
That's what this feels like. This feels like if I'm getting Bakhtiari, I'm getting the modern day Matt Khalil.
I think Bakhtiari, my advice to him would be just get to a team ASAP, because doing rehab on your own, even if you're going to a facility and everything, it's just not the same as being around your teammates.
Yeah.
For both like a mental health, like it's a lot easier to stay motivated when you're around your teammates, but then also just by osmosis when you're around other guys that are doing things really well and you're trying to get up to their level, you just kind of naturally push yourself a lot harder.
Yeah.
I would say don't be too selective, because I've been through this with a lot of aging athletes in my time, and some of them have a very realistic notion about, listen, it ain't so easy to predict who's going to win the Super Bowl. Because if you can, then go ahead and just become a professional gambler.
Absolutely.
Instead of, obviously,
Yes.
there's a few select. The Chiefs, for instance, you can say, okay, we got a good chance at it.
Yep.
But still, to predict that they're going to win, and if they're not in the bidding, then just get yourself on a team, man.
Yep. A lot of people weighing in on the Astros here. Buy or seller seems to be a topic that moves people. Text message that I disagree with. I would trade Yainer Diaz for a hot bag of Cheetos and a Capri Sun. He's been terrible. He hasn't been terrible. He hasn't been what I think they hoped he'd be. He's been streaky for sure, but he's a young catcher who's getting paid the minimum. That's just silly to trade. Again, they're at the big league level, but Yainer Diaz, Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena, I think, those are the guys. Those are the types of guys that you're looking to get in trades if you're in a rebuild mode. Young guys that are still cheap. And Yainer and Pena and Hunter Brown are actually, they're proven MLB commodities. I'm not saying they're proven all-stars or anything like that, but they've proven that they can thrive at this level at times.
I think with Yainer, you can look at, there's reasons for optimism long-term, or at least the reasons that give him a chance. And a lot of his struggles right now, not to make excuses or anything, but I think you can pin back to trying to learn how to be a full-time catcher or an often-time catcher and also be a major league hitter. And that's the typical stuff you're going to work through. So I think that, Again, if he had more opportunities last year, maybe it'd be a little smoother right now. But I don't think for a second that they have any plans to relinquish him.
He might be their first baseman of the future. Once he has all the catching duties off his plate and all he's got to do is play first base. Because every article about Yainer this offseason was about how he was working on communicating with the pitchers and being a leader. You can go over to first base and you can just go hang out over at first base, man. Nobody's asking you to handle pitchers anymore. Nobody's asking you to crouch 150 times a game.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
As a catcher, there are a lot of things where he's been about average on, like his blocks above average, his framing.
Yeah.
This is where Yainer, in looking forward to potentially a fully robotic ump where framing won't be a factor, he is in the 1th percentile of pitch framing.
That's the bad end, right?
Yeah, the bad end. Yeah, it gets tricky sometimes in talking about it. It's deep blue on my baseball
1%.
savant graphic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So his
framing is not so hot.
All right.
But 2 years from now, with 2 years from now we'll have challenges Maybe by the time he reaches the end of arbitration, it'll be fully electronic.
Yeah.
And then there we go, off to the races.
So in the upper quartile of winners, he's in the bottom quartile.
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Right. That's not where Yiner is when it comes to framing, is what I'm hearing from you, Seth. He's at the yeah. Text message, thanks a lot, fellas. I'm going to be 68 on July 6th. Thanks a lot. Well, sir, when you pass away, we'll be like, you had a good life, but we're not going to say gone too soon. Sorry.
I'll tell you another one.
No, we're not going to say that, Ben. We're not going to tell
we'll say we'll celebrate this person's life.
Right.
It's not that we don't. It's just not too soon. Okay. Like, you got to make way.
Yeah.
You got to make way for the next generation.
That's it, man.
You know,
Sorry.
you gotta. We can't clog up the pipeline with a bunch of olds.
Yeah.
If you looked at the Social Security numbers later, get out of here.
Yeah. Move on, man.
Yiner,
we
for
got money to collect.
Reasons for optimism for Yiner right now, just at the plate. Expected batting average, he's in the 85th percentile.
Give it to me, baby.
Hard hit percentage, he's in the 89th percentile.
Love when you say hard hit. Keep going.
Strikeout percentage, 89th percentile.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I think that's one thing, like judgment at the plate. That's weird, though, but his chase percentage, he's in the 3rd percentile.
Not bottom third. The
third
3%.
Percentile.
Yeah, 3%. Yeah. Oh,
he's in the top quartile of the bottom 4 percentile.
You can't trade Yiner. You're not going to get.
Sorry, he's in the 3rd quartile of the bottom 4 quartiles.
Right. Yeah, no, like you can't. That the mentality on that text is what you can't get caught up in. Like, hot bag of Cheetos and a Capri Sun. He's been terrible. You're just mad that he's been up and down this year. Like, he's still, especially if you are conceding that you're a rebuilding team, then that's a guy you keep. You know what I mean? Like, that's a guy. Like, if you felt like he was a detriment and you could contend for a World Series, then you're looking for a catcher at the trade deadline. You know what I mean? Like, so no, Yiner, I don't think is on that list.
We are also sitting here on Cesar Salazar Day, and just basically, don't bore me with your hey. Salazar was 3 for 20 going into last night. Last night he was everything the Astros needed to create the pivot point the ascension to follow.
Dude, he was Yogi Berra wrapped in a Carlton Fisk with some Pudge Rodriguez sprinkled on him last night. Is what he was.
At worst.
Yes.
At worst.
He was. Yes. At worst.
Pudge Rodriguez, too soon. Okay, what about the people that die when they're in their 30s, but they were leading like a crazy bad lifestyle? You say too soon then? Like almost every rock star who ever died in his 30s. Like, I don't think with rock stars or people like that lead. Like if Kanye, or somebody else. Let's say Kanye West.
Yeah.
If Kanye West died today.
Yeah.
Would people say too soon, or would they kind of be
Probably
like,
not,
well,
but for other reasons. I don't
it's not
know.
a complete shock,
Right?
Yeah. Like, okay, there was something off there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yes. If someone is leading a lifestyle that's conducive to dying at a young age, then it's tough to say gone too soon. You know,
River Phoenix. Too soon?
Yeah. I guarantee if we Google River Phoenix gone too soon, there's people out there that wrote
there'd be
that.
a lot. I mean,
yeah. So it may be a sliding scale. You know, maybe like anything under 30, regardless of how it happens, is gone too soon. And then there's sort of like a lifestyle element correlation up to the age of 60. And then once it's 60, it's just whatever is whatever. Like, you're just gone. Like, it's sorry, you made it to 60. That's not a gone too soon run, or 65 or whatever, you know?
I think that if you die before 65, you want to live your life in such a way that if you die before you're 65, instead of people saying too soon, they say like, man, that guy really sucked the marrow out of life.
Bingo. Yes.
And now his marrow is rotting in the grave. But he did it right. He did it right.
He sucked enough of it, though. He lived every minute like it was his last. And it turns out the last one was his last. Yes.
I'm going to die right on time is what I'm going to do.
Yeah. On this YouTube, I plan.
I'd like to die doing what I love.
Doing what I love, talking to Seth Payne on the radio. Yes.
He died doing what he loved right on time.
Yes, doing what I loved on the radio with Seth and Prize Picks. I'll talk about that in a second. But, hey, there's a list out now, possible first-time Pro Bowlers this year. Cody Benjamin did this for CBS. Holy crap. Some of the Texan angles in this are really fun. If this list is accurate, it'll be the best and the worst of Nick Caserio moves highlighted here. We've got that for you coming up next. Did I mention Prize Picks? Did I mention that if when the day comes that the good Lord says, Sean, it's your time.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We were just asking the question in the previous segment, what is the age where you can stop saying somebody was gone too soon? We kind of arbitrarily set it somewhere in if someone's in their early 60s, with some nuance to that. But when I mentioned Pudge Rodriguez, Seth goes, too soon. And I thought the same thing. I'm like, damn, did something happen to Pudge Rodriguez that I wasn't aware of?
No.
Damn you, Seth. I text message. Damn you, Seth. I Googled Pudge Rodriguez expecting him to be dead. Duped him.
And is that person's unhappy that Pudge Rodriguez is not dead?
I can't
That's
tell.
Awful. That's awful.
I can't tell.
No, I feel like anybody who's named Pudge, even though Pudge Rodriguez wasn't pudgy at all.
No.
There's something about the name Pudge that makes me feel like,
Like I say, he had it coming, but he could have avoided all this. Yeah. Cody Benjamin on CBSSports.com, he's one of their team covering the NFL. 20 candidates to become first-time Pro Bowlers in 2024. He put this list together, and when I clicked on it, I like clicking on these lists and go, okay, is there a little Texans flavor to it? There was a lot of Texans flavor to this one, man. Good and bad.
Yeah.
I'll go with the good to start off with. Two current Texans made this list. See what you think of this, Seth. Nico Collins made this list. Nico Collins, first-time Pro Bowl. It's weird. I think it got harder for Nico with the acquisition of Stephon Diggs to make the Pro Bowl in the AFC.
Yeah.
Is that weird?
Yeah. I've given up talking about the nuances of all this, Sean, because people get, like I told you yesterday, you start talking about spreading the ball around, and people get upset if you say, like, hey, a receiver could have a really good year and not have 1,200 yards receiving on this team because they have three really good wide receivers. They feel like you're insulting Nico Collins or Tank Dell or Stephon Diggs or what have you. That's just it's the way football works. It's exceedingly rare to have multiple guys with 1,200 yards especially. So, there's a chance that just based on the way how a couple different games go, whether he might not have the glaringly top of the market numbers that get you that Pro Bowl, first team Pro Bowl status.
Yeah. The Pro Bowl, I guess it's 4 receivers make it in the AFC. There's good receivers in the AFC. You got Jamar Chase and Tyreek Hill and a bunch of other guys.
Good quarterbacks.
That are going to put up numbers to help guys put up numbers. Cody Benjamin says this, Collins quietly approached 1,300 yards in a breakout season with C.J. Stroud at quarterback. Now he's got Diggs on one side, Tank Dell returning from injury. The opportunities for big stage playmaking should increase, which is a valid point, except it increases for all three guys. I think it's truly a spin-the-wheel situation as to who leads this team in receiving yards this year.
Okay, this is the one X factor, and this is where I think Tank Dell and Nico Collins have an advantage over some people. It's that the highlights and the time spent on primetime television and what you do in those games, I think that matters a lot in terms of just people's perception about things. Including, the players who vote on it around the league, those guys are watching Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football. And then if you're a competitive team, so that's another big X factor. If the Texans are really good, then, they get more highlights. If CJ's having a hell of a season, there's going to be more highlights. Nico's highlights are particularly impressive because, as we've pointed out, he led the league in broken tackles after the reception last year.
Yeah, he's big and strong.
So he has a whole lot of footage of him just bulldozing people and just running and breaking 3 tackles up the middle, all that. And then Tank Dell highlights are just, frankly, superhuman. It doesn't look right or real. So I think that those two guys actually have a leg up in terms of perception, regardless of what the actual numbers are.
That's interesting. That's a good take. I like that. The other one, Texan on this list, 20 first-time Pro Bowlers, possible first-time Pro Bowlers, Azeez Al-Shaair. Azeez Al-Shaair makes the list for Cody Benjamin on here.
Did they change the Pro Bowl positions to edge rusher and off-ball linebacker?
I think they may have, yes.
Because that was the big issue for a while, is like the off-ball linebackers had almost no chance of making the Pro Bowl unless they had like 20 interceptions, because it was all like edge rushers were in the same category as off-ball linebackers.
I think they did. That sounds familiar to me. I guess just independent of that, Seth, do you think Al-Shaair is capable of the type of season that puts him in conversations like this?
I think so. Well, especially, again, that comes down to the narrative of the team. And I think if this Texans defense starts playing the way that D'Amico Ryan's defenses did in San Francisco, there's a really good chance that Alshire gets a lot of credit for that, kind of like a Fred Warner did in San Francisco. Alshire is not the same type of player as Fred Warner. I don't think he's going to be like he doesn't have that same ceiling as Fred Warner, but yeah, he could be credited with a lot of that.
Yeah, he's been. I mean, Aziz Alshire is damn near close to the most talked about player so far during the spring stuff. You know, during OTAs and minicamp, there's been as much Aziz Alshire talk as there's been Stephon Diggs and C.J. Stroud talk. There's been a ton of Alshire.
It's been a lot, but it's all internal stuff that's specific to Houston. It's not national. It's just he's not that type of a player and doesn't play that type of position where it's necessary. Unless they are an elite defense, he's just not going to get a lot of national publicity.
Yeah, that was I wasn't connecting that to your take. I'm just like and thinking about it, like boy, he's made a huge impression already. Which again, when you talk about national games now. He's probably going to be a guy that gets trotted out to the production teams to represent the Texans in a lot of this stuff. He's going to get a lot of run. The ones that may not reflect as well on the Texans, do you think that Malik Collins could be a first-time Pro Bowler this year? This shocked me to see this one on here. Malik Collins, first-time Pro Bowler.
I think with him, so you think about Malik Collins and when he was in Houston, he was always in the backfield but not getting the sacks to go along with it. And I think what they probably figure is even if Malik Collins plays the exact same way that he played when he was in Houston, if he's on that team that's playing with a lead a bunch of times, it has other really good pass rushers around him, which Malik Collins didn't really have until things started to come together this year, and it wasn't really for the entire season even that he had both Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson out there. I think that's it's more realistic than it might feel to a lot of Texans fans we've seen Malik Collins. He's gotten close, so he's gotten pressures and hurries. But sometimes the ball's just coming out quickly because the defense wasn't so hot, or he would negate a sack by an illegal by unnecessary roughness.
Yeah,
he's very good at that.
Yeah,
he's very good at those flags.
He's good at that.
They did, by the way, change. There's both outside linebacker and inside linebacker on the Pro Bowl ballot now.
Good. Cody Benjamin says, hey, in San Francisco, he's going to be surrounded by Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave on the same defensive line. And it is true, like really good defenses, that's when guys who are probably skew closer to being role players, they make the Pro Bowl on good defenses, because the defense is so good. The other one, Cody Benjamin says Jonathan Grenard, first-time Pro Bowler this year. Do you think the Grenard we saw in 2023 in Houston translates to Minnesota up in 2024?
The thing about Minnesota compared to Houston is that they are at opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to how much they blitz. So Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator up in Minnesota, he blitzes a bunch, and when you do that, you get more one-on-one opportunities as a defensive end. You got to beat the other guys to the quarterback, but Danielle Hunter benefited from that last year. So there's, Danielle Hunter's got a different challenge this year where D'Amico just philosophically is not a guy that's ever going to want to blitz a whole lot. And that's not me speculating or anything. It's pretty much whenever he tells you that the defensive line is the engine of this defense, it's because he wants to be able to get pressure with four guys, and then it allows you to play zone and be conservative on the backside, not give up big plays, all that. So he might blitz more than he typically does in any given season, but he's never going to be like the Vikings are. So Grenard does have a good opportunity this year where he'll get more, I'll say layup opportunities for sacks, perhaps, than he would have last year on this team.
Yeah.
And then also, likewise, just, when he was in Houston, was banged up the first part of his career. Last year, puts together a full season, plays really well, but it also still wasn't a great defense.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of times last year where the Texans were getting a really good pass rush, but the ball was just coming out too fast.
Tom Brady was on with Colin Cowherd yesterday. And I think, man, if you're a football watching fan, if you watch Fox and CBS every Sunday, I think it's going to be a bad season for Tony Romo, man. I think it's going to be a really bad season for Tony Romo. I'll explain why. You'll hear from Tom Brady coming up next. But first, CrashChampions.com. I know there's probably a lot of you. CrashChampions.com.
details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast. Astros win. We'll circle back to the Astros. They win 4-1 last night. Hunter Brown was great. That was awesome to see. Day game today, 1:10 first pitch. Spencer Arrighetti trying to salvage the series here against the Chicago White Sox. Tom Brady was on Colin Cowherd yesterday. The more I watch Tom Brady do these interviews, the more excited I am, to put it bluntly, to see what he's like in a broadcast booth. And unlike some prominent broadcasters out there, I feel like Tom Brady is going to put in the work it takes. Prominent A-list, A-team broadcasters that were good at one time, but now clearly just show up and turn the mics on. Nobody specific. But I feel like, independent of me naming names, Tom Brady is going to put in the work. Here is Tom Brady with Colin Cowherd on how he is approaching his upcoming broadcasting career.
I've asked a few people, like, how do you know that you did a good job? And I think for me, so much of this is going to come down to the preparation. And did I feel like I was prepared? Did I feel like our crew was prepared? Did I give them the best over the course of the week so that we could give ourselves the best opportunity to be successful for the fans? Because really the game is to show. We're there to add our take on it in our analysis. But it's also, did we feel like we added to the broadcast? And from my standpoint, I'm going to work as hard as I can in the process of it, as you talked about earlier, to make sure that I do deliver, because I don't want to let anyone down. I don't want to let the people at Fox down, and I certainly don't want to let the great NFL fans down either.
I don't think anybody doubts that he will prepare his butt off for this. He already had, we played a clip earlier where he referenced, the practice games that he's doing right now, things that he's picking up on. I don't know how much Romo does that in the offseason or how much he did before his first go at it, but like everything I see about Brady preparing for his first year as a broadcaster, it makes me feel like Cowboys fans could take it as a stab to the heart every single time. And it will remain this way over the next 10 years, where I'm guessing Brady will get better and better as a broadcaster as it goes along, as opposed to Romo, who just, after about the second year, just obviously started mailing it in. And the level of competitiveness and professionalism and everything else like that, it'll be night and day. And CBS will be feeling the same way as Cowboy fans.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy, we tied our fate to this guy. Okay, great.
It's funny, and Brady, it doesn't get brought up a lot. Brady's making twice what Romo's making. Romo's one of the highest paid in the business at like $18 million a year. They're paying Brady $37 million a year, and which is wild to me. Although you pointed this out before, like part of the value in Brady is when you do like the upfront stuff where you're going to Vegas and you're sitting there in a really nice presentation room in front of advertising executives and stuff.
Thing.
Yeah. Like Brady.
Or the CEO of GM or things like that.
Yeah.
Like that's where people get it wrong, and I'm surprised. Like even some people like want to be sports business analysts and what have you. They don't understand that element of it. Like nobody really expects the broadcasters to substantially elevate the ratings, but when it comes to selling the advertising, Brady, you're not going to do better than Brady when it comes to just being able to market that as the guy and selling to brands that want to be associated with it. It's huge.
Do you think CBS uses Romo like that? Do you think they try? And how good?
And I bet it works. Like I bet, going out and getting drunk with Romo and playing golf. I think that's a big deal.
Brady would be the type of salesperson that probably knows if he were selling some sort of technology. He's the type of salesperson where you watch him present and you're like, okay, well, he's not super funny. He's very engaging though. Like there's something about him, but man, this guy knows what every single button on this phone system does. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't need a software engineer with him on the presentation to explain the technical stuff. Meanwhile, Tony Romo feels like the guy who gets up there, talks for 2 minutes, and then lets everybody else do the presentation. Like, here's our systems engineer, this guy. Here's our installation engineer, this guy. He tells a couple jokes at the beginning, a couple jokes at the end, and then looks at his watch and says, when does happy hour start? Both can be very successful in front of customers.
My favorite thing about Romo is that he still doesn't understand like how hard some of the jobs on broadcasting are. When he'll ask, we're like, "Hey, can you pull up that play from 3 plays ago and get it on before the next play starts?" Like, no, they can't do that, Romo. You've got a monitor. Look at how busily they're working, and they're trying to just get ready for the next play.
You know who's nodding his head right now? I can look at him. He's nodding his head. It's Ben Gary. He's nodding his head right now. He's like, "Yeah, exactly." Right, Ben? Right?
No, totally not.
Yeah,
not nodding at all.
Oh, you're not. Somebody's in there with you that you're nodding your head at something else right now.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and I'm talking about me because usually I'm like, "Hey, Ben, can you get this audio in 8 seconds for me, please, that we can play right now?" I'm Romo, basically, to you, Ben. That's basically what I am.
Find a cat lawyer.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, man, I think Brady. I'm excited to see him. What's his first? His first game is Dallas and Cleveland, right? Week 1, okay. Dallas and Cleveland, I think, is his first
I do think, just from listening to a lot of interviews of him since he retired for the second time, and some in the first go-around, but after that first retirement, his personal life was just obviously in turmoil. It wasn't the same as it is right now. I think that he understands that he needs to balance out the technical stuff with the human stuff. And that's why it's so interesting when he starts talking about the psychology of getting receivers involved early in the game and getting them their touches so they stay engaged and still want to block and still want to run secondary routes and all of that. That's the stuff that I think people eat up, but it's also easy to consume. You don't need a whole bunch of technical talk about coverages and everything unless you're on a specific play. Brady understands that and gets that, I think. And I think he understands that's one of the challenges, and he's working on, and there's a lot of football people listening right now that are going to think this sounds insane. You got to be even careful when you say something like cover 2, because there are the vast majority of people watching a national broadcast don't instantly visualize exactly what cover 2 is. So you got to really just be sure you're speaking about it in digestible pieces.
Yeah. I just did that very thing to Ben that we talked about. I'm like, I get on the back channel, "Hey, Ben, can you get me Brady 1 and Brady 2 that we played earlier? I want to play this," because you're right. Even when he started to get a little technical with let's play Brady 2, Ben, and if you missed it earlier, no, let's play them both. We'll play Brady 1.
Roll them up, Ben.
I'm doing the very thing. He's got them both pulled up. Here was Tom Brady earlier. This was interesting because I think this is something C.J. Stroud probably needs to listen to with all the weapons that he has right now. But I do want to circle it back to Brady, the broadcaster, in a minute. But here is Tom Brady on getting especially number 1 receivers involved early in games and the psychological effect of that.
You always felt like you had to do something to get them the ball. And if they hadn't touched the ball in practice, I'd make sure, hey, I got to get so-and-so ball because I want him to keep running hard. And I want him to be ready for when the ball does come. And, you see it a lot in NFL games. I've been practicing a lot of these games. I want to see the best players touch the ball early so they can break a sweat. They can get into the flow of the game. And good coaches do that. When you script plays at the beginning of the game, you're saying, okay, you're the Niners coach. I'm going to make sure McCaffrey touches it either first or second in the game. I want to make sure Deebo Samuel touches it first or second in the game. I'm going to throw it to him quick. Somehow I know the ball is going to be in his hands so he can do something with it. I want to get him into the flow. So we would always try to script so that everybody would feel like they were in the flow of the game. The last thing you want is your number 1 receiver to go 2.5 quarters into a game and not see a ball to get 1 target, because he's going to get discouraged. He's got to go out there. He's got to break the huddle. He's got to run out 25 yards to his alignment. He's got to run down the field as fast as he can, try to get open. He's got to run back to the huddle. It's a lot of effort that he's putting into not getting the ball. And I think when you can reward that guy early in the game and figure out, okay, where is he at? How do I get him the ball?
It's very relatable. Like there's a lot. There's a lot American workplace that can be related to with what Brady's talking about, the way he lays that out there, and the emotional part about empty calories being used to just merely run 50 yards to go line up for your position each time. You don't think about that stuff.
So that's good stuff.
It is good stuff.
Really good stuff.
Now
doing it in game, and it's like he said, he's been doing a lot of practice games. That's where he started off that bit talking about how he's been practicing this and doing it. I am curious, how either critical he's going to be or just how in-depth he's going to get as the game flows along. But I'm honestly, I got more excited thinking about Brady when we talked to Caserio about Belichick doing broadcasting. And I think this was off air when we were at the Super Bowl. No, maybe it was on air, but whatever. he just talked about Belichick is just able to see so many more things than anybody else does as a game unfolds and develops, that I suspect that Brady and Belichick were just masters at taking the game to the fourth quarter. And by the fourth quarter, they understood where the weaknesses were and everything else. So when you start leading into the fourth quarter and Brady starts talking about, like, hey, this is where the opportunity for attack is.
Yeah.
And if he's talking about your team and your team is not attacking that spot, it's going to get it'll be interesting for us, Sean.
Yes.
If the Texans are going into the fourth quarter of a game and Brady is telling us exactly what the game plan should be, and Bobby Slowick does something different and it doesn't work out, that's when things get interesting.
Absolutely.
Likewise, if he does do exactly what Brady is talking about, then you get super excited. And that goes for C.J. Stroud as well.
No doubt. Here was the follow-up where Brady talks about how it's easier to get some lead guys the ball than it is others based on where they're lined up on the field.
Certainly the guys that line up closer to the ball, the tight ends and the slot receivers, there's way more route options for them. It's way easier to get them the ball because they can go to basically every part of the field. Whereas that perimeter receiver, he's got the sideline to deal with. He really can't break out. If he breaks out, he's got 5 or 6 yards to deal with. A receiver at the tight end position or in the slot, when he breaks out, he's got 18 yards to deal with. So you have much more space to get him actually the ball. So, it wasn't hard to get Welker the ball. It wasn't hard to get Edelman the ball. It wasn't hard to get Gronkowski the ball. It was hard to get a perimeter receiver the ball. If they decide that they want to take a perimeter receiver out of the game,
roll out coverage.
You just roll the coverage to him. You play cover 2. You jam him at the line of scrimmage with someone over the top, and it's very, very difficult to get that guy the ball. But that also gives up a lot of other things, and you've got to be able to take advantage of those things. And that number one receiver has to understand, okay, they're making a concerted effort to take me away, therefore my other teammates have to produce when they're playing these coverages.
Even the part there where he mentions cover 2, like you said, that, like, Cowherd kind of walked him into that. Like, Cowherd should have just laid back to see what Brady would have said. You could hear Cowherd in the background, like, you just roll the coverage over, like, man, let the man talk. We get it, Colin. You know your X's and O's.
No, that's active listening. He's just talking about. He's just checking himself to be sure. I got
you. All right.
Right. I'll give Cowherd credit. For that.
Right.
We could interpret that as shade at Gronkowski. It was easy to get Gronkowski the ball. All these places he could go. Yeah. If I were a headline writer, that would did Tom Brady throw shade at Rob Gronkowski? Brady. It was easy to get him the ball.
Right, yeah, Brady. The game was too easy for Rob Gronkowski. Yeah. I think Brady's going to be really good. CJ Stroud, speaking of CJ, he had his kids camp a couple days ago, June 18th. It was Tuesday. He had his kids camp. A lot of people out there, man. A lot of kids out there. Some of his teammates out there. Terrell Owens was out there. The McNairs were out there. His family, CJ Stroud's family, was out there.
You guys missed out on an opportunity to have Terrell Owens talk to your kids.
Yeah.
So, sorry about it.
Don't know if it's going to come around.
Could have imparted some wisdom about how to conduct yourself in life.
Absolutely. Kimberly Stroud is CJ's mom. She had a little media scrum, with the cameras and the microphones around her, and was asked what type of advice would you give to parents of athletes.
My first bit of advice would be let it be your child's dream, not your own, because the passion and the work ethic and everything that it entails to be an elite athlete or an athlete period or whatever they do. They could be great at, just a scholar. It has to be a passion that's within the child. And then you just enhance it and bring it out and encourage it and, support it.
Yeah, man.
I'll tell you what.
You got to like it.
Marv Marinovich is disgusted with that statement.
Yeah.
You can't. This kid's never going to make it. He wasn't driven hard enough. Yeah. That's a tough thing. That's a tough thing with different parents of great athletes. Some have taken more hands-off approach. Some have been very involved with it. I think the thing is, if you're inclined to look at Tiger Woods and say, well, man, Earl was very involved in his life and everything. You always gotta, which is fine. Obviously, I mean, the interpersonal side is one thing, but for Tiger Woods, he's one of the greatest golfers of all time. The thing you always have to just be very careful about is, does my kid want this or not?
Yes.
Because you see the parents that want to be Earl Woods, but the kid clearly just doesn't have the same inner drive of a Tiger Woods. That's when it blows up in your face.
Yeah.
So it's not I don't think there's necessarily one correct way to do it or incorrect way to do it. Peyton Manning might be the ideal, was it? Because he was very driven internally, and yet he had the resource of his father that he could learn those lessons from. And his dad was Archie was kind of hands off the same way that CJ's mom sounds, but obviously is a resource for him. It's they're all different, these kids.
I love that.
It's such a pain in the butt about them.
I know. Why do you all have to be different? Right around the time when my daughter was really doing well in high school, she was a cross country runner and track runner, and she was doing really well. Had committed to college, having a great season. I was at an event here in town, and there was a wife of someone we both know who was there. They had a kid who was into swimming, but was like 6 or 7 years old at the time, and boy, she was pounding me with like, what is it that you did to get Judy to this level, to get her to go to Harvard and all this stuff? And I said, look, I didn't do anything. Like you have to make sure your kid likes the sport first before you're worried while they're in 4th grade about whether they're going to an Ivy League school or not. Like, this is like, I was very blunt. I'm like, the way you're approaching this right now is set up for disaster. Like, you've got, it's about the kid. It's not about anything I did. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about anything I did.
My brother's in that position right now with my nephew, who's a very, very good hockey player, but he's very, very young. And like everybody in his league and everybody my brother talks to is just like, no, he's got to play up. No, he's got to play this, that. Like, and my brother's trying to just hold back. Yet at the same time, my nephew is one of these kids that is just all about it. But because my brother's been involved in, as an administrator, as a coach, as everything. So he's seen the good and he's seen the bad. Yeah. He was a wrestler. So especially my brother has seen like the wrestling parents. There are some psychotic wrestling parents out there.
Are there really?
Wrestling.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Like, like kids that have to wrestle like 5 hours a night in their basement and all this stuff.
In the dungeon.
So he's seen the good side and the bad side of it, and he very much, if he's going to err, he wants to err on the hands-off part of it. But my nephew is just hungry for everything all the time. So that's what he struggles with, is like, I just want to be sure that I'm not setting this kid up for burnout or something else.
It's real, man.
Like, he thinks a lot about it. And it really is a lot about just trying to really watch your kid and listen to your kid. And I'm not trying to paint him out like he's an expert on it or anything. It's just he's seen the multitude of different situations and how it's just unique to each child.
Yes. Like, at its core, like, do they enjoy it? Like, that's the cover charge. You know what I mean? Yeah. To get to all the other stuff.
Running, well, like with distance running, like we've talked about this before, that's one of the dangers with some of the kids who enjoy it so much and are so driven that they end up just destroying their bodies.
Yes.
Swimming is the same way, right? Like, it's such repetitive over and over and over again that some of those kids kind of fizzle out because they go so hard.
Astros are.
So that was a good demotivational speech for everybody who has children out there.
Kids, we say all this.
You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't.
Stick to video games. You can't get hurt doing that. All right, and hell, they actually pay now for you to play video games. The Astros, kind of at a crossroads here. We've talked about it quite a bit. Hey, what are the cross-sport comparisons? I know one that gets made all the time with the Astros and someone in their front office, but I think there's a few here that we can make. What are the merit of these cross-sport comparisons with prominent Houston Astro figures? That is next.
The 5 Ps, everybody. We've joked about this a little bit, but we joke about it because it's true.
states.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we get this one a lot. And, look, rightfully so, in so much as the frustration of the Astros is real. They won last night, so I don't want to dismiss that. We'll talk more about Hunter Brown later in the show. He was great, et cetera, et cetera. And they're 9 games back, and they play this afternoon. Just make it an afternoon, a worthwhile afternoon, Astros. That's all. Just don't make it feel like I wasted my time watching you, okay? But the one we get a lot, and you pointed this out, Seth, the Jack Easterby, Jeff Bagwell thing is really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Bagwell, every show we get at least one text message or 2 text messages from somebody like, hey, guys, I just thought of this analogy. Jeff Bagwell is basically Jack Easterby, and I say, thank you. The same one we got, you are the 89th day in a row that somebody has texted us this exact thing. Yeah.
And this is the trouble with that is that, yes, there could be some similarities in that, like, okay, this guy who's new to one of the dissimilarities, Bagwell is not new to the organization.
Right.
But somebody comes in and starts having a lot of influence over the owner and feels like, man, you are veering away from the way it should be going. Okay, I understand that similarity. The problem is I think you got to understand just what an insult it is if you say somebody's like a Jack Easterby. And by far the biggest thing that is different between Jeff Bagwell and Jack Easterby in my mind is just a matter of A, the person themselves, and B, what are their motivations. And with Bagwell, I just feel like however much you might disagree with some of his opinions or perhaps some of his influence and how it's resulted in moves, his intentions are pure in that he flat out, I think, cares about the Astros, wants to do what's best for the Astros. Yeah. Whereas with Jack Easterby, like a self-glorifying D-bag who would lie and betray to get what he wanted.
Yeah.
And created an atmosphere of distrust to an extreme degree between people and departments in the organization, and was just incredibly deceptive about the way he went about it. It was mind-bendingly frustrating to watch it happen and to see exactly how it was affecting things. I don't get any of that from Bagwell. Like, it's just by motivation and core personality themselves, I could never call Jeff Bagwell a Jack Easterby.
I agree.
No matter how many, no matter what the other similarities are, it's just people need to understand what a huge insult it is to call Jeff Bagwell a Jack Easterby.
I would like to know the total scorecard of things that Bagwell has had influence over in the organization. There's got to be some good that's come from Jeff Bagwell being in the building. You know what I mean? Like he's getting destroyed for the Jose Abreu, his role in the Jose Abreu signing. Mm-hmm. To me, I feel like part of Jeff Bagwell's problem was him flying down on the plane with all the other people to go get Jose Abreu. Like, Jose Abreu was going to get money whipped into this thing. The Astros offered the most money in the most years. Did you really need to go down there and sell him on this? Now, Bagwell probably went and did that, obviously not expecting him to turn into the worst hitter in all of baseball.
Yeah.
But I would love to know if there, like if there's a scorecard somewhere or someone could put one together that says, yeah, Bagwell was involved in the Abreu decision and the Montero decision and the Brantley decision, possibly the Hader decision. But what are some of the things on the positive side of the ledger?
Just imagine this, everybody. Because this is the first time where when I first started to worry about Easterby before anybody was really talking about Easterby or anything, was that on the press release when they hired him and in multiple places, he was described as one of his former duties was assistant GM for the Jaguars. So as soon as they hired him and I saw that, I called up a couple people that I knew from the Jaguars, and their response was, "Who's that now? What? What? Yeah. No, I'll go ask around a little bit." And they're like, "Yeah, he was like here for a summer or something. Yeah. I don't know. Nobody even knew who the guy was. Turns out he was like an intern or an assistant to somebody else or whatever it was for the general manager. There was no assistant GM, and they eventually corrected it. And that was on the website for a couple of years before somebody nationally picked up on it. And they said, "Oh yeah, that was just a clerical error. Of course, Jack Easterby would never do that." Delete. Yeah, right. Like this is like that's who you were dealing with, and like that's not Bagwell. Bagwell is not that guy.
All right, so cross-sport comparisons so far, the Easterby Bagwell one does not hold up for you, and I'm with you on that one. Joe Espada and David Culley. That's one we get a lot. How much does that hold up for you?
Joe Espada and David Culley. I would say honestly, Lovie Smith might feel more like the Joe Espada.
Okay.
Okay. There's two. I would say David Culley / Lovie Smith, because Lovie Smith had the resume of a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
Before he was ever a head coach the first time in Chicago, he was a successful defensive coach coordinator, and then he got elevated, and he had a good run as a head coach. Like you could look at it on paper and say, yeah, that makes sense. David Culley didn't make any sense at all.
No.
So Espada's somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Espada has the resume of a guy who would be hired as a GM. If other teams
as a manager, yeah.
As a manager.
Yeah.
If other teams had hired Joe Espada, nobody would be saying, like, wait a second, what the hell?
Right.
Like, those teams that hired him, whereas with David Culley, we were looking around and like, wait, he's never been a coordinator. He's been in the league for 40 years.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever thought of him as a head coach before. So I feel like, again, it's a bit too much of an insult to say that Joe Espada is a David Culley because he has the resume.
Yeah.
I also don't think that they look at Espada as a bridge coach the way I think the Texans looked at David Culley as a bridge coach.
No, but do you think Espada is here next year? If this season keeps going the way that it is, do you think Espada is back next year?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
I think he is. I think they'll look at now. Oh boy.
I'm not asking that expecting a no. Yeah.
I'm giving it a 65% chance.
Okay.
That he's here, because again, Espada's made curious decisions, and yet at the same time, he's always doing it with this veil behind him or this backdrop of the roster and the way that it's constructed, the fact that he had to work Jose Abreu in there. It's just too easy to just start either blaming Dana Brown or questioning whether Jim Crane or Dana Brown has more influence over him. Yeah, that's a good question. Do they look at him as like, okay, this is the guy? Because part of being a manager is the managerial decisions never matter as much as you think they do.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that you can't quite measure is, okay, what is this guy's ability to just tweak everybody in the organization the right way?
Yeah.
And to have that psychology. I think Dusty was very good at, having the right message for the guy at the right time. And all of those little things that you can't quite measure when you compound it across the entire roster. Or is he getting the most out of Bregman that he could? Is he managing this guy's personality the right way? I don't know. It doesn't feel like Espada is that guy.
Yeah, I think he's back, unless the bottom just totally falls out of it. I think he's back next year. It wouldn't shock me if they fired him, but I think he's back. Jose Abreu, we're doing analogies here across sports. Jose Abreu is David Johnson.
Okay, so for one, I mean, they brought David Johnson in a year where they had made the playoffs the year before, got destroyed by Kansas City, but still, you
needed a running back.
As Bill O'Brien told you, the team. It's all about the TEAM team. And the best thing was to get rid of DeAndre Hopkins and to bring David Johnson in. And I would say the similarity is that it wasn't just that they brought David Johnson in. It's that I think they genuinely believed that he was going to be the guy he was 4 years hence.
Yeah.
Or prior, whatever the right word is.
Right.
And that they also, this is the one thing people forget about David Johnson. One of the things that surprised people around the league with that DeAndre Hopkins trade was that the Texans took on the full salary of David Johnson.
Yeah, that's very Abreu-like. Yeah.
When he clearly wasn't the guy. So, yeah, that's close. I mean, Jose Abreu at his peak was a better player than David Johnson. David Johnson had one really good year and a nice little 3-year stretch, but that's appropriate, I think.
Yeah, I think they're both going to wind up being kind of the face of a bad season. Like at the end of this season, people are going to remember the Jose Abreu situation as a big part of this, and similarly, I think David Johnson is remembered as a big part of that.
And also with the things they were saying about Jose Abreu as he was clearly still struggling at the plate when they were acting like, no, he's fine. I think the Texans were that same way, is that they genuinely believed that David Johnson could be the guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They anointed him the starting running back the second he got here. There was no competition for that job. He is a frontline, 3-down running back. O'Brien said it in April before David Johnson even got here. Last one. Jim Crane is Jerry Jones. These are all ones that we've gotten. These are all analogies we've gotten on the text page. Jim Crane is Jerry Jones. Does that hold up for you?
So had a really successful. It wasn't an early stretch though. If we extend it out 20 years, will he be remembered as a Jerry Jones? That a guy that had this great run with the guys that he brought in initially, and then everything fell apart, and the owner became more of a micromanager. And when he became more of a micromanager, it kind of put a ceiling on what they can do. I wouldn't put him there yet, Jim Crane, Jerry Jones, but that's all of a sudden the trajectory he's on if the Astros can't have a renaissance over the next 10 years.
I think it's a decent analogy. I'm with you. There's obviously a much bigger body of work with Jerry Jones. I think the difference is that I think Jerry Jones really likes being a celebrity. I think Jerry Jones likes to make himself the story, which can be good and bad. I think Jerry Jones would have done the press conference after cutting Jose Abreu this week or last week. He would have been there to take all the bullets. Jim Crane didn't do that, and I didn't like that Crane was part of that signing, that he was there when the signing happened, and then when the signing goes awry, it's Dana Brown there answering all the questions.
I'll tell you one thing that Jim Crane doesn't have right now that Jerry Jones does, where at the very least, they've been a competitive team still, even though they haven't gone to a Super Bowl since the 90s. It's that Jerry Jones has McClay, their director of personnel, who is awesome at what he does.
Very good.
And so he's very, very good at what he does. So is Dana Brown going to be like the McClay of the Will McClay of the Cowboys, where, boy, that's the guy that's probably really keeping it together in terms of being a competitive team, but you've got this meddling owner that keeps just making awkward or weird decisions that keeps Will McClay from really doing the good work. Yeah, I think that could end up being the situation.
McClay doesn't have to deal with Roger Staubach, Tony Dorsett, and Eric Dickerson in the building giving advice to Jerry Jones, like Dana Brown does with Bagwell, Biggio, and Reggie Jackson.
Eric Dickerson?
Two former Astros and a non-Astro. Dickerson is the Reggie Jackson of this. You know what I mean? Like where he was never associated with the Cowboys.
I got you. Yeah.
Sorry, I probably got a little too nuanced with the analogy.
No, that's a good. I like that. That's good. That's really good. Yeah. All of a sudden they bring
McClay all of a sudden has to deal with like two Cowboys and a rando Indianapolis Colt from the 80s.
Who would be this team's Reggie Jackson? The Texans or the okay. Or who would the Texans bring in that would be an odd advisor? That all of a sudden,
honestly, when you consider that Reggie Jackson, it was a Yankee and probably hated by most people in Houston when he was a player, it would probably be like somebody from the Patriots. You know what I mean?
Except Reggie Jackson, it's a hard comparison because Reggie Jackson, there was no interleague play back then or anything, so I don't think he was hated by the Astros fans.
Maybe not. I feel like everybody hates New York, National League or American League. Yeah.
It would be a Steelers player.
Yeah,
it would be a former Steelers player. It would be somebody that you actually,
iconic Steelers player from those 70s Steelers. Yeah. All of a sudden, Terry Bradshaw is in the building giving advice.
Terry Bradshaw is. Reggie Jackson and Terry Bradshaw couldn't have more opposite personalities. No. So, Reggie Jackson's very understated. Just like he just seems like a very pleasant older gentleman. Yeah. Terry Bradshaw's pleasant, but in a much more extroverted way.
I don't want his advice on how to build a football team. Let me just put it that way. Terry Bradshaw. Travis Kelce on the Kelce Brothers podcast, the New Heights podcast, responded to something about the Kansas City Chiefs rings that was hilarious, and I 1,000% agree with Travis Kelce. Go figure. That is next. Men's Tea Clinic. You'll agree with this. I promise you, if you go to the men's
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, I tell you what, I sure hope that someday the Texans' biggest problem is a typo on their Super Bowl rings. That would be great, because I'm not going to say that's Kansas City's biggest problem this offseason.
They keep getting arrested.
They do. There is that little matter of them getting... I love that.
Well, they have enough players on the roster to field the team.
I love that you just call them
one.
You just call them they. They keep getting arrested. All of them. They just keep getting arrested.
All of them. Yeah. They're all out there getting arrested every damn week.
Yep. But for some of the Chiefs that are managing to stay out of the crosshairs of the law,
they're very few.
They're very few. The biggest problem is that they inadvertently, whoever does their rings, inadvertently made the Dolphins the 7 seed in the AFC because they listed all the teams that the Chiefs beat on their way to getting their 3rd Super Bowl ring, and they listed the Dolphins as the 7 seed when, in fact, they were the 6 seed in the AFC. So, I mean, it doesn't...
I'm going to tell you what, I think the error in the first place was even putting those seeds on there.
Silly.
Like, I'm looking at it right now. It's not like it's evident.
Yeah.
It's not typical of something you look at. Like, they're just, I don't. Yeah, is this a ticker?
Right.
I'm not, like, this is something I care about while I'm watching the game, but I don't predict, ooh, they beat the 7 seed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Right. No, it was the 6. So Travis Kelce, so I think they're probably, hey, maybe there's some guys out there that are a little OCD with this, that they're going to think about it every time they look at the ring. I don't want to climb inside everybody's brain. As Seth points out, this is a team where they're getting arrested all offseason. But I can tell you one person who does not care about the number 7 instead of the number 6 against next to Miami on the ring is Travis Kelce. Here was Jason Kelce asking Travis Kelce about this on their New Heights podcast this week.
Major little goof on the ring. Miami is listed as the 7 seed because it has all of the games you guys had to win to get there. Miami was actually the 6th seed. I guess that's just the way the ring is. Like, nobody's going to are you going to get it fixed?
I don't give a
Does anybody care?
I like it that we didn't give a about what seed Miami was in. Yeah, they were the 7th. Who cares? They could have done no seeds on the side of them. I would have been fine.
That's my thing. Yeah,
I think it makes it more unique. Like, oh yeah, we made it really detailed, and oops, we screwed up. Just makes it more exclusive. Like it was something we screwed up about something that means nothing.
I do want to know who made the mistake. I'm just curious. Like, was it an intern? Was it somebody in PR? Was it somebody's kid who's handling ring duty? Was it the ringmaker themselves who accidentally maybe fat-fingered 7 in there instead? Like, Kansas City gave them all the correct information, but the company making the rings, like, just hit the wrong button or something like that.
This is where it was, you know what it reminded me of, Sean? Maybe they're diabolical in this way. Maybe if they wanted to be sure that somebody wasn't out there selling counterfeit rings, that kind of like Trivial Pursuit. I still don't understand the strategy here. Trivial Pursuit used to have a few intentionally wrong
cards,
answers on there to basically catch anybody that might be trying to steal like their game or their concept or whatever, so that if that showed up somewhere else, it'd be like, you stole it from us. I don't know how that works because like. Trivia facts are trivia facts. That's public domain, but whatever. That was apparently the strategy. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they intentionally put that out there as a little quirk that's how you can tell you got the real one.
That is a deep cut right there. That is okay. That is cutting way through conspiracy-wise.
I don't think that there's about a 0.0001% chance
Sure. In a weird way, it probably made these rings more valuable. Like, these are the Kansas City rings where there was this screw-up, you know?
Yeah, those in memorabilia, those Trivial Pursuit cards that have the errors are actually worth a lot more, the original ones.
Yeah, man. Because there's a story behind it. It's not
But these are all wrong. All of these are wrong.
Yeah, they're all incorrect.
Every single one of them is wrong.
Yep, they're all incorrect.
That's the inattention to detail that has turned that team into the disaster that it is, Sean, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, it's what's going to allow the Texans to catch them. Things like that.
Yeah, they've gotten high on the hog.
They have, yeah.
They're out there living, they're boozing, they're doing all these different things. Yep. They're poised for a fall.
Texans beat the Chiefs in the playoffs, and they're going to be like, when did you know you had them? Honestly, when the rings came out last year, that's when.
Mm-hmm.
When they had 7 instead of 6 next to Miami on the ring.
It's a little. Everybody's vigilant when things are tough. It's how you handling it when things are going well, huh?
That's right. That's right.
That's how you end up with just 3 measly Super Bowl victories instead of 6.
Hey, how about this Isaiah Buggs, this player for the Chiefs who was
one of the many who have been arrested?
Yeah, he's a double dipper now too. He's a recidivist because he's been arrested twice now in the last month. The first time was because allegedly he neglected his 2 dogs. He left them at a property that he owned or something like that, and they were malnourished. They had to put one of them down. Like that's horrible. And then more recently, his alleged violations were actually against human beings. A domestic violence incident there was some pretty nasty stuff in the last week or so. The thing that came out of this whole Isaiah Buggs saga is that his attorney, his agent, after the first run-in with the law, the 2 dogs, that whole thing, he alleged his victim an ongoing, quote, subversive campaign to force the closure of Buggs' hookah lounge that he owns in Tuscaloosa.
Yes, yeah. There's somebody that's just trying to get at Buggs to shut down that hookah lounge in Tuscaloosa. The Tuscaloosa hookah. Yeah. That's the last statement I would want to put out there. No. It's my hookah lounge. At no point does anybody, when they hear that, think, "Oh God, I wonder how on the up and up that hookah lounge is."
Right.
This guy that's been arrested twice in one offseason.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sure he's a total victim.
A subversive campaign to force the closure of his hookah lounge. Like Tuscaloosa is a mecca for hookah lounges, and you're like, listen, man. You need to have been grandfathered in and have mob privilege if you're going to just go opening up another hookah lounge. We're going to bust you out.
The hookah lounge cartel in Tuscaloosa is notoriously infamous. It's basically like Chicago in the 1920s, whenever Al Capone was around. Yeah,
drug cartel in Mexico, the Al Capone-led cartels in Chicago. Obviously, you've got the Northeast mob, and then the noted hookah lounge mob in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. What is Buggs thinking? What is he thinking?
They've got tendrils into everywhere,
Yes,
Sean.
Yes.
Buggs thought he was going to go toe-to-toe with a hookah lounge syndicate.
Dummy.
My God.
Dummy.
Now without paying how about you pay your tribute, you know?
Right.
That's all you say. Apparently his envelope's been a little bit light to the hookah lounge syndicate in Tuscaloosa. My God.
Isaiah Buggs with a light envelope. Oh, man. Yeah, just been quite the offseason for the Chiefs.
Now, just to be safe, we were joking about how all of them have been arrested. They haven't all been arrested. It's been there were a couple offensive tackles. Rashee Rice was the notable one, and then Isaiah Buggs twice. I think that's the sum total.
Yeah.
So 2, 3, 4, 5 arrests this offseason.
5 arrests.
2 and Rashee Rice being the most notable one.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna. Depending on how all the firearms potential charges and everything weigh out in that, I think that's the one the NFL will take most seriously. That he might miss some time early.
He's definitely getting suspended, I think. For sure he's getting suspended. It's just a question of how long.
Here's 2 things. One was whatever the firearms charges or what have you, or the situation was. And the fact that he was driving recklessly around other civilians and could have potentially damaged them. It'll be Goodell's not going to take that lightly.
There was some weed involved too, right? Wasn't there a bag of weed in the car or something like that? I thought there was some weed involved in the Rashee Rice thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to go.
The 2 offensive tackles were arrested for possession.
That was weed. I know that.
In Texas. So that was the least crimes against humanity version of it. Buggs and Rashee Rice. Crimes against humanity.
Yes.
The 2 offensive tackles, all right, slap on the wrist.
Yeah, still, one team in an NFL where there are very few arrests in the offseason anymore. You know, it used to be a hobby.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's this time of year. This time of year is slow for us with no arrests.
It used to be popular,
and they can't even. Could you throw a Chris Jones in there or something?
Something.
Is Rashee Rice the only big name guy that's been arrested this offseason in the NFL?
For the Chiefs for sure.
And he's not a gigantic name guy. It's just that he's a bigger name on the very best team.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Hey, the top thing that I said, I will still watch the Astros for this, even if they stink the rest of the year, backed me up last night. We will have that for you coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza's the GM down there, hands-on GM who is
5100.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Skied high in the air to center field. When it comes down into Jake Myers' glove, the Astros will have won the second game of this series, 4-1. The final score, Josh Hader picks up his first save in 16 days. As the Astros get a big performance out of Cesar Salazar, who had no idea he'd be in the game tonight. Plummer, that's a nice win for the middle game of this series.
Yep, it is. We declared it in the open to the show today. Seth and I, as mayoral proxies, I don't know if the mayor knows this, but we're speaking for him right now. Much the same way that June 10th was declared 6-10 Day, we are declaring June 20th, a mere 10 days later, Cesar Salazar Day. Dude was called off the bench. Not expecting. Thank you, Ben, for pulling up that music. Have you heard the good news, people? The Astros won 4-1 last night against the Chicago White Sox. Hunter Brown was amazing. They're only 9 games back of the Mariners, who got beat by the Guardians yesterday. And Cesar Salazar, as it turns out, is the hero that we all needed.
Take it back. They're taking it back.
That's
the
right.
Pivot point
This is it.
was that sacrifice bunt he had last night in the 8th inning.
To set up an insurance run.
Ultimately yielded an insurance run with Joe Espada, a masterful stroke of small ball strategy.
That's it.
With an assist by Chas McCormick on the sack RBI. This was a glorious moment that will be remembered someday when the Astros turned it around, got to within close enough of a wild card game that the Astros became way more aggressively buyers at the trade deadline than they should have been, and ultimately led to their doom. Still, right now,
Cesar
Salazar. It could be. What if they go on a 10-game win? How much of a win streak do we need to officially proclaim this Cesar Salazar Day?
They need to get back to 500 because, and I know that doesn't sound like a lofty goal, but they've got the Orioles coming in this weekend, who are one of the best teams in baseball. So if they need to get back to 500 within the next week, which would mean probably going like 7-1 over the next week or so. But like the end by July 1st, they need to be back at 500. For us,
Salazar, he was in on the meeting with that Caratini was having with the pitching staff, and was all dialed in.
Paid off,
regardless of didn't expect to have to be used, but there he was.
Paid off, man. Do you think that when Espada asked him to lay down a sacrifice bunt after his previous 2 plate appearances resulted in RBI singles, that Salazar was kind of like feeling himself, and he's like, "Are you sure, Coach? You want me to lay down? I mean, you seen what I've been doing today, man?
Have you seen, right? Yeah, you just want to give up a chance at
I'm
a
Cesar
homer.
Cesar effing Salazar, man.
Yeah, I might not be a Trey Cabbage, but man, I'm still, I'm Cesar Salazar.
I was taking Crochet to the woodshed tonight, man. I mean, granted, they were ground ball singles, but still. Exit velo, baby. You sure you want? Are you sure you want me to lay down this ball? Are you sure you want to give up an out to get this run home? When I've shown you multiple times tonight, Espada, that I am perfectly capable of bringing this run home myself with this at bat and me hitting the ball into the outfield on the ground. Okay.
I know, but speaking of Crochet, by the way, Sean, that goose step leg kick that he does before, I don't know if that's an homage to the Nazis or something. I suspect that it probably is. That annoys me. That annoys me almost as much as Craig Kimbrell's
the dangling arm. Oh,
yeah. I don't, man. There's some wind up. I like a unique wind up, but there's some that just rub you the wrong way. That Crochet leg kick, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
The dangling arm serves no purpose other than to call attention to himself. Like, oh yeah, it's the guy that does the dangling arm thing, And it's not. That's not one of those things. That dangling arm thing that Kimbrell does. Like a lot of times, somebody does something like that, and if they have 45 saves, it's cool. But if they have a 5.34 ERA, it's stupid. That's stupid all the time. That's just dumb. What is this? What are you doing?
He said that it was when the Craig Kimbrell arm hang. He says for a long time his arm was behind his back. But from a young kid to being an older man, his arm just wasn't going to be behind my back anymore. So I started to let it hang, and it kind of transformed into something that I would lock into.
Whatever. I mean, he made a lot of money. He's had a lot of success.
It wasn't as extreme as Bagwell's. Bagwell's stance was the most extreme of
weird
awkward-looking things that doesn't look like it should work anatomically.
Yes.
And yet it was the perfect fix for him.
It worked for him. Hunter Brown, my number one reason to watch the Astros if they fall woefully out of the race in the American League West, he helped me out yesterday because I had that take a day or two ago, and now here's Hunter Brown with another 6-inning outing, just one run, a solo home run. He's been great. No walks, which I think is the big thing with Hunter Brown right now. Here's Joe Espada on Hunter Brown's performance last night.
Really good. Pounding the zone. 6 inning? Again, no walks. The punch outs. The hit by pitch, getting that call change, the first batter of the game, I thought that was big. It could have gone different ways if we didn't get that one back. But yeah, he was really good, efficient. His stuff, it just keeps getting better and better every time he's out there. So it's awesome.
Yeah, he was great.
And he's making all that progression towards just looking like a professional pitcher. He's got, once he added the sinker, which also I like because, so much of what made the Astros pitching staff better, the coaching staff better at developing pitchers was just as simple. It was a simple thing like pitch selection, and altering guys' pitch selections as Garrett Cole or Charlie Morton or anybody else came in. And the fact that, he's got 6 different pitches he can go to, and that he doesn't panic or that he has options when one's not working as well as the other. It just it's gotten more and more fun to watch him play.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. So that's Hunter Brown. Joe Espada there. Now there was a contusion last night. Victor Caratini is suffering some leg discomfort from sliding into home plate. That's why Cesar Salazar had a chance to be such a hero yesterday, because Victor Caratini went out with an injury in this game. Here was the update after the game on Astros catcher Victor Caratini.
He's got a little leg discomfort on that slide at the home plate, so we're gonna take a look at him tomorrow.
Going for any tests, all right?
We're gonna give him 24 hours, so we'll check him out tomorrow.
Okay.
It was just it's always a slow motion play when Caratini is running. There was especially
speed, yes.
That was a collision that you could see coming, and that was just so ill-advised for what the hell was going on there in that moment. Anyway, I don't know if Gary, and I think Gary, isn't that the second time he sent him? No, there was the time that Caratini tried to leg out a triple that didn't make any sense at all.
No.
Caratini's made some, for a guy who knows he's slow. Caratini's made some odd decisions, and/or Gary Pettis just has a higher estimation of Caratini than he should. I don't understand what's going on with some of his base running decisions.
It wasn't legging out a triple. It was the last out of a game where he wasn't paying attention to what was going on in the outfield.
Yeah, he had just decided he was going to run no matter what because there were 2 outs.
Yeah. And so exactly. And I forget what game it was. Someone reminded me.
The ball dropped, and as he was rounding second, and he just kept going.
Going. He was thrown out by a mile. Yeah, it was. So text in. I'm trying to remember what that was, but yes, that was another Caratini foible. This is a bad base running team. Mauricio Dubon got picked off of second last night, running to third. This team, they're up for it, man. Trey Cabbage got thrown out by 10 yards the night before.
They've got a blooper reel. That's what's one of the things that makes it feel uncomfortable. Early in the season, the team had way more errors offensively and defensively than they were way up higher than they've ever been, and they corralled that in. It's just that some of the base running errors are downright. There's just way more Altuvian type base running errors than there should be.
Yep. Crochet, a joke about his goose step out there. He's been really good this year. Like that with the depleted lineup. No Tucker, no Yordan. It sounds weird to say this because it's the White Sox. Like you're supposed to beat the White Sox. But that against that pitcher he's been really good this season. I would imagine there's a lot of teams calling the White Sox about him for trade deadline discussion.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good. It's a great win for Hunter Brown, and a really good win for the Astros. So that's.
I'm looking at Baseball Savant's base running metrics.
Yeah.
And the only guy they have in the top 80 is Jake Myers. Jeremy
For the
Payne is
Astros.
82nd.
Oh,
For the Astros, excuse me, for the Astros. So they got two guys in the top 100 as I'm scrolling, looking for that Astros. It's the way it looks. They've got Myers and Pena, and Pena's at 82.
Myers.
Not many Astros at all in the top 200. Those are the only two guys in the top 200 I can see.
Their best base runner is a guy who earlier this season, for what I think was also the final out of a game, literally fell on his face running from first to second. Remember that? Remember when Jake Myers literally tipped over and fell on his face running from first to second? That's their best guy. He did overcome it, yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. A lot of people weighing in here on our Stros. I think a lot of us in this town, myself included, the texter says, Dusty managing the team and Maldy helping out the pitching staff. An apology of sorts. All right, let me stop right there. Do not be one of the things on my list, Hexter. You're obviously a loyal listener, and you're putting yourself among the people that owe an apology. So for that, I give you a pass. But, Seth, as you know, I carry around a list of things that annoy me on my phone.
Yeah.
Things that annoy me. There we go, YouTube. Things that annoy me, and one of them is, are you ready to apologize, guy? For takes. I'm not ready to apologize. That was my opinion about Dusty mismanaging the Maldi situation back then. I'll finish the text. Do we owe them an apology of sorts? At least with those two, we made it to the ALCS. This team has no shot. Pitching staff is a disaster. I think all of us non-baseball people maybe were underestimating them for that.
Underestimating that Maldonado was an asset there.
The value of Dusty versus Espada, I suppose, and the value of Maldi handling the pitching staff last year.
Right. No, I don't think nobody thought that Maldonado didn't call a good game or that Maldonado wasn't good at all of those finer aspects of being a catcher. Like, nobody did. Even the people that didn't want Maldonado there. It's the question of, all right, there's always a give and a take. Like, at what point does Maldonado and his play on the field become a liability despite all those good things? Maldonado will still be just as smart at calling a game if he's still in baseball 20 years from now. Does that mean he should be the starting catcher for the Astros? Is that why you pay pitchers $30 million a year, so they have to have their special little play caller there behind the plate no matter how decrepit he is physically? No, I just don't. You can't revise history and act like only the good things about a player mattered at that time. Because it wasn't the fact that, and I think very few people wanted Maldonado off the team last year or anything. It was a guy who was aging, and you could see the passed balls, everything else. He was falling apart physically, and yet they would not play Yiner at all. Right. It was how heavily Dusty seemed to have a grudge match against Chandler Rome and whomever else, random bloggers, that he insisted on rolling a guy who was falling apart physically out there, just relying on the fact that he was a security blanket for some of your pitchers.
Yeah. Here's the thing with Maldonado last year, and the bat was an issue, obviously. The name of the position is catcher. He couldn't catch anymore. Like, he literally had passed balls on the regular back there. Like, the only thing he kept doing was being a clubhouse leader and managing the pitching staff. That was it.
There was nobody better at knowing when to tell Framber to throw a curveball and then be unable to field that curveball. That was he was the absolute best person to put himself in position to not handle a vicious curveball. Right. That was therein lied the problem with Maldonado.
Yes. And ironically, to me, that makes him a great teammate, because if he was trying to show himself in the most positive light possible, he would have just kept asking for fastballs. You know, those are the easiest ones to catch. You know, the breaking balls, all the movement on it and everything. You know what I noticed, Seth, when I opened up my list of things that annoy me? Like, are you ready to apologize, guy? It's been a while since I've added to this list. I'm kind of proud of myself that I'm not looking at the world through such a cynical lens, since the last thing on my list here that I have is April Fool's Day as something that annoys me. So I've not put anything on here since April the 1st.
Good job, Sean.
Thank you. I'm looking at the world.
Can you run down the list real quick? How many items are there?
There are 8, 12, 16, 20. There's 24 things on the list. I probably don't have time to go through all 24.
Do you have them power ranked?
I don't have them power ranked. Here are the last 5. The last 5. The most recent 5. April Fool's Day. People who tell you how much money affects happiness as if it's a scientific fact. Like, money doesn't make you happy. I'm like, hell yeah, it does. If I'm already a fairly happy person, it would make me more happy.
That's a tough one because there was a study that was done that's actually, like, there have been some other studies that contradict it. No. There were studies that were done, but as they do in all these business books, they cite, like, one little small part of it. People way overstate the one study that shows that money doesn't make you happy. It's way more nuanced than that. Yeah.
So it's okay for me to have that on the list then.
Yes.
Steve Kerr. He annoys me.
Yeah, that's a good one.
People who use cheers as a verb, like, oh, yeah, we cheersed him. No, you toasted him. You didn't cheers him. Yes.
You cheersed him?
We cheersed him. Yes. Yes.
You know which one's been bothering me along those lines as of late? It's people saying give him his flowers. That annoys the hell out of me.
You know what's starting?
It really annoys me. I don't like that.
You know what's starting to annoy me? People saying that things aren't on their bingo card. That's starting to annoy me. I liked it at first.
I haven't heard that one.
You like, oh man, like I didn't.
You run in an older crowd than I do.
No, but like last night, I didn't have Cesar Salazar as the hero of the game on my bingo card for the day.
Yeah.
You've never heard that? The bingo card?
I've heard it. I guess I just don't. I don't really even remember what bingo is.
Yeah.
I run with people who don't know what bingo is. Sean.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. This is the last one I'll do. People who text, call me. Call me. Just, people who text.
And you get a text. Yeah,
just a text,
I was thinking about our text line. I've never seen that.
No.
So, yeah, in your life on your phone, somebody says call me.
Call me. Like, no, tell me why I'm supposed to call you.
Because that's the equivalent of we need to talk.
Yeah.
There's just no way not to see call me unless you're in the middle of a conversation. Sometimes I don't mind if I'm in the middle of a conversation and it gets to that point where you realize like,
no.
Okay, we could finish this with a conversation in 2 minutes. We gotta stop texting.
That's not what I'm talking about. Like, I haven't gotten a text from this person in a few days, and I get a text, call me. Like, no.
Immediately, I think, okay, somebody died.
Yes.
Right? Or something like that.
Or if it's from your boss.
Or they discovered my hidden ledger, something like that.
Right. There's like 5 people who, any of my kids text me that, I will call because it feels like an emergency.
Yeah.
If my spouse, call me, I'll do it. And then probably if our boss texted call me, I would probably do that.
Plus it's a command. It's
like,
what kind of interpersonal skills?
Those are all the people I report to. I report to my kids, my wife,
could you call me right now?
Right.
Or is it, just call me.
Right.
Yeah, screw you.
If you're like somebody who, like, you're a friend or you think you're a friend and you text call me, no, I'm not calling you. Tell me why I'm supposed to call you.
Not literally at your beck and call.
Yes,
no.
Right, exactly. All right.
They can all go die.
Yeah. Oh, I got a lot more on here, man, on this list.
See if I've done that to anybody.
People really bug me.
Search my text history.
Now our boss is probably like, who bugs me? People who go past the time on the clock here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, is there something the owners are going to do in the NFL that could have a drastic effect on C.J. Stroud in the next couple years? We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. If you snore, if you have major issues snoring, stop it, man. You're just killing yourself by letting it go. And Texas Sinus and Snoring and Dr. Ben Salento, they want to get that fixed. He fixed my snoring, he fixed my sleep apnea, most importantly, because that's when you stop breathing multiple times per hour.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, we're getting some good react. Probably the best react to the previous segment where I said I don't like when people text, call me, random people. Yeah. And I said there's only a few people who I will reciprocate that text with an actual call. And I also said that on the list of things that annoy our boss is probably the fact that we were well past the clock in that segment. Text from our boss. You're late on the clock. Call me. That was pretty good.
But that was still, it wasn't just a simple call me. At least you had a heads up as to what the issue was.
I know what I'm walking into here. Trouble.
It's like, it basically, you just write call me. It's basically like you're stepping outside of a hut and telling Braveheart, like, hey, come on in.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Yes.
Come into this hut.
Exactly.
And like, Sean, you are, as people often compare you to, you are like William Wallace in a lot of respects. You can sniff out an ambush. And when you see call me, your daubers go up and you're like, all right, bring it on. I don't know what the challenge or the fight is, but I'm ready for it.
Exactly. It's exactly what I was thinking.
William Wallace Pendergast.
It's amazing back in '95 how many people went and saw Braveheart, and they're like, God, he reminded me so much of you. So much.
You're the Irish William Wallace.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Is there a separate salary cap for quarterbacks coming in the NFL? Tom Pelissero was on the Rich Eisen show, and evidently, Seth, is this a Nugget Hussey report for this, or do you think this is legit? Where Tom Pelissero evidently told Rich Eisen that a separate salary cap for quarterbacks, where maybe similar to the NBA model where the superstars have max contracts, where they can only have so much a percentage of the salary cap. That's how they do it in the NBA.
Basically, everybody's just going to start getting the max.
That it's, quote, been privately discussed among some owners, end quote.
I don't think it's Nugget Hussey. I think it's realistic. It's funny, and I've noticed this a lot just when I have conversations with people about the Trevor Lawrence deal and probably the ensuing, Tua Tagovailoa deal. It's that it's always speculative when you give somebody a new contract, whether they're on your team, whether it's a free agency, when you draft somebody. It's all speculative. You're hoping for the best. So it's never paying for past performance. It's paying for the hope of future performance based on past results. But at the quarterback position, it's just so far out of whack in terms of an actual market. The quarterback position is so valuable, and there are so few that these teams feel like they just have to just destroy themselves and potentially their future just in case their guy is the guy. All right, well, we got to just try to do. So I could see owners starting to feel like, man, I like it. Like this goes against every bit of business sense I have, and yet there are a lot of reasons because the market's so out of whack that, yeah, I'll pay Trevor Lawrence right now. You weigh everything together, and even though you don't want to believe it, it does make sense.
Yeah,
and it's a really out of whack situation.
The article cites Joe Burrow, which is appropriately cites Joe Burrow as an example in this dynamic, because he's right now, along with Trevor Lawrence, the highest paid quarterbacks in terms of average annual value, which loosely translates to the cap hit that you have on a team. You can rejigger the cap a little bit, but largely there's a correlation there. And the article says Joe Burrow takes up 25% of the Bengals' salary cap space. So now they're left to spread the other 75% over all the other players. And I start thinking, I'm going, you could argue that just given the impact that a Joe Burrow has on a team's record, ask Cincinnati. I mean, they had to trot Jake Browning out there last year, who probably overachieved a little bit just to get them to 7 wins or whatever, that he might be undervalued at 25%. This is the cautionary thing would be, hey, what if the NFL started treating quarterbacks separately, where there was just, you could spend whatever you want to on quarterbacks, but there's a salary cap on the rest of the team?
Right.
Go watch what the numbers turn into then if it's a real market for quarterbacks.
You get the actual value. And honestly, that would actually be – this is why I don't think they'll do it and why they shouldn't. And I think where a lot of owners might feel this way too. If what you want is competitive balance, the last thing you want is for all of the really, really good quarterbacks to have a hard cap on how much they can earn, to the point where they're making – because then all of a sudden you've given the Chiefs – an ability to operate on a level playing field with all the other position fields without having to pay that quarterback.
Yeah.
And that makes the Chiefs that much more competitive. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense if what you're I feel like there might be some people who have knee-jerk thoughts of I can't operate while I've got to pay this young quarterback and everything. You don't want to give that advantage to the teams that actually do have the really good quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, I think a couple things here, too. Look, this isn't anything that's on our front porch right now with C.J. Stroud. There's a CBA in place. They would have to renegotiate the CBA to do something like this. The CBA is not up until the early 2030s, so this isn't anything that's imminent. C.J. will have won 3 Super Bowls by then, so it won't even matter when this rolls around. But the other thing that Pelissero points out, which is a valid point, hey, man, if the QB prices are getting too high, you do have the right to just not pay them.
Right.
Try
yes.
No?
Right. And that's what, but that again, that speaks to the power of the QB position.
Yeah.
And yes, you can do it with a Nick Foles here or whomever else there. But by far your best opportunity to year after year have a chance at a Super Bowl is to have a really good quarterback.
No doubt. And it's highlighted too, because we're on the cusp of the closest thing to a situation that really hammers home the value of what a quarterback is, because to this point it's been just guys signing early and kind of creeping up over the next guy, and Trevor Lawrence is tied with Burrow. If Dak Prescott hits free agency, then that gets interesting, because then if Dak were to just re-sign with the Cowboys right now, and the Cowboys don't have a ton of leverage with Dak because they can't tag him after this year, he can hit free agency. They do not have the right. He got that negotiated into his deal. They cannot tag him. If Dak Prescott has a good season this year, if he has the same season this year that he had last year, even with them flunking out in the playoffs, if he has the same season, he was runner-up for the MVP. If he hits free agency, he's going to sail through $60 million. $60 million, and that's
right. You think about the contracts the contract Kirk Cousins got in Minnesota as a true free agent. It's that's people feel a lot. There are a lot more people that would be way more optimistic about Dak Prescott than Kirk Cousins.
He's 4 years younger, and he's not coming off an Achilles, and Barnwell, Bill Barnwell of ESPN has a long piece about Dak Prescott, the situation in Dallas, and this is where it hammers home, Seth. If you're in the school of thought, hey, if the price of poker's getting too high, just go find you another quarterback, easy peasy. Bill Barnwell in this piece lists what the options might be if Dak were to leave in free agency. And, I mean, Trey Lance, who's on the roster right now, who they traded for, he lists Kirk Cousins as an option, like if the Falcons move on from Cousins 1 year into his deal because they drafted Michael Penix Jr., Derek Carr, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, draft a guy. Like none of those, I mean, a few of these are just way below Dak Prescott. Like that's the scary thing. That's the scary thing in the quarterback situation is like, okay, if we move on from this guy, he can't break through in the playoffs, but if we move on from this guy, we are willingly probably turning ourselves into a 5-win team for a year, at least.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's hard.
Yeah. That's right now though I'm not all that worried about it because I think that if CJ Stroud goes on his current trajectory, he'll be a guy that is, worth that top of the market.
Easily.
He's not one of these buying on spec. With Trevor Lawrence, it's a combination of, okay, the Jaguars will make some excuses for him and they understand, but they see the upside in him and they figure, all right, I'm buying a lottery ticket here that's got better odds than if I go off and do it in the draft.
Yep.
So it's an expensive lottery ticket, and it could burn me ultimately, but we feel like this is our best option. If it does work out, then we got him at a price that's lower than whatever it would be 2 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still very much a risk and a gamble. But if CJ plays on the same trajectory, it just doesn't feel like nearly as much of a gamble.
No, and it's the easiest negotiation ever in 2 years from now. If this is who he is, his rookie year, if this is who he is, it's the easiest negotiation ever. He becomes the highest paid quarterback in football, probably by a few million, and you move on. You move along and you start operating in a world where you have a highly paid quarterback. We were discussing in the previous segment our hatred for people who just text "call me" without any reason why we should call you. Text message, "Hey Pendy, call me." People know I hate it when I get called Pendy as well. Guy says, "Hey Pendy, call me." I'm a repo.
Did anybody say you do know that you should call me?
Not yet. That's good though. I'm a repo man. I use that "call me" text a lot.
I wonder, so with a repo man, you're kind of banking on, okay, this is a number I don't recognize. I'm going to call back and just like for whatever reason.
No chance. No chance.
I call so few people.
Dude.
Man, it takes a lot to get me to actually speak to my phone.
Yeah.
For anything other than a FaceTime with somebody I love.
Yeah. No, Seth is not on my list of things that annoy me. Stop asking that, texter. No. Where is Seth on the list? He's not on it. I love Seth. All right? Man.
You know what? I did a little thing on our Google Doc, and I went down and I changed the colors of the entire doc, and I realized that you had me in white print at the bottom on your list of things that annoy me, Sean. You've been found out.
You shaded it?
Yeah.
I
put a highlight on it, and now I can see the white print.
That's one of those things like where you don't want them to find out, but you do want them to find out kind of things.
Yeah. That's today. That's the modern invisible ink is the white, using a white print on your Google Doc.
On the Google Doc. That's right. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you, handing it over to In the Loop at the top of the hour. Hey, one of the biggest mysteries of the NFL season resolved yesterday. And is Mad Dog Russo the hero we all needed against this particular evil NBA playoff personality? We've got that for you. Coming up next, the steak night is on at Yellow.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The mystery is solved by the New York Post. Remember when Bill Belichick, at least the Post is the first place I saw it. Remember when Bill Belichick got caught on a Ring camera during the football season? It looked like leaving a house early in the morning, shirtless. Usually when you're leaving a house that's not yours, shirtless early in the morning, means you probably had a pretty good night the night before. It was such a viral moment. Tom Brady joked about it at the Tom Brady roast.
Everybody asks me which ring is my favorite. I used to say the next one. But now that I'm retired, my favorite ring is the camera that caught Coach Belichick slinking out of that poor girl's house at 6 a.m. a few months ago. Hey, you still got it. Respect, baby.
Dude, it had to be so liberating for all those players to be able to freely clown Belichick at that thing, at that Tom Brady roast, you know?
They were, up to that point, I think Mike Vrabel was the only guy that ever did.
Yeah.
Vrabel had the reputation of basically being the guy that could say a lot of stuff to Belichick that nobody else would.
Yeah.
Edelman said he still gets nervous when he does his Belichick impression because Belichick told him to knock it off. In retirement, Belichick told Edelman to knock it off, and Edelman still does it.
Yeah.
He does a really good Belichick impression.
He can't cut you anymore, Julian. He can't cut you from your podcast, okay?
I'm going to say this. As far as Brady's delivery on that joke,
Yeah.
If that were anywhere but a roast situation, and if it hadn't been like just it was more the fact that he was going after Belichick more than anything else. It sounded a little too rehearsed. I hope he sounds looser than that when he's on a broadcast. You know?
Me too.
Yeah, felt like he was really thinking about where to stress each word.
Yep. So it turns out that it is confirmed that the shirtless Belichick video, the iconic shirtless Belichick video, is indeed him slinking out of his, at the time, maybe 23, 20, I don't know how old at the time, 20-something girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, her house. Yeah.
So I don't know. Like you could come up with 29 different things he was doing there. I always thought it looked like the door had locked behind him and he didn't have a key and he was trying to figure out. I put myself in that situation with those facial expressions and everything, and I felt like, oh, I'm at somebody's house where the door is locked. I'm outside. What the hell am I going to do now? I don't have my cell phone.
What are the instances where you walk out of your house shirtless? Right? Because if he's leaving, if he did his stuff the night before with her, they just got done, maybe a little morning action, whatever, you're leaving with your shirt on if you're leaving, right? Like he's...
Well, like a day that ends in Y. There was no... You couldn't tell. He was like, was he on his way to the grocery market?
That's what I'm
he was
wondering.
Just out. Oh, so you're saying, like he probably wouldn't have left shirtless if he wasn't planning on going right back in.
Yeah. So was he taking out the garbage? Was he... going to get some coffee? I don't know.
It looked like it was maybe somewhere up. He spends a lot of time on Nantucket. It looked at the time, I thought, like, okay, he might have. He rides his bike all over Nantucket, or Martha's Vineyard. Maybe he just rides his bike shirtless in Martha's Vineyard.
Maybe.
It's such a hoity-toity place that nobody takes pictures of it.
He looked. I've kind of been in that, like the shirtless, like the temporarily outside shirtless situation. Taking out the garbage is the favorite, but I didn't see a bag of garbage in his hand.
So this Jordan Hudson, who we know, we know that she was working on a philosophy project when she was starting to talk, when she had her conversation with Bill Belichick on the plane.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like in my mind immediately, I think like, oh, she's an intellectual or whatever. I assumed that she was sitting in first class as a 21 or 22-year-old, so I'm guessing she comes from a more affluent family.
Yeah.
Unless there is a picture where it kind of looks like they're standing. It looks like they're in coach as they're taking the picture, but maybe they were in the last row of first class. Maybe he was on a Southwest flight. I don't know. But because did you see that picture, Sean?
I saw a picture of the two of them on an airplane, yes.
So I wonder if, like, what if her parents just are not big football people at all? And they had actually sent that to the authorities because they saw this strange older man looking confused outside there. Okay. And that's how the photo leaked. Like somebody at the Martha's Vineyard Police Department sent that off to TMZ for a nice paycheck.
Okay, I don't know what her parental situation is. Like if she's close with her parents. Let's assume that
it could have been her parents' house.
It could, that he's. Can you imagine?
Right.
Like they were down in the basement
out before Jordan's parents woke up.
Belichick loves turning back the clock, man.
What would you do if you walked in What'd you do if you walked in at like 3 a.m. and your daughter had brought home Bill Belichick?
Dude, there's nothing about this that I would like. And Belichick is probably probably has $100 million in the bank, and yet like there's nothing about like imagine being like, yeah, Dad, I'm bringing my new boyfriend home. It's Bill Belichick. There's nothing
your daughter
about
brings home your daughter's been gushing about her new boyfriend.
Yeah.
And she can't wait for you to meet him. And in walks Bill Belichick for Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh my God, would you be okay?
I would have so many different emotions. I don't know what I would do. I'd be so conflicted in so many different ways.
Would you rather if you're her parents and she brings home her new boyfriend and it's Bill Belichick?
Yeah.
Would you rather be a football fan knowing who Bill Belichick is?
Yes.
Or would you rather just be like, oh, my God, she brought home a 70-year-old man?
I think I'd rather know who he is.
Yeah, I would too. And then I'd be like, he's got he had a cool job, now. You're telling me he might work again? Oh, wow.
Yeah, like what if you're a British aristocrat and your 21-year-old daughter brings home this gruff, doughy American.
Yeah.
Looking every part. You're this British aristocrat. You're a bastard. You look down on Americans. You think you're all full of yourself because your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, the screwed over some Indians. But you think you're better than everybody, and in walks this gruff older American. They would probably hate it. They'd hate it.
If they get married, does Belichick have to ask permission of a guy who's probably 20 years younger than him, permission to marry Jordan Hudson? Do you think,
this is what's going to happen. No, he tells Jordan Hudson's father that they're going to get married.
Yeah, that's probably true. Belichick's past the age of tradition mattering, I suppose. Yeah. So Mad Dog Russo, one of the more ridiculous things during the NBA playoffs was the entrance into the building videos they were putting out of Stephen A. Smith. You see these, Seth, where Stephen A. Smith
I've seen them. I don't know what it's all about, and I refuse to investigate.
Yeah,
I just see that there's every night you see a shot of him walking in a suit looking like he's all business. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got Brandon Scott's listening to us as he's walking in out of the studio. Now he's walking like Stephen A. Smith down the hallway. But he's got a nice suit on, pink suit, and he's got a camera crew that are all walking backwards, like filming him, like he's walking down the aisle to go fight in the main event at WrestleMania. Like, it's very weird for someone who is supposed to be an impartial observer to provide analysis and entertainment. I guess he's providing entertainment to some degree. I'll tell you who doesn't like this whole Stephen A. Smith thing where he's doing the WWE entrance to these games. Mad Dog Russo, that's who.
How about this? This is ridiculous. He thinks he's playing. How about him walking into Game 4 with the Celtics on Sunday night in Dallas? Steve.
Oh, I didn't see this video.
Steve, this is stupid.
Is it going on behind us or not?
You got a guy behind you. You got the cameras. What do you think? You're going to score 36 this night with the sunglasses on? I mean, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. How about going to a ball game with a T-shirt on and a pair of shorts, sitting in the upper deck and having a beer with the fellas? Why are you doing this? Look at this. And this is laughable. We know you're a star, Steve. Okay? We know you're a star. You don't got to show off. Go sit upstairs and watch the game privately.
Is that your way of saying the suit was pretty fly?
Okay, so noted critic of shtick. Apparently, Chris Russo doesn't think like if there's one person that sure hates shtick, it's Christopher Russo. Yep. That's his whole brand. It's a different brand, but his brand is like playing that part in that role of the up in arms sports fan that does that. He's all shtick. He's really good at it, and I enjoy it. But it's a different type of shtick. But that's what Stephen A. is doing. So I can't accept that criticism from one Christopher Russo, who is very much doing his shtick in that moment as he's criticizing other shtick. Come on. Shtick, respect, shtick. Russo.
I am shtick, sharpen shtick. Yes. Yeah. I'm Team Stephen A. on this one. Like, this is what's getting him paid, man. Like, that vibe is what's getting him his next contract of probably $20 million or whatever.
Making yourself larger than life.
Yes.
And let the masses consume it. If you present yourself as larger than life, the masses will view you as larger than life.
He used to be a journalist, but like many people in this business now of broadcasting, He is no longer a journalist.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like Brandon Scott. I remember when he sold his soul.
He just was pointing at himself with two thumbs like this.
I remember when Brandon Scott used to tell us, like, hey, guys, I don't know. That might be a little bit, I don't know, within the boundaries of ethics. Now he's like, burn it all, burn.
Walking down the hallway in a nice suit, like strutting on his way in shades. Yeah, absolutely. John Lopez used to be a journalist as well. We're full of a room. There's a room full of people that used to be journalists.
We are trained professionals.
Right.
Overrated.
Yeah, no kidding. Underpaid.
Exactly. Look,
money's in the take.
Stephen A. is where all of us journalists who made somewhere between $28,000 and $32,000 a year when we started are trying to get to.
That's it. He's the gold standard.
That is the come up, man. The dream, the American dream.
I feel a bit coming on.
Where
everybody at Sports Radio 610 walking into NRG.
Oh, dude. I'm a WWE fan. I'm ready for walkout.
Wait, who would have the best strut? Who would have the Clint? The Stephen A.
Clint.
Clint would be carrying himself with that dignified manner, wearing a nice suit and everything, and with his hand on on the button of his suit.
He'd have the headphones on.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, headphones on.
Yeah.
Would a cowboy hat add or detract from?
Hat. Yeah. Cowboy hat always adds.
Yeah.
Always.
I would still. I'd like to go back more into one of the more regrettable eras of Houston Texans football, which was the linebacker cosplay. When they would walk in as Mortal Kombat figures
good.
The Rock Boys, you mean?
No, not the Rock Boys.
When they were dressing up as characters,
yeah. These are the inside linebackers. Were Bernardrick McKinney, Dylan Cole, Zach Cunningham, Tyrell Adams. They were all dressing up like dodgeball one week, and the Ninja Turtles the next week, while not being very good at football at the same time.
Yeah, that's a part of it. It could have been endearing and lovable if they were much better at football.
Sean has a sneaky good suit game.
I've gotten better. Yeah.
Well, he's Suit Mart's talking about. He didn't do that on his own.
I did not. No, Gary's my man, dude, over at Suit Mart for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, where do you guys come out on the people that text, call me?
Oh, I heard you talking about this earlier.
Where are you on this?
So this is uncomfortable a little bit for me because the only person that really does it is my mom. And so it's like
that's a must.
I hate it just as much as you do.
Yeah.
But it's not like my mom can just text me, call me, and I'm be like, I ain't gonna call back. So it's like I gotta do it. But I'm like, hey, could you give me a little bit more context, Mom?
Does she do it for everything? Or does she only do it if it's an emergency?
No. I wouldn't say she does it for everything, but she's inconsiderate about it. Like, she doesn't care that I don't like it. It's not like it's got to be something specific or it's got to be more serious. She's just got to want me to call her. And since I'm her son and I have to call her if she says so, she says, call me.
I love how you were kind of holding back on moms there for a second, and then you're like, she's inconsiderate about it.
See, with your mom, though, Brandon, I think that you give her a little bit of leeway because, like, my complaint to Sean was that when somebody says call me, they're commanding you to call them. They're not even asking or anything. Where from your mom, like, okay, she's got that. My mom can still tell me what to do if she so chooses.
But she knows
got
this.
The balls.
But she knows this. She's taking it. I'm 35 years old. She's taking advantage of the fact that she knows that even at this big old age, she can run.
She can do it.
If she says call me, I'm gonna call.
Could you please call? Would you mind calling me when you have some time?
Yeah.
Something along that. We actually had this discussion not too long ago at my house. The only thing I feel worse is that when you somebody texts you and you can't text them back for a while, and we have someone in our family who does this regularly. That's how it came up, and they text back, "Hello."
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Or like an ellipses or a question mark.
Yeah.
That hello makes my skin crawl.
Or they copy paste the text they sent you and send it again 3 hours later.
Yeah. Hello. Shut the hell up.
Okay, good. We're all on the same side of this thing.
Yeah, grinds my gears.
There you go. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, Big Friday show tomorrow. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and happy Cesar Salazar Day to you.
A very happy, thank you, Seth. A very happy Cesar Salazar Day to all, as it was so decreed in the 6 a.m. segment on this very show. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
You know, Lopez, I can appreciate the positivity of declaring it Cesar Salazar Day, if that's what Payne and Pendergast want to do today. But I want to know how you feel. Like, what direction do you want to go in terms of our Astros energy? Because I'm trying to figure out what's most appropriate. And I also ask because I feel like either way, either direction we go in, I'm going to be uncomfortable with it. So let's just start off by getting comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable if we patronize, if we pat them on the back, if we pretend like what we saw last night is like indicative of something larger. But I'm also uncomfortable with being the grumpy ass fan who on one night is like,
thank you, me too. I feel guilty sometimes.
Yeah, man, it's like a guilty, damned if you do, damned if you don't. How could you lose to the White Sox one night, but then on the next night when they beat them, I'm like, of course you beat the White Sox.
Yeah.
They're the damn White Sox.
Yeah.
What's the energy? How do we want to patronize the Astros? Or do we want to celebrate, live in the moment, and be excited that we got day baseball
update
on the rubber? Yeah, update.
Yeah,
update on the Astros demise.
Y'all counted the Astros out yesterday.
Did we overreact?
They
Lopez?
beat the White Sox.
But it feels patronizing to me to act like that. To be like, hey, then now they got it. They beat the White Sox, but it also feels grumpy a little bit.
Well,
as well.
Here's my answer, and I think it's also to the answer to that question. You're grading the Astros on a curve, and that's kind of the answer of what you really think of the Astros. And I made several points on this earlier, but I'm going to do one right now before Sean bugs out. If anyone is in the circle of trust right now, you're reaching. If anyone is, because even Kyle Tucker, you're kind of reaching.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah,
hold on a second, a little bit.
Yeah.
And let's get Sean on this.
Yeah.
Well, we are the
circle of
advocates
trust.
of the circle of trust.
Yes.
I appreciate you bringing me
Let me
in.
throw this to both of you. Is Hunter Brown, at the very least, not in the circle of trust?
I think it's a reach. He's trending.
If we were doing a circle of trust on Payne and Pendergast, Hunter Brown would be in it right now because it's very much an in the moment thing for us.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but he's had 6 straight outings like this.
Yeah.
But it also kind of speaks to where the Astros are.
He did have a 9 ERA a month ago.
Oh, and not just that. Do y'all remember when his ERA in the first, that Nurse F is gone, but when his ERA in the first couple of innings was like the equivalent to what Jose Abreu
63
was?
or something.
It was like a number that doesn't even really exist, you feel like?
Yeah.
It was that bad.
It was crazy. I will grant you the everyday lineup. That's where I'm at right now. Like, this is just...
It's kind of a reach.
Yeah. It's tough, man. Like, statistically, they're a really good hitting team, and yet they have games, like even last night was nothing. They needed Cesar Salazar to drive in a couple runs. They needed to manufacture a run in the 8th inning.
Well, that's one of my points.
Is nobody in the circle of trust.
I think if anybody's in, it's kind of you're really stretching and squinting.
You're having to explain.
You're squinting.
I'll say this: there's no brainers right now.
Well, I appreciate that. That's why I wanted you to hang around and get a little overtime.
Now I'm gonna go talk to the union.
Yeah, you got to
check in the middle.
You got to punch that clock. Do that plus 1 hour.
You pay for those 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yeah, I know how badly you need it.
That's my point, B. Scott. Like you're grading the Astros on a curve. Yeah. We haven't graded the Astros on a curve in 8 years.
How does that feel?
Yeah.
Like, doesn't that feel weird to be talking about? And that's why I asked you to start. What's the energy that what's our Astros energy? Are we just, like, to me, grading them on a curve is also patronizing. Because they're the Astros.
And that's why I feel guilty about it.
Because they're the Astros. That's the awkward part about it. Like, how can you? It's hard to celebrate Hunter Brown in the moment when you feel like it's headed nowhere. Would it surprise? Let me ask you this, Lopez. Would it surprise you? Because this feels like a 500 baseball team that is just absolutely headed nowhere. Would it surprise you if they just like won every other game for the rest of the year? Like, doesn't it feel like that kind of team that could lose one, win one, lose one, win one?
Yeah,
that's where we are with this team.
Yeah. That would be not a surprise. Remember yesterday when I said, and again, it always sounds like you're criticizing. I think it's just kind of a reflection of what we all really feel, or most of us really feel about this team. Yesterday I said Framber Valdez is a major league pitcher. He's not an ace. He's not, a stopper or anything. He's a major, and that's not an insult. He's a major league pitcher.
Also, wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Also feels patronizing.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Also feels patronizing.
No, I do feel dirty. I do feel dirty when I talk about these things because I love this squad. But at the same time, I think the way to answer your point, the Astros are a major league baseball team.
Oh, Lopez.
Where am I wrong?
Bro.
They're a Major League Baseball team.
So that's the energy then.
They can get Hunter Brown out there. By the way, kudos to him. I'm definitely not going to give him any backhanded compliments or sort of patronizing takes. That dude was coming around. He's coming around, I should say. Great performance. He's really, really showing the stuff that we thought we might see. And as soon as I said that, I'm gonna go ahead and be a little bit patronizing. It was the White Sox, but he was facing an ace. He was facing their best pitcher.
Is it patronizing or is it just calling what it is?
Yeah,
because that's what it feels like. On the one end, like, oh yeah, Astros, you did good. You beat the White Sox.
Pat him on the head.
Give
him a juice box.
But it's also the reality of, hey, it is just the White Sox. And, hey, you know what? You're not that good of a baseball team that can afford to lose to the White Sox. Here's what I want to do, Lopez. I want to go ahead and relive this a little bit for the audience.
Yeah.
Because by the time we end this show, and this is another thing for me, I don't want the Astros and where they are right now to ruin some of the things that I love in life. and one of those things that we're going to get today, Lopez, is day baseball. And I talk about this on the show quite a bit. I love day baseball. It's a chance to kind of distract yourself, at least maybe because I'm in the sports world and I can kind of do it. But you're allowed to kind of distract yourself from the everyday.
Yes.
It's a little bit, it's just different to have day baseball. Love being at the ballpark. Obviously, they're out in Chicago today. But in an ideal world, Lopez, I would be able to just enjoy today's day baseball with the Astros.
Yeah.
But here we are. I got to talk about, are we patronizing? Is this fool's gold? Can we really appreciate a really good Hunter Brown outing? It's not where I want to be. I don't want the Astros, when I ask you about the energy, I don't want them to ruin day baseball for me.
No, and day baseball is next level, even if your team is 30 games under 500. It's just cool to go out there in the daytime and watch all that stuff. It's more of an event. It's more of an event than anything. And that leads to another one of the points I made. We're kind of going to them here just by accident. I'm not even have to go through them. You're bringing up, you're triggering me on some of these things. You go to Astros.
I like it when you're triggered. That's good. That's good. Good for the show.
I think a lot of people go to Astros games now for the event, not necessarily for, hey, let's get a win. Hey, I want to see this team dominate. I think you're going because it's what is it, Tuesday night? Dollar Dogs. It's Friday night fireworks. It's a beautiful ballpark. It's fun to be out there with your family or friends or whatever. That is grading this team on a curve. So you're grading on this team on a curve because no one should be on the circle of trust, the Payne and Pendergast circle of trust, unless you're squinting. You're going to the Astros games these days more as an event and let's see what happens than anything. And then there's what goes on the field. And you mentioned, and they mentioned Cesar Salazar. It's cool to see small ball, but in today's era of baseball, small ball isn't sustainable. It's not. And so, it was cool. You got the win. It was necessary against Victor Crochet, their great pitcher, or their best pitcher, I should say. And then the other part about it is,
Garrett Crochet is I think one of the better left-handed pitchers in the game right now.
Yes, and that was a good win,
despite the fact that the White Sox are the worst team in baseball.
Yes, but you're kind of doing it with small ball with him. That's not sustainable. And then the one thing that is really sort of grading them on a curve, Dana Brown said himself this week. Dana Brown said this week the Astros, quote, must cut the division deficit in half in the next month. They do.
How you feel about that?
They do. But, after today's game, they've got a pretty steady diet of Orioles, Mets, Blue Jays, Twins with the Rockies mixed in there, so that should be easier. So these next 16 games, man, they have until July 7th to start cutting that deficit in half.
Even with Hunter Brown and the small ball that we talk about, that did not look like a baseball team that could cut the deficit in half.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? Talk about sustainability, but just, straight up eye test. When you watch them, does this look like I just said that it wouldn't surprise me, Lopez, if they just win every other game, or conversely lose every other game.
Same thing.
It feels like the same kind of thing. Okay, the text line 713-572-4610 is poking holes in your argument of nobody in the circle of trust.
All right.
You gotta put Blanco in. I know Tucker's hurt, but absent of fouling the ball off of his shin, Kyle Tucker and Ronell Blanco, I think, are firmly planted in the circle.
Well, the reason I said Kyle Tucker, you kind of got to squint, is we don't know if his leg is broken because the Astros are telling us it's a deep bruise or whatever. So his leg could be broken.
But he would be out of it by default because of because of the broken
and that's
leg.
That's why I said you have to squint.
Yeah.
Same thing.
But based on performance, he would be in it. I mean, he's
for sure.
He's like a top 2 or 3 right fielder in the game, like maybe right after Juan Soto.
Oh yeah.
So he's got to be somewhere
other than that. And then Hunter Brown. Yeah, if you had to put somebody on there right now, it would be Hunter Brown, and then you'd put Ronell Blanco. But even those two guys, you kind of got to go
All-Star Blanco, man.
All-Star Blanco.
You haven't heard Jose Altuve and Joe Espada making the case for Ronell Blanco to the All-Star game.
They're bucking for it. They are bucking for it.
Look, this is me. I'm messing with you, Lopez, but this is me in the conflict of energy of, hey, do I want to celebrate or do I want to just call it what it is?
Yeah.
Because what it is, and part of me does want to celebrate a win. Doesn't want to be that fan that's, like I said, grumpy.
Yeah.
Criticizes them for losing to the team that they should beat, but doesn't give them credit for beating the team that they should beat.
Yeah.
But if we called it like it is, man, it's just like it's not there. It doesn't feel like it's there. It doesn't feel like it's sustainable. And so, I think I text this. I put this in our show doc.
Mm-hmm.
It rings hollow.
That's another way to put it.
It rings hollow, even when you get a nice Hunter Brown start. And what is it, 6 straight really good starts for Hunter Brown.
Quality start.
You lose your catch. You've got catcher issues now, right? Between what happened earlier with Yanier Diaz a couple of weeks ago, and now you've got this weird thing with Victor Caratini getting hurt sliding, and now thank God that you brought up Salazar because that's the guy that ends up saving the day for you.
Ends up being a hero.
That doesn't exactly feel like the formula for success. Here's what it sounded like, because by the time we end this show, by the time we get to the final hour of this show, it'll be old, and the Astros will be back at it, playing again. Spencer Arrighetti, by the way.
Fingers crossed.
Hey.
Fingers crossed.
Hey, Spencer Arrighetti, by the way, you got to get that get right today, man. Because
he's facing another horrible pitcher. Well, I shouldn't say another, but, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, but dude, Saturday, it got buried because it was on Saturday.
Yep.
We didn't have to talk about it the next day.
They won the next day.
And then they ended up winning the next day, which meant that they won the series.
Yeah.
But, dude, that was a rough sight. This is what it sounded like last night in Chicago with the Astros beating the White Sox 4-1. Mauricio Dubon gets it started off.
Dubon hits one towards the right side. They're going to flip it to second for 1. The turn, not in time. Astros lead 1-0. Dubon just enough speed to beat that return on the double play, and it's 1-0.
Dude, I've been thinking about Mauricio Dubon, too, because I'm like, man, this Jose Abreu thing, not to belabor that point, but it's kind of forced Dubon into this, weird space of people lobbying for him to be the first baseman, which is such a misuse of his time and ability. So it's just like Dubon is an interesting figure to me because of where he's at right now. So Mauricio Dubon gets you started off. Cesar Salazar.
How about that?
As Payne and Pendergast declared it. Cesar Salazar Day. If we want to eat the cheese a little bit, why don't we? Here's what Cesar Salazar sounded like coming in and putting the Astros up 2-0.
Do it, Cesar.
Cesar Salazar drops one into left for a base hit that's going to be an RBI hit. Scoring is Yanier Diaz in the third. Jeremy Pena is 2-0 Astros. Salazar in his first at bat of the night, taking over for Victor Caratini. Singles into left field for an RBI.
But my man wasn't done yet. He wasn't done yet. He didn't feel like he was a one-hit wonder in this game. Cesar Salazar later on in the top of the 6th, putting the Astros up 3-1. Sound like this.
That one's hit sharply into center field. That's a base hit. Cesar Salazar has 3 hits and 3 RBIs and 4 at-bats on the season, 2 tonight, to make it a 3-1 game.
I'm going to start calling him the machine.
Oh, that's
the machine.
That's a little much. Is that an Albert?
Speaking of grading on a curve.
Wait a minute now, Jeff.
The machine.
Blummer, bro. What are we doing there? And then do we have Chaz too, Figgy? Do we have Chaz too? The final run, Chaz McCormick. That's like the forgotten dude on the team because he's been so bad this year. He was hurt for a while. Chaz McCormick. We don't have Chaz, but it's cool. Chaz put him up 4-1. Kind of inconsequential at that point because the game was already decided. But the point is, the Astros win, and we don't feel no better about it today with them winning as we did with them losing the day before.
No, you're grading on a curve.
Y'all just hate the Astros.
As I said.
Give them credit when they win.
Hey, we did a little bit.
Do we sound
Does
like
that count?
Hey, we just played the highlights.
Yeah,
bro.
we did a little bit.
I almost tried to play a highlight that we didn't even have.
Yes.
Gave them more credit than they deserve.
By the way, a little bit of news via Chandler Rome coming down in the last 2 minutes. The Astros are promoting pitching prospect Jake Bloss straight from Double-A.
Who?
To make his major league debut. I knew that was coming on Friday against the Orioles. So Jake Bloss.
Who?
Jake Bloss.
Who?
Coming up to pitch on Friday. So I guess this means Verlander.
Lopez.
Yeah.
This is where we are now.
Yeah.
This is where we are. Well, we got to go get Jake Bloss.
Who?
We got to go get Jake Bloss out of Double-A.
All right.
And this is important, though, I think, because we were having this discussion about a couple of days ago, and you brought it up, actually, Lopez, with the young pitchers that you're relying on.
Yes.
And the fact that you're treading water or like you're just kind of headed to nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I'm uncomfortable with how much you're relying on the young pitchers. But what are your other options?
Yeah.
What are your other options? Because as Chandler Rome just reported, you're going down to Double-A. You don't even feel confident enough in your Triple-A options to bring one of those. You're going down to Double-A. And then, like, you think about the Joey Loperfido thing.
Yeah.
You brought him, didn't even feel confident enough in a guy that you touted and that was performing well for you earlier in the minor leagues. Didn't even feel comfortable enough to get him at bats in his last time up. It speaks to the depth of the organization and the roster of how far that they're reaching for help here.
Yeah, yeah. Let's play a little game real quick here. Just a minute. Give me a minute. I just gave you his name, Jake Bloss. Okay? I want you and Figgy to give me his bio without looking at his bio. Give me what his background is. His name is Jake Bloss.
Jake Bloss. I'm
like ethnicity, where what area of the country is he from?
Pennsylvania.
Definitely white.
Definitely white. 100% white.
He is white.
Jake Bloss. Yeah, I don't feel like we haven't been making many black Jakes in a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you said from Pennsylvania. I'm gonna say Cali.
Pennsylvania, went to like UConn or Maryland, maybe.
From Greensboro, North Carolina.
I was just about to say North Carolina.
Why didn't I?
But I can't. I can't even name a pitcher that's from North Carolina.
This dude is Jake Bloss. His bio is exactly what you would think a Jake Bloss would be. Greensboro, North Carolina. Went to a private school, the early college at Guilford. His uncle, his sister is a rower at the Naval Academy. His grandfather attended West Point. His uncle played football at Air Force, and he grew up in the suburbs. Went to Louisiana Lafayette.
Let me find out that you just read an AI description of Jake Bloss, because that is exactly what I feel like AI would spit out. Speaking of a really rough farm system, this is kind of related. If teams come asking for Kyle Tucker at the trade deadline, what would you do? We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
Play ball! All right. to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
The Astros are at a crossroads despite the fact that they won last night. They beat the Chicago White Sox 4-1. But they're at a crossroads and at a point where they got to make some really, really tough decisions. Now, we've heard them talk about it. We've heard them say that they don't plan on being sellers at the deadline. I don't know how they can really say that given where they are right now, given the state of affairs. But that's their stance. That's the party line. But what would you do? And I want to hear from the audience. 713-572-4610. That's how you get in. Also, check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Lopez and I look at this a little bit differently. I don't think we're eye to eye on this, but it is an interesting discussion. What would you do if teams came calling for Kyle Tucker? He's really the guy, like outside of Yordan Alvarez, and you're not trading Yordan Alvarez for the contract that you have him at. So Kyle Tucker, teams come calling. What would you do as an Astros fan? I want to hear from the audience again, 713-572-4610. But Lopez, you think, and this is where we disagree, you think Astros fans would actually be more receptive to this and more open to this than I do? Because this is a bit of a non-starter for me. Maybe I'm in denial. Maybe I'm still believing in the Astros and their future a little bit more than I should.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite ready to go this far. You feel like more Astros fans might be than I am.
I think what would happen is right now you probably couldn't find 1%, 5% maybe of Astros fans that would say, yeah, they should trade Kyle Tucker. And I'm not among that 1 or 5%. I don't want to trade Kyle Tucker. But I think if a deal happened and you saw the return that the Astros would get, because it would be a motherload. And by the way, this is coming from a podcast that John Heyman was on, MLB insider and big-time baseball analyst.
Yeah, he did a live stream with Bleacher Report.
That's what it was. He said that the Astros are now he said long shot, but he said the Astros are a long shot candidate to trade Kyle Tucker to the Braves.
Yeah, so let's listen to this because he didn't exactly say it with his chest, but it felt like one of those, and I'm familiar with this.
He's heard something.
Either he's heard something or maybe he was pressured into throwing out a name, and it is at least interesting that this is the name that he came up with. This was John Heyman on his live stream with Bleacher Report.
Let's talk about some prize players who could be moved or a long shot, whatever. I mean, we've heard a lot of these names, but I'm going to throw them out there, and we will see what happens to these teams. I mean, look at the Astros. They do not want to sell. I get it, and I said they're intending not to be a seller, and that's just their MO, and they've gotten to the LCS 7 years in a row, but they could become a seller. Let's face it. I mean, with all the pitching injuries they've had, things have been tough for them. If they're going to be a seller, it's going to be Bregman, who's a free agent after the year. Would they trade Tucker? I doubt it. But, as I said, this is the category is surprise or long shot players who could be moved. So I'm going to throw Tucker in there. Long shot, but not going to rule it out. Obviously, teams will be asking about that.
And one of the main – you mentioned Atlanta. One of the main teams, and this is elsewhere in there, but Atlanta's without Ronald Acuna.
That's why.
And they've got Ronald Acuna Jr., obviously the MVP of the National League last year. Like, I would say, like a generational talent. Like, he would be one of those other guys that you would put maybe – or I'm not to say maybe – that you would put above Kyle Tucker at that position.
Yeah.
But they got high hopes, high ambitions. And
they're a World Series – that's their standard.
A contender.
Well, and especially with Ronald Acuna, but without him, it's been the Phillies. It's been the Phillies in that division. They seem to be the ones that's kind of taken over what Atlanta was supposed to be.
Yeah.
They might be desperate enough to offer you enough that makes it intriguing to to deal Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, and that's why I said right now, maybe at the most 5% would want to trade Kyle Tucker. If they traded Kyle Tucker to the Braves and they just got a motherload of prospects, I think that 5% would jump up to like maybe 50-50, would wish that they hadn't traded him. because that's what this team needs. You know, it's like that old 12-step program, you know. The first step is recognizing that you have a problem. The Astros aren't even at the first step.
They have not done that.
They have not. Yeah.
And I think that's why John Heyman was struggling, saying it was a long shot.
Yeah.
Because I think the smart thing to do is looking to trading him right now if you ain't going to pay him.
Right.
And the team is not doing that well with him. So the smart thing is to get some of the prospects back.
Yes.
But he knows something we don't know, or we probably do know this, but they're not trying to sell.
Well,
so that's why he says it's a long.
They're not trying.
Yeah, so that's why he says it's a long shot of him getting traded.
Well, what I suspect is that, at least from what he's hearing from the Astros, is the same thing or a similar thing to what we hear publicly.
Yeah.
And that's, hey, we're not going to do it. We still believe and all that kind of thing. So I think that delusion that they show us publicly is probably the same thing that they're more than likely showing to the insiders, like John Heyman himself, privately. But Figgy, you're just hitting on common sense and logic here, so I'm glad you brought it up. Like, it does make sense. I'm reluctant to even think about it because it's Kyle Tucker. He's a great player. They're the Astros. You've got expectations. I don't know if we're just willing to concede just because they've had a bad year that it's all bad and that you got to just rip this thing to shreds. But the argument for it, they've got nothing in their farm system. We talked about this at length with Baseball Spo.
They got Jake Bloss.
They just called up Jake Bloss from Double A.
Jake Bloss? I forgot his first name.
It was Jake. It was definitely Jake. But was it Bloss? Gloss?
BL.
Bloss. Yeah. Jake Bloss from Greensboro, North Carolina, out of Double A is coming up to help you.
We all know that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where you're at. So you've got nothing in your farm system. One of the players that you were going to bring up and try to give some time is somebody that the manager doesn't even have faith in Joey Loperfido.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be one of your better players. You have no appetite for paying Kyle Tucker, to Figgy's point.
That's key.
There's no appetite for paying Kyle Tucker the deal that he both wants and I would say probably deserves.
Will get.
Yeah, deserves, will get, is like his market. Like the Astros and the waters that they're kind of swimming in and the waters that Kyle Tucker is going to be swimming in are they're on two totally different ends of the swimming pool.
Yeah.
So, like, if you know that now on the front end and you're dealing with a situation where your team is underachieving and you've got to replenish this thing and you've got this one guy who other teams, especially contenders, could desperately use and want and also have another year of team control, why not now be the right time to do it when you could get the most for it? Yeah. And again, you're desperate to get the most. Not just trade, kind of like with Alex Bregman, it's like, oh, it's an expiring contract. Let's just trade it at the end of the deadline or before you get to the deadline and just get something instead of nothing. This is like opportunity cost here.
Yeah.
You know you're not going to do the deal. You suck this year, so this is a year wasted of his contract. Why don't you send him to the next team?
Yeah, and the other part of it, I think the key part you touched on, the Astros have shown no inclination or signs that they're going to sign him. Keep in mind, he's been in arbitration and lost, 2 years in a row, 3 years?
Well, the famous one was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When like they beefed over like $2 million or whatever it was.
And so as much as Kyle Tucker loves being an Astro, I'm sure has loved his career here, he's not exactly, lovey-dovey with the organization, I'm sure.
Oh, you better believe.
Yeah.
You better believe he took that personally.
Yeah. Doesn't have a no trade.
No, of course not.
He doesn't have a no trade. And
he doesn't even really have a contract. I mean,
he doesn't have. Yeah, he's just playing year to year basically. But I think the key thing always comes back to the first step. There's going to be a point, maybe after this 16-game schedule stretch that I talked about earlier, they're going to have to get into a room and look at each other and say, the first step, we got a problem. We got a problem.
Listen, the underrated element of this that you just hit on is the beef.
Yeah.
Like the personal animosity that comes from the arbitration process and how Kyle Tucker may have taken that personally. I think that's totally in play. We'll talk about sports beefs a little bit later on in the show. We're going to do that at noon. But coming up next, where was C.J. Stroud last night during this California coronation burying Drake that Kendrick Lamar hosted? We are going to talk about that next on In the Loop.
1, 2, 3. Texans.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Lopez, I went into last night prioritizing the Astros. That was the thing that I thought was going to matter most. I didn't realize how much this Kendrick Lamar concert, this pop-out that he did in California, how much that was going to grab me.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's probably because I didn't commit to memory exactly what date and time that was happening, and it kind of snuck up on me.
Mm-hmm.
But Lopez,
yeah,
that turned out to be like the biggest event last night.
I had
it was very similar to sport. Like, I don't know how many athletic events could ride. Like, it was better than the finals.
Hey, LeBron was there.
Dude, it was better than the finals.
I was watching it live.
Yo,
so was I. I'm about to post up on the couch. I got there a little late because I was busy, but I got there right on time for the Kendrick Lamar set.
Yo, so I was a little distracted. I had a little work to do, and I wanted to watch the Astros.
Yeah.
But shout out to my girl, Janae. She's watching the show in another room, and I hear it, and I'm like, is that the concert? And it's all of the pre-acts, right? So I'm hearing like Roddy Ricch, and I heard
that's actually when I got in.
Yeah,
Roddy Ricch was performing.
They brought out Tyler the Creator, and I'm like, oh, they're going blog era. They're like really like.
It was a West Coast part. It was some West Coast people I'd never even heard of. That was deep in the sticks.
Oh, a lot of them I had never heard of, but I realized that they were really tapping in.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, this is the event, and of course, TDE's gonna come out there. You know, the Black Hippie's going to do something. And, bro, like, this was sport. It was centered around something that we reviewed already on this show.
Yeah, it
Lopez,
was.
Something that you did very well.
That's why I was plugged in. I got to tell you. So I'm watching the Aggies, and then I'm watching the Astros, and I'm flipping. Couldn't split the screen, which is a whole other issue that I need to work on. But anyway, and I'm on Twitter.
Man, 2024, you got to be split screen.
I know. I was trying. I usually do, but I couldn't do it. I was messing up.
Got to go old school and pick one.
Yeah, I was going back and forth. Anyway, so I'm just scrolling Twitter, and I see it, and I see it some more. First of all, I mean, this is, 60-year-old me, who just dabbles.
Right.
But I knew it was big because of what was going on, what people were saying. First of all, Figgy, I had no idea that was going to happen yesterday.
Oh, I knew about it.
Yeah, I had no idea. The first time I saw it was when I saw it on Twitter, and I said, all right, this is big. And then I started seeing some comments, and I didn't really dig into the audio and the video until this morning. But boy, once I dug in. It was pretty fun to watch, and it was a dead body, dude. It was a dead body.
Kendrick Lamar. So this was a concert essentially centered around his rap beef with Drake. I mean, I know there was other things like unity with, Southern California and all of that. Like they were putting on for their town and for the West Coast. Like it was a West Coast thing. Yeah. But it was really themed around undressing the biggest star in the game. And Figgy, how many times did they play Not Like Us?
I want to say like 6 times.
At least 4 and maybe 6.
6 times, and I think they let the instrumental play towards the end as the credit was rolling.
I'm like, man, I have never seen
dead body.
Anything like it.
I've never seen a crowd like that. Mm-hmm. That crowd was singing a diss song word for word, and it was hype to the point he had to say, "Bring that back." He did it 6 times.
When was the last time, or is this the first time, a rap beef sold out an arena and did numbers on a streaming service? Like this has never happened before.
Yeah,
this was historic.
Yeah,
this was sport, man. And look, I bring up C.J. Stroud earlier in the toss, or in the tease, because athletes. You mentioned LeBron James.
Westbrook was there.
Russell
Westbrook, DeMar DeRozan.
So it was West Coast athletes, like athletes from the West Coast, and of course Lakers. So namely LeBron. So like you mentioned, Figgy, you got Russell Westbrook, DeMar DeRozan, they tall asses on the stage, crip walking.
Yeah, and the LeBron thing was a big deal too because he was actually cool with Drake.
Yeah,
they're boys. Or supposed to be.
Yeah.
During, I want to say during Drake's last beef with Pusha T, Drake was on the shop with LeBron, and he mentioned to LeBron how he felt like he let LeBron down in that beef.
Oh,
so they were actually pretty cool. Mm-hmm. So now you got LeBron and his wife Savannah singing the words to this song, calling Drake a pedophile, pretty much.
Dude, he had an arena full of people calling the biggest star in the game a certified pedophile.
Now, this was a visual.
Like, yikes.
This was a visual. It was the event. So, even someone like me, I was totally into it this morning.
No way you're on the internet and you missed this.
Yeah. But we have a little bit if you want to try to play some of it.
Yeah, so this audio I got right here. So Kendrick Lamar started off his set performing one of his diss songs, Euphoria. And so after that, he kind of went into some other big songs he had a Black Hippie Reunion, which is his label mates.
Yep.
They had like a little, I guess, unofficial group. But right here, he brought out Dr. Dre, and Dr. Dre performed like 2 songs. And right before he went off the stage, this is what happened.
You ain't gonna say nothing else before, we continue to party?
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just need a moment of silence for this. I see
So and then they proceed to dance on Drake's metaphorical grave.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's gonna survive this. He's a big enough star. His catalog is gonna but in terms of cachet and view, like the view of the public or like the heel turn, this was incredible, man.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, too, because you guys are much more plugged in than I am. I was just entertained. As much as he's always going to make a bleep ton of money, Drake, is anybody going to look at him the same again?
Not in this particular part of that of the community that he serves. I
don't know about anywhere. He got owned.
This was part of the internet joking. Like, he's going to have to start making that house music.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Drake is still a big star, and he still got some pull for right now. So I think some people will, still maybe work with him. Hell, some people probably on that stage is like, hey, I ain't got no problem with Drake, but Kendrick, my man, but me and Drake still cool. He's still a big star right now.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think Drake never been in this position because now you got this song all over the place and you're pretty much embarrassed.
Well, he's going to survive it because he makes likable and palatable music, and that's not, I don't think that part of it is going to change. So he'll continue to be able to make hits, continue to be able to make music. The change is just going to be on the perception. I feel like there was always this feeling that he was maybe a little bit of a fraud, maybe a little bit of an imposter.
It was simmering.
Yeah, not only that, though, I think him personally is super insecure.
Yes.
So I think that's going to affect him more than anything. Just being insecure, knowing all of these people he thought was friends are dancing to this song, calling him a pedophile. So that's insecure for him.
100%. So to bring it back local, though, I got to tell you somebody I was thinking about. When I saw, and this was another big thing, Kendrick's got like Bloods and Crips, not actors, real ones, on the stage, taking pictures. And there was some concern like, hey, man, is this going to wear off? Like, is everybody going to get out of the arena okay? Because, like, how long does that energy stay up? Because this is like, I mean, the culture is the culture. Like, they had real gangsters in there.
Yeah.
But also, I know that my man C.J. Stroud is from the West Coast.
You know he was loving
this was right up his alley.
Mm-hmm.
And my girl asked, she's like, hey, where's CJ at?
Yeah.
Are you surprised?
I actually tweeted that.
Why is he not on stage? What do y'all think the reaction from the Texans would have been if CJ Stroud had been up there while Kendrick Lamar had real gang members crip walking and taking pictures?
See, I don't think it would have been that bad.
I don't either.
Not only that, I think it's a nice, cool, friendly picture somewhere in there. I think their account would have tweeted something.
Yeah, maybe.
The Houston Texans
maybe not
account
with the Crips and Bloods.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It got to be like a friendly, maybe a solo picture of him.
Yeah, maybe no flags.
I think they would have tweeted something like, they not like us.
Yeah.
I think they would have tweeted something like that.
I want to say they might have when there were team accounts that were feeding into this when it happened. And I want to say the Texans might have even been one of them. I know that the diss tracks were being played at OTAs and minicamp.
Yeah.
And you can figure, like, I don't know who the locker room DJ is now.
Well, I know who's in charge of the locker room.
One CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
So to localize that, man, I did throughout the course of enjoying that because it felt like sport to me. It did make me think about one CJ Stroud, our most popular athlete here, who is
he is a
native
West Coast guy.
Oh,
yes,
through and through.
Yeah,
big time,
through and through. Absolutely. Speaking of CJ Stroud, coming up next, could he be the first $60 million quarterback, or is somebody going to beat him to it? That's next on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
The thing you and I have been waiting for, Trevor Lawrence.
presents In the Loop.
Could C.J. Stroud be the first $60 million quarterback in the NFL? That is the question, and we will answer right here in this segment. But first, we should let you know those Texans training camp tickets we were telling y'all about a couple of days ago, the ones to the 8 dates that are open to the public that's coming up.
Yeah, man.
You can go get those now. You can go get those
Okay.
now.
Like
I
right
thought you were
now.
about to say they gone.
No, like
I know.
now.
Like literally right now.
Right now is when they're they're available.
While we were in the break, as of 2 minutes ago, you could go at 11 o'clock. So we told y'all the date was Thursday at 11 a.m. Right now it is Thursday, 11:02 a.m. So for the past 2 minutes, you could go get your tickets.
Hurry your ass up.
I don't know how
might
quickly
be
they're
gone
going.
in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know how quickly they're going.
They're
So
going quickly.
I'm assuming that they still there 2-3 minutes later. But if you want to get them, go ahead and get them. Lopez, we got 8 dates, right? 8 dates.
8 open practice.
Right, eight dates that's open to the public. So if y'all want to check that out, now's the time to do that.
Yeah.
Now's the time to go get your tickets, man. I'm excited about training camp, man. Like we talked about this before, but the training camp battles, the training camp storylines, the anticipation for the team and what it could be, like this is one of those where I feel like one of the few times training camp is not going to be overhyped. Like this is, I think, warranted hype and warranted like anticipation for this team going into training camp.
And if you are listening to us and on your phone trying to get those tickets, I'll tell you real quick the dates so you'll know in your head. July 23rd, 24th, 26th, 27th, 29th, August 11th, and August 21st and 22nd. So pretty exciting, man.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting.
So C.J. Stroud, right now the highest quarterback annual value or salary is $55 million. Y'all saw Trevor Lawrence about a couple weeks ago now, a week ago, get his new contract. $55 million, that's the number.
Yeah.
The question is who is going to be, and this has been posed nationally, who is going to be the next $60 million quarterback? Could it be C.J. Stroud? Could it be somebody before him? You think it might be C.J. I think it might be somebody in between now and then. Purdy, Dak. Dak is a possibility. Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Jordan
Love is one they mentioned.
Who's also up. But you think that it could be C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I do. Now, that was a really good conversation. I know we've had some fun here and there with Mike Florio in the past. Really good, in-depth conversation about quarterback salaries. And there's an offshoot of this that I think directly affects the Texans as well, and I'll get to that in a minute. But they were talking about, like, you know, the market and how outrageous it is, and it could be Purdy, could be Love, could be Dak or whatever. But the big thing about that is you do not – Stroud is not even available until after next year, not this coming season.
Right.
The 2025 season.
Yeah, we're looking way ahead here because you're a year early from even having to have a discussion.
But you have to be thinking about it right now. I mean, I think they were thinking about it during the offseason, which is why I always talked about that big smart money, spend it now, and they did, thankfully. And here we are, you know, with a training camp that's probably going to be sold out every seat.
Yeah.
So I did that. But you do have to start thinking about it now because you're posturing, you're putting everything together. So you can survive that 55, 60 or more $1 million contract and still thrive. But there's another reason for it as well. And I didn't know this until I heard Florio discussing it today. The NFL in their negotiation after your deal can be negotiated after the regular season.
Yeah.
Of your final season.
Not the postseason.
No,
the regular
season. Not even the off season. And the example they gave was like Brock Purdy. If they were smart, as soon as the final 17th game of the year is done, they should be ready to go with a contract for Purdy to try to kind of mitigate some of the issues in dollars that would. I think the Texans have to start thinking in those terms for the 2025 season.
How would you feel about because this is interesting. So the implication here is in between the end of a season of a regular season and the start of a postseason run, your team is negotiating a long-term contract extension.
Or it's already negotiated.
Right.
You just sign it.
Right. And so that's But see, that's the issue. You're assuming that it's already been negotiated on the front end.
Yeah.
But the dilemma here is, what if there is a back and forth? What if there is something, and we remember who CJ's agent is. What if there is something to actually negotiate or a dispute to talk about? How do you feel? And I'm curious about this from the audience, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch at Sports Radio 610 as well. How would you feel, just the notion of your franchise and your franchise quarterback, and the San Francisco 49ers could be the cautionary tale for the Texans to pay attention to this year. This year, you watch how that plays out. The franchise and the perceived franchise quarterback to be negotiating a deal between the end of the season, the regular season, and you're about to make a playoff run.
See, I think
that does feel a little bit uncomfortable.
It does if that's what the case is. I think you can be negotiating all year, all season long. Like the Niners could be negotiating right now.
You should,
know?
Yeah.
And so that way, as soon as the season's over, you sign it, and you're good to go. The player doesn't have to worry about any security, anything happen with an injury in the postseason, that kind of thing. So it's a win-win for the player and the organization. And then I mentioned the offshoot of this. And keep in mind, this is going to be fought tooth and nail by the NFLPA.
Oh, yeah.
But there is a story out there that NFL owners are considering a quarterback salary cap.
They're such haters.
They're greedy.
This is greedy. This is hating. A quarterback salary cap. They say, look, Daniel Jones can't be getting $40 million or whatever the hell it is.
That's what it's for.
Yeah.
Is that what it's for, or is this separated from the whole team?
Well, no,
salary.
I think what they're trying to do is the percentage of a quarterback salary, like right now, is like 22% with some of these teams. They want to keep it between 15 and 18%.
Oh, okay.
So they can get other players.
Okay, I thought you were separate, because I was about to say this would be great for a team like the Browns, who just threw all that money at the quarterback.
I think,
and that way they can still build a team.
Yeah.
So capping how much you can dedicate your salary cap
percentage of your cap,
right?
Okay.
To the quarterback.
And that I think Texans fans should be cheering for that. Obviously, I think any team should be cheering for that. But let's say they say 17%. Your quarterback salary cannot be more than 17% of the entire salary cap. Well, that's good, for the teams. That's good for fans, because they know that their teams are going to have more money to spend elsewhere. But it's awful for the NFLPA, and they're going to fight it like crazy. I think this is going to be one of the most bitter fights. If it ever does come to kind of the forefront, I think it's going to be one of the most bitter fights the NFL has ever had. I really do.
I think with the CJ thing, there is some, and maybe this, I'll speak for myself. There is some trepidation of David Mulugheta and the Texans negotiating the contract in between the end of a regular season and the postseason.
Yeah.
Even if, like what you say, it could be done ahead of time. You could already agree to the terms. What is there to talk about right now as far as what you would pay CJ, whether you would pay CJ? Like if he has another 2 seasons that are even close to or in the vicinity of what he had his rookie year, it's going to be the easiest negotiation ever.
Yeah, there's a number, here it is.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do think that there's a feeling of, man, I don't know about that. I don't know if I want that to be a topic of discussion or a thing that's going on in the middle of a playoff run, especially by then when you expect to be a much improved CJ and a much improved team.
But here's the other good part for Texans fans. Let's say that this quarterback salary cap thing starts gaining some traction, and then gains a little more traction and a little more and a little more. CJ Stroud's going to want to get that deal done quick before it kicks in.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of benefits Stroud for sure, but it also benefits you'll lock him up.
Well, you're talking about the fans. It benefits the fans because think just about the timing of it all.
Yeah.
When you get your quarterback, when you get your franchise quarterback, it's at a time when they're at least having these discussions. And like you mentioned, the NFLPA is going to fight this like hell.
Yeah.
But if they're able to do this at a time when you found and honestly lucked into your franchise quarterback, what incredible timing that is for Texans fans, because what it ultimately means is they put this cap on the quarterback salary, and it allows the team to go out there and operate and surround the quarterback.
Yeah.
It's not as crippling. The discussions that we have about, hey, do you really want to pay Trevor Lawrence or Tua Tagovailoa that kind of money and not be able to surround them with the type of team that they need? You feel like C.J. Stroud is a maximizer that can make the most out of little, and you would be able to surround him with the talent that is required to make this kind of run.
Right, and then from his perspective, he'll want to sign it before this thing officially kicks in. So he doesn't have to worry about the 17 or whatever percent it is. He can just get the $60 million. So he'll be motivated to sign it quick.
CJ is not going to be the first $60 million man. He's going to be the first to go into his negotiations expecting $60 million, requiring it. I think, and you could maybe even say this about Jordan Love. You might even be able to say this about Dak Prescott when his contract comes up. And this is interesting too. What happens with Dak? I know it's the Cowboys and kind of a taboo subject, but they are in a very, very interesting position. Because the same logic I apply to Trevor Lawrence is like, hey, I don't think that's the guy. I don't think he's, like the top 5.
I think he's better than Trevor Lawrence.
I do think he's better than Trevor Lawrence. But what I'm saying is, like, you feel like you got an idea of what the ceiling might be there, but he's way, way, way too good to be talking about parting ways from.
Yeah.
If you don't have if your backup plan is Trevor Lawrence, or I'm sorry, not Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance.
Yeah.
If your backup plan is Trey Lance, like you're holding on to Dak and you're paying him $60 million. Even if it's begrudgingly. But I think one of these two guys, to answer the question, Jordan Love or Dak Prescott, is the first guy to get the $60 million a year, and C.J. Stroud will be the first guy to go in already expecting that to be the floor
That's the baseline.
For what he asked for.
Yeah, that's the baseline. So between all this happening, you've got the numbers going through the roof. You got him locked up for 2 years. You've already kind of built up the surrounding pieces and all that. And then they have, kind of on the backdrop, you have them talking about a quarterback salary cap. I think the Texans should obviously want that, but I think C.J. Stroud's going to say, let's get this thing done, like ASAP.
Who's the next biggest contract priority for the Texans, you think? Obviously, we're talking about C.J. Stroud, but that's a little bit further down the road.
Well,
I feel like, and I asked the question, but I do have an answer. I feel like it's probably going to be Derek Stingley.
It is. That's what I was going to say.
I think it's probably going to be Derek Stingley. And this all relates and goes together because, hey, you want this all to be laid out perfectly. Look at the Nico Collins deal and how it lays out perfectly with C.J. Stroud's rookie deal. Derek Stingley's probably the next guy up. We're looking way ahead, but we're trying to lay the framework for how this team is ultimately going to be built. You think Derek Stingley's the next guy up for a big deal?
I think absolutely Derek Stingley. As far as big ticket, big time.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the marginal in between, but Derek Stingley's probably the next.
And here's another reason though why you get that done, and then you hustle to get the C.J. Stroud contract done. You're going to have to pay Will Anderson at the same time. You got to pay Will Anderson at the same time you're paying C.J. Stroud.
Well, you might have another year to kick that can down the road.
It depends on how good you think he is and how well he does.
Well, so the issue is that the price of the brick always goes up, right?
Yeah.
That's more the issue than, say, having to do it.
Yeah.
But you're going to know by then that you want to do it and maybe feel like, hey, maybe I should do it now or you're early.
You're still going to have to plan for it.
You're still going to have to plan for it.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily have to do it right then and there. Maybe the approach is also to stagger it because Sean's pointed this out. Sean Pendergast has pointed this out. Normally, it's just the quarterbacks that get the deal after year 3.
Oh, for sure.
Normally, it's just the quarterbacks that get the
but
deal.
If Will Anderson goes double digit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
what's he going to want? Get his feelings hurt too.
But that also fits perfectly with what else they did. Man, shout out to Nick Caserio real quick, man.
Big time.
Because the Daniil Hunter deal, guess what's going to be coming off the books by then?
Yep.
Got this year, got next year. Oh, now it's time to pay
Will Anderson.
C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and start having those discussions in earnest if you haven't already in the background.
Yeah.
So it is a very interesting time for team building. Would you pay Brock Purdy anything close to $60 million? Like this is I would like to be in San Francisco's position of being competitive and having a chance to be in the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah.
I don't know how I would feel right now if I was in the Bay Area and the team was talking about paying Brock Purdy $60 million, even though I do think he's good.
No, I think he's going to get paid 55 plus, maybe even touch 60, just because he's produced. Yeah, you can talk about complementary pieces and coaching and situation. Dude, that all ties together, man. I mean, that's part of the reason he's produced, and other guys didn't. You know, if I was Brock Purdy's agent and they said, well, he's kind of a product of the great, squad that we've built. I said, how'd the other quarterbacks do?
Yeah.
That's what I'd say. How'd the other ones do with this great thing you built? So he's going to get it. He's going to deserve it. He really is. He's not going to wow you like C.J. Stroud or these other guys or put a team on his back. Well, actually, he did a little bit this past season, but
he's had some moments.
Yeah, he actually did.
I kind of feel like a hater even saying it.
Yeah,
because he has had some moments. He's proven himself in the time that he's been given.
Do you want to pay Brock Purdy that? No. Has he earned it? Yes. He has.
Brock Purdy, I think Tua, and to some degree, but I think a lesser degree, Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
They are all the case for in the argument for the
salary cap.
The cap.
Yeah.
Capping the quarterback. Because it's like, okay, it's obvious that this guy is good enough to get another contract, but $60 million. And not just the amount, not to be a hater on the amount that he gets, but it's taken this much of our salary cap of what it takes to build a team to have this one guy who is not that much of or not that kind of difference maker on the same level as the guys that normally get this money or the guys that you think deserve that money. They are I feel like Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence to a lesser extent are the case for the quarterbacks.
Yeah,
for the quarterback cap.
If you're a fan of your team, you want the quarterback salary cap. If you're a fan, like I think everybody in this room is, of players getting all they can, you probably don't like it. But I think the team wins in this case. I think the team wins in this case because they'll be doing just fine. 17% of the salary cap, they'll be all right.
We're less than a week away from finding out what the Rockets are going to do with the number 3 overall pick.
It's crazy.
What would you do? That's next on In the Loop.
Nico Collins wants to be the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
The Rockets are in a very unique position. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. We're inside a week from the NBA draft, and the Rockets have the number 3 overall pick. The bad news is there doesn't seem to be a clear player worth drafting really at any of these picks. Like, there's not a consensus anything in this draft, and so it sucks to, in a year where there's not that, to have this pick. But they are in a unique situation where, hey, maybe other teams might be interested in it. You're in a position of strength where you can leverage the pick. You own the pick. There's league-wide interest. Maybe you trade it. Maybe you can get a star. Maybe you trade back and still get the same caliber of player. I feel like the Rockets have a number of options here. And if the best option isn't, hey, draft this player, this clear, no doubt number 3 overall pick, I feel like the best situation to be in, Lopez, is, hey, there's interest in this pick. We might trade it. We might trade down. We could maybe try to package it for a star, or maybe we do like a player. But the fact that somebody might be interested, or multiple teams might be interested in this pick, makes this somewhat compelling.
God, you made such a good argument, and I'm totally on the other side.
All right. That's what makes radio fun.
He just told you, bless your heart.
I'm totally on the other side.
That's what makes radio fun.
My thing is, what do you want to be, and how fast do you want to be that thing?
I think that's a fair question.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
Because what are you going to have to give up? What are you going to have to pay? What are you going to have to become if you're the Houston Rockets and you have this pick? It's a very lucrative pick in terms of trade value. Incredibly lucrative.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side, man. I want him to keep that pick.
You want him to keep the number 3 pick?
I want him to keep the number 3 pick.
In a year where there's just no obvious.
Well, that's what we say, because we're just kind of dabbling until we can dig in more.
Look, man, I dig into this thing pretty.
You do
pretty heavily.
more than I do.
And let me say this: I don't have a player that I'm like, I gotta commit to. I'm married to this guy. I like Reed Shepard. Yeah. Sean Pendergast just walked in here, mentioned Reed Shepard.
How about the next Kawhi Leonard?
You think that player's in there? I don't.
I kind of do.
So you have a player in mind.
I have a player in mind.
So I like this. If you want them to make that pick and keep that pick, I want to hear you out. Who do you want them to pick at number 3 overall?
He went to UConn.
Okay.
But it's not Donovan Clingan. It's
Castle.
Stefan Castle. That dude is 19 years old, maybe the best defender in the country. This team needs that big time.
Oh, they were better defensively last year.
I know, but so I'm saying to become what you have to be these days.
See,
to put him against the best players in the league and in your division and in your conference, and have this kid develop. I'm not saying he's going to be Kawhi Leonard. I am saying, and I'm saying it
because you almost did,
and I'm saying it out loud. I'm saying it with the old chest out, as people like to say. I think he's got a lot of those characteristics. 6'6", 6'7", point guard, defends his ass off, can score on the drive right now. His big knock is 3-point shooting.
Yeah,
you can teach 3-point shooting. You can
the Rockets?
Yeah, you can become a better 3-point shooter, especially corner threes. Oh, that's right. What did Kawhi do best? Corner threes. I think I love this player. Love this player.
So the only thing I'll concede on this with you and Stefan Castle is that he's absolutely an Ime Udoka type of player.
Big time.
Like, he is, like, if you want to go just what's on brand, what's consistent with the leader of your franchise, the leader, the visionary, if you will, of your organization, Stefan Castle and Ime Udoka fit like a glove.
Yeah.
I really, really believe that. So I don't think you're that far off. But in terms of, like, what they need, Lopez, I'm not with you there, man. I feel like they need shooting. I watch this team, man. They can't shoot. And how can you have an NBA team in the year of our Lord 2024 that cannot shoot from the perimeter? You're talking about teaching a dude to shoot?
It happens all the time.
They've been trying to teach Jalen, and I know it's a different coaching staff now, so hopefully, Ben Sullivan or whoever else is in charge of helping guys learn how to shoot for the Rockets, continue to put that work in and give them more time to do it. But they've been trying to. Jalen Green still shoots from his chin, like he's a sophomore in high school. And the shot is still inconsistent, even though when it's good, it looks really good. Like they don't have a good enough track record right now for me in developing shooters, and they have a desperate, I think anyway, a desperate need to add shooting. Like when, like they just don't have it.
No, they need shooting.
They don't have it. That's why when Sean comes in here and mentions Reed Sheppard, I'm down for that. Some people think that he's not just the best shooting prospect in this draft, but one of the better shooting prospects that you'll find, and especially when nobody says anything good about this draft, they are at least saying that Reed Sheppard is one of those guys that can just be a knockdown shooter in the NBA. You absolutely need that. Now, am I high on drafting a guy that's, what is he, 6'3"?
6'2".
6'2".
Yeah.
Do I want to draft a 6'2", shooter at number 3 overall?
And this is not
really.
This is not race card stuff. Like one of the big knocks on him is athleticism. And so he's going to have to be set up. He can knock it down. I'm not anti Reed Sheppard by any stretch. All I'm saying is, like, if you can get a dude that is potentially a transcendent defensive player that can score a little bit, 6'6", I think he's a little over 6'6", point guard, that can find the open guys, the open shooters, if you can acquire those, and maybe develop a shot, I'm down with that.
Here's another hole I'll try to poke in this Stephon Castle thing, especially at 3, though. Because I like the play. I'm not anti-Castle. I'm just anti-Castle at 3. And I think really what it is, I'm anti-keeping this pick. I'm anti-picking at 3 because the texter, and I appreciate this on the text line from 979, what if Castle drops to 9?
Oh, then you run it up there.
But here's the
run it up there.
So here's the issue.
He won't.
Here's the issue with picking at 3. And Adam Spillane, I want to shout out Adam Spillane because he mentioned this about a week or two ago on the H-Town Hoops podcast that we do. And y'all can check that out on SportsRadio610.com or wherever you get your podcasts, honestly. But Adam brought up trading back, that being the best kind of course of action, especially if you're a little bit uneasy about what you might get at 3.
Probably a little warmer to that idea, yeah.
Here's the thing, and I think this is not just the safest, but the smartest play. We got the texter mentioning or bringing up what if Castle drops to 9. I feel like the quality of player that you're going to draft at 3 is probably a similar quality of player that you could draft at 9. Like in terms of, maybe it's a different player, but in terms of what their overall impact answering your question that you led this off with in terms of what do you want to be, that same guy's going to be available to you at 9.
Yeah, but
that
one of those guys, though, that's how and I agree with you right now looking at this draft, but one of those guys is going to be a superstar in the top 5 picks.
You think so?
It always happens. I mean, it's like the NFL draft. Somebody's going to be a bust of the top 3 quarterbacks taken. One of them's going to be a bust. Just like top 5 picks in the NBA, we might all be able to throw a hat on them and think they're all kind of like, what's their upside? But one of them will be a stud, Let me pay off on what if Castle falls to 9, because this is important. The reason why 9 is important is because you got teams around that area, namely Memphis, who could be interested in Donovan Clingan. And let's just really focus on Donovan Clingan for a second, the big man out of UConn. I know you mentioned Castle, but there seems to be an appetite, a desire, however you want to characterize it, some buzz around Clingan at 3. Well, for the Rockets, Clingan's probably redundant. Yes.
He's probably redundant if you're going to stick with Şengün. They're able to extend Şengün right now. They just traded for Steven Adams, who's expected to be healthy and contribute to them this year. They don't really need Clingan.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that Clingan is, honestly, I mean, he's a big man. He's going to be really good defensively, but I'm not sure he's going to be better than Şengün. I don't think you're going to restart that. And they got some faith in Şengün.
Yeah.
You don't really need that guy.
No, I agree.
Other teams want him. Why don't you kind of use that leverage that, hey, a team wants Clingan, we don't need him.
Yeah.
Maybe Castle falls to 9, and if not, somebody of that ilk of that caliber will be around there later on in the draft.
Look, I think there's a limited number of teams that Clingan would be a good fit just in today's NBA, because he's kind of a true post player. He's got good moves down on the block and all that stuff. There really aren't a lot of teams where he would be a perfect fit. So I could see where that would be the case. Get a team that wants him in their system and do that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But you also have to realize this, like, you got to get through your division first. Spurs have 2 picks in the top 8. And if you don't think Greg Popovich and all those people over there like Castle, come on now. Come on now.
You're worried about Castle ending up in San Antonio becoming Kawhi Leonard, and he's got Victor Wembanyama next to him, and
another pick at 8.
And they probably going to try to trade for another player too.
Yeah.
I will say this. Mm-hmm. I'm uncomfortable with the trajectory, like comparatively, of the 3 Texas NBA teams.
You should be.
Because Dallas got Luka and Kyrie.
And they're young, mostly.
San Antonio got Victor.
And 2 top 8 picks.
And I told y'all yesterday, man, I'm encouraged by the Rockets, but that's their trajectory.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like 8.
That's why I said at the start, what do you want to be and how do you want to get there? How fast do you want to get there? Like, the draft might be the smartest play if you can find.
Yeah, I don't even know a player they can get with that number 3. Like, everybody keeps saying Mikal Bridges. I don't really know much. I don't. He's worth number 3.
Trade back. He's John Lopez. That's Figgy Fig. I'm B Scott. Coming up, the hits are lit.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. Are you ready? We are.
Hey, I heard you missed us. We're back.
The best football conversations in town.
ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Astros won last night.
How about that?
There is that. Glass half full. The Astros did win last night. Beat the Chicago White Sox 4-1. They will be back out there in about an hour and some change. You got Spencer Arrighetti on the mound trying to get back right after a poor start on Saturday against the Detroit Tigers. But first hit here is the Astros, at the very least, taking care of business against a team that they're supposed to take care of business against. But Lopez, we talked about this earlier, man. It's a weird feeling. I'm trying to decide what the energy is. Is it? Are we patronizing? Are we calling it like it is? Are we going to pat them on the back? Or are we just going to say, hey, man, y'all got a long way to go before we can give y'all any credit. We can't even celebrate a win.
I said earlier, I kind of feel dirty, talking about the Astros and saying, that the answer to what they really are is the fact that we're all grading them on a curve, or at least a lot of us are grading them on a curve. Hey, good job, Hunter Brown. Let's see if you can keep it going. All these little things, good win against the White Sox, and stuff like that. And just knowing that they're still a ways away from convincing anyone that they could make a legitimate run. We're kind of grading them on a curve. I kind of felt dirty about that, kind of felt bad about that. But the reality is that's the reality. The reality is that they haven't shown us that they can be that other squad. And I keep going back to this. The next 16 games, they have obviously a game today that they should win. Of course, we don't know, but they should win against as much as Arrighetti's on the hill.
I'll say you got Spence on the mound.
The White Sox.
To be fair, he had been good before that.
Yeah.
He's had some moments. That was just an odd day.
And the White Sox pitcher is kind of a slug himself. I mean, he's having a really bad year. So they should win that. But after that, they've got a pretty steady diet of pretty dang good squads, starting with the Orioles. And then, of course, they have the Blue Jays mixed in there. The red-hot Mets are mixed in there. Twins are mixed in there, sandwiched around a couple of games against the Rockies, which should be very gettable if the Astros are playing well. So the next 16 games are going to go a long way toward, are they going to prove that they can get a run together or not? Are they just a Major League Baseball club?
You mentioned the pitcher that the Astros are going to be facing in just a little over an hour from now. That's Chris Flexen.
Yeah, he ain't good.
And he's 2-6 on the year, 5.35 ERA. Last night they were going up against Garrett Crochet, one of the better, despite being on the worst team in baseball, he's one of the better pitchers, period. Certainly has an argument for best lefty in the game right now, at least for how he's pitching. He's certainly up there. This guy today, right-hander, not that.
Not that.
So for however uneasy you might feel about Spencer Arrighetti on the mound, White Sox fans, and they've probably quit. You think Astros fans are dejected. White Sox fans, I imagine, have already quit. But if they did care, Flexen would not have them feel good about it. Hunter Brown, though, at least.
Yeah.
I do feel like deserves some, because I hate it, man. You don't want to, not see for the forest for the trees and, focus too much on individual performances. But at least Hunter Brown feels like that's a piece. That's something that is.
He's finding something.
He's recovering.
Yeah, he's finding something.
We're old enough to remember now.
That was a big-time performance last night.
Oh, earlier in the year, it was I can remember coming on the air saying, hey, man, he might need to go down. He might need to go to AAA and find it. Hey, maybe we just over-talked this thing. Maybe we overhyped what he could be. All of the Verlander comparisons that seemed even ridiculous at the time, but seemed even more ridiculous when he couldn't pitch in the first couple of innings
couldn't get out of the first couple
That's what
of
I mean,
innings.
without giving up everything. And now he's looking a lot more like what you expected him to be, or at least what you hoped he would be. Like you said, Lopez, that was a big-time performance from Hunter Brown last night.
Big-time performance by him last night, and a series of them. He's put several together, and so you got to think they're going to get well today. Nothing is guaranteed with this squad. We've learned that. But at the same time, they've got to get well because it gets a little tougher here in the next 16 games.
Yeah, 100%. So the Astros get started. They got Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. That's at 110. That's the start, 110. So, also, Texans got their training camp tickets out, man.
Man, they're going like Taylor Swift tickets.
I'm hearing, and this is wild, man, because, look, not that long ago, this wasn't like appointment viewing, we got to be at this, but almost by the time we announced it, okay, they were available at 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
By 11:02, when we were announcing it, people are saying, hey, they're already gone.
Yeah.
They're already gone. There are already dates gone. I don't know what you see, Lopez, but it looks like these Texans tickets to training camp, 8 dates available or were available. Seems like they're going pretty fast.
And they might be gone. I just tweeted that. I mean, they're like Taylor Swift tickets. They went on sale 20 minutes later, just about sold out. So you can get yours if you can. It's a good time, man. It's very, very indicative of where this squad is in kind of in the landscape of Houston sports. I mean, it's number one by a long shot, which is wild to say considering the Astros.
Well, no, I mean, to make that comparison, like, think about this. What's the first date? July 28th? I think it's the first day.
Yeah.
So
21st.
July 21st, okay? So right about a month from now, July 21st.
My bad, 23rd.
23rd, okay.
Yeah.
Want to get those dates right. And if you don't have them, you can go to sportsradio610.com. We have this laid out for you perfectly. But by, let's call it mid to late July, when these practices start, okay? And we understand football, especially when it's going good, is king here. But what does it say about the Astros that their training camp practices are going to be way more worth talking about, way more worth dissecting than whatever the Astros are doing at that point? Like, maybe we're talking about the trade deadline.
Yeah.
But basically by then, man, and I talked about this, they could not afford to not be interesting because they will quickly go on the back burner given what the Texans are doing. That's where we are now.
Yes.
The opening of training camp for the Texans is going to trounce the 7-time in a row ALCS appearing, 2-time World Series champion Houston Astros. That's where we are in the Houston sports ecosystem now.
In mid-July, around the proverbial water cooler, which I don't really know how many people talk around the water cooler, but it is a thing.
We don't be having it.
I know.
Like, when was the last time you actually saw a water cooler?
Mid to late July.
Give me a bottle of water.
Yeah. Mid to late July, people talking in offices all across this city are going to say, what's going on with the Texans? What's going on with the Texans? Oh, did you see this about the Texans? Oh, man, this rookie is playing blah, rather than the Astros in the middle of a run. That's going to be happening. It's happening now.
The most interesting conversation that you're going to be able to have for the Astros is, what are you getting for Bregman? Is it time to get rid of Fromber? Is it too early to pull the plug on Kyle Tucker?
Yeah.
Are you changing your? I asked this question on the radio. Let's see, what about a week ago, right here on the air. Can you just flat out change your philosophy and go against this hard stance that you've taken about not giving the long-term deals? I know we talked about trading Kyle Tucker earlier.
Yeah.
Why don't you just make an exception for this guy?
Yeah.
Can we start having that discussion of, like, no, don't trade him. Just let him be the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
And don't go in the tank.
Yeah.
Don't go in the tank. That's where I'm hoping that the Astros are. But I don't know, man. I feel like they are dangerously getting placed to where that I felt like they couldn't afford to be, which is irrelevance, on the absolute back burner as Texans training camp. And we see tickets are gone on a lot of dates.
Yeah.
Tickets are already gone, just not even an hour into them being available.
What are they going to sell for in the secondary market? Because they will. They will. That's going to be the best sign.
I asked y'all earlier in the week, I said, man, what would you pay? Figgy said he wouldn't go over 30.
I was with him on that.
Yeah, I think the max would probably be 30. Because these tickets are free. If you selling $50 tickets or more, you have lost your damn mind.
Okay, I was with you. Was it yesterday or day before? Either way, Figgy, when you said that, I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend more than $30 on these. But then I started thinking about this. You know what a potential thing that could juice the price of those tickets on the secondary market? You get autographs. You get autographs at training camp.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that will probably pay that $50.
Yeah.
They're going to come with all the footballs and the pictures and the jerseys.
You get autographs, man.
It's a good point. It's more of a means to an end.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
You watch practice, you're all excited, then all of a sudden you go to that front rail.
It's an investment.
And CJ is really good. I don't know if he's going to do that this year.
Yeah.
But last year, he was going over to those fans, signing stuff.
Yeah.
So we were having a discussion earlier in the week about number one wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
We heard Nico Collins, or at least we read Nico Collins telling DJ Bijani over at ESPN of what his individual goals are.
Mm-hmm.
He wants 1,500 yards. Tank Dell wants like a very interesting stat line, like 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns, 100 catches. Like, these guys are ambitious. Well, the GOAT, who I'm looking at him right now on the TV screen, the GOAT mentions, and he's talking about feeding number one wide receivers and what the responsibility is. I would say this is more so instructive to a quarterback to consider when you have a number one wide receiver. In the Texans' case, they might have three. This is from Tom Brady.
You always felt like you had to do something to get them the ball. And if they hadn't touched the ball in practice, I'd make sure, oh, God, hey, I got to get so-and-so ball because I want him to keep running hard. And I want him to be ready for when the ball does come. And, you see it a lot in NFL games. I've been practicing a lot of these games. I want to see the best players touch the ball early so they can break a sweat. They can get into the flow of the game. And good coaches do that. When you script plays at the beginning of the game, you're saying, okay, you're the Niners coach. I'm going to make sure McCaffrey touches it either first or second in the game. I want to make sure Deebo Samuel touches it first or second in the game. I'm going to throw it to him quick. Somehow I know the ball is going to be in his hands so he can do something with it. I want to get him into the flow. So we would always try to script so that everybody would feel like they were in the flow of the game. The last thing you want is your number one receiver to go 2.5 quarters into a game and not see a ball to get one target, because he's going to get discouraged. He's got to go out there. He's got to break the huddle. He's got to run out 25 yards to his alignment. He's got to run down the field as fast as he can, try to get open. He's got to run back to the huddle. It's a lot of effort that he's putting into not getting the ball. And I think when you can reward that guy early in the game and figure out, okay, where is he at? How do I get him the ball?
So what I appreciate about this from Tom Brady is he's not running away from the fact that you've got to cater to some of the diva tendencies of a wide receiver.
Exactly.
Really any wide receiver, but especially a number one wide receiver. I feel like this is instructive. I feel like C.J. Stroud is wise enough to listen to the advice of Tom Brady if he catches wind of this, and I imagine they've got access to each other privately anyway. This is I like hearing this from the GOAT. I think I'm gonna like him on broadcast as well.
I'm still a little bit. I'm waiting and seeing, and what he said. Let's be clear. It's not exactly breaking news. A lot of teams try to get their best players involved. What I liked about it is you could see where C.J. Stroud, being the guy that wants to, that's kind of close with everybody, kind of organizes and leads the team. You could see where he would, if it's not happening, he would demand that it happens. Because, frankly, there are some games, as much as Tom Brady said that, there were games where Gronk didn't get the ball for a while, or Welker, or whomever. And Tom Brady was probably demanding it. Like every team wants to get everybody involved and get them in the flow of the game. But if it's not happening, you all of a sudden do that and make sure, C.J. Stroud, I think, will absolutely make sure Tank, Stephon, Dalton Schultz, obviously, and Nico all get their early touches.
He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. We got Figgy Fig in the building with us. Coming up next, in the spirit of Kendrick Lamar's pop-out concert last night, what are some of your favorite sports beefs? I got a few. We'll get into them on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
What do we call it? The malaised Astros. I'm going to call them the
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Psst. I see people.
What's that on that beat? Aye, Mustard on the beat.
Yo.
Debo, any rap. He a free throw, man down. Call her Amber Lambs. Tell him free, bro. Nella to the cross. He walk around like T-So. What's up with you? Try to see Compton. The industry can hate.
Could not believe it.
How many options you really
I
got?
could not believe that this took a life of its own in live form. Like, this is the first time Kendrick performed these songs live, right, Figgy?
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar performs the Drake diss tracks in front of a live audience for the first time, and does so in an arena with the whole world watching on Amazon.
Yeah.
And singing it.
Dude,
with passion,
I was captivated
without missing a beat.
Me.
Yo, it got me thinking about just beefs in general.
Yeah.
But specifically,
that hit different right there.
Didn't it?
Good timing. Good.
The biggest star in the game, man. He's calling him that in front of all.
And he did a good job performing this, man.
He let this
You know what, Figgy?
Word for, and people don't really give him enough credit for this, but he performed this song with no vocals. This was straight live, and it sounded exactly like the song.
His pacing, his voice, like he is. I don't know if underrated performer is the right, because the people that really rock with Kendrick already know this.
Yeah.
But it was on center stage in this moment for sure.
Now, as you guys know, we did it with you. I've heard all the diss tracks. I kind of broke them down a few weeks ago. It was a lot of fun. But the one thing, Figgy, I'm watching the Aggies and I'm watching the Astros, but I'm scrolling Twitter, and I'm watching some of these videos and stuff without sound. You know, I clicked on a couple, but most of them without sound. And you know what? The first thing I actually told my wife this. I said, "Look at this guy. He is smooth.
He is.
Like, he's just smooth.
He was.
Yeah.
He was working
And that was
crowd.
with no sound. I mean, just the way he was moving and kind of working the crowd.
And this is a bad thing on hip hop, because a lot of performers, big time performers, they perform with their vocals in the real song, and it's hard to understand them because they rapping over the lyrics.
Yeah.
But this one, it was straight instrumental, and he was rapping it himself. A lot of rappers don't do that.
And there's also, I think this is with performers in general, but rappers will be included in this. When you do these live performances, there is a tendency to over-rely on the crowd, especially when you know the song is popular, when you know that the crowd is going to vibe with it and they'll sing along. They'll sing the whole damn song for you if you let them. And you see performers lean into that way, way, way too much. Not this guy.
Yeah.
This guy was word for word, bar for bar, going at it.
And I'm not even talking about that. I'm not just the way he looked. Like, I wish I could be that smooth.
Oh, the charisma?
Yeah.
All of it. No, it was good. It was good.
It's hard, and a lot of these rappers don't even know the lyrics to their own damn song.
Yeah.
And you talking to one of them. Sometimes I mess up my own damn lyrics.
He did. I think on maybe Euphoria, one of the songs, he actually messed up his own lyrics.
He changed something up,
but it didn't matter.
Yeah,
because he was when you're smooth enough.
Yeah,
sometimes you can survive a snafu here and there.
Yeah,
and I felt like he had that going for him. But this did make me think about beefs in general, and more specific to our show, our station, our brand, sports beefs. Your favorite sports beefs, and I got a few. I want to run them by y'all, get y'all's thoughts on them, and see if they align with y'all's or if y'all got some different ones. But I got one that we got to start with. My top number one sports beef that I like the most, and it's this one: Andre Johnson and Cortland Finnegan. Like,
we're going on the Wayback Machine.
But this was. But you know what? This felt like that beatdown in music form. Did it? Like
it absolutely did.
It felt like that beat down in music
because there was a history too.
There was a history. There was a background.
Yeah.
Now and there was a clear winner.
Yeah.
I think that was the most distinguishing part about it that makes them cross over. It's like there is a there's a beef here. There's a back and forth, and it doesn't look like anybody's like backing down per se.
Yeah.
But then at the end of it, there is a clear and decisive winner in this one.
Yes, and that's a really good point, because even if you were neutral, like you're just a fan from Omaha or something, and you were kind of like both those guys, you're like, all right, Andre just beat him down. You're like, there's no question who won this.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan, number one sports beef for me. Number two, Hakeem Olajuwon, and not David Robinson personally, I don't think, because David Robinson's a likable guy.
Well, they liked each other.
The Admiral, right.
Yeah.
But more so, the beef was the notion that he would be the MVP.
Trophy.
In 1995.
The trophy.
And we know how that played out.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, my God. We saw how that played out. One of an all-time moment in Houston sports history.
Yeah, we do.
And really kind of feel bad for, and it's weird for me. I know, Lopez, your background. Look, it's weird for me feeling any kind of sympathy for a Spur. But I do feel some sympathy for David Robinson in that moment because he was just like a vessel.
Yeah.
Or like
it was the trophy.
Collateral damage, you might call it.
It could have been It could have been Sean Elliott on that team that won the trophy. And Dream would have gone after Sean Elliott. I mean, that's what it was.
It was one of my earliest sports memories.
Yeah.
And I didn't have, at the time, I just knew that Hakeem Olajuwon was amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't have at that time the context of the MVP, the politics around it, what that might mean to. I didn't have that frame of reference at the time.
Yeah,
I was just marveling at dude, and then over time, I got to kind of realize what the background was, and also, this helps beefs when you got instigators. This one had instigators. You hear them tell the stories. Mario, Ellie,
Vernon,
all the different guys tell the stories.
That's your trophy over there,
yeah,
man.
How they egged him on.
And
they
gave it to him that night before the game.
Right in his face.
They gave it to David Robinson and raised the trophy in Olajuwon's face right there. Rudy T. I call him Rudy. No, Rudy T.
No, Rudy.
Tells an amazing story about just the way that Olajuwon was kind of shaking, watching it happen. And he said, I knew right there. It's happening.
It's one of those moments where an individual goal can ultimately help the team.
Yeah.
Because when your best player is motivated in that way or feels insulted in that way and is ready to put the team on his back, that's one of those moments where individual motivation meets the overall team sort of goal there. So Hakeem Olajuwon against not just David Robinson himself, but the idea that he would win the 1995 MVP over him.
Yeah.
And Olajuwon clearly took that personally. All right, number 3 for me. That Astros-Dodgers run from 2017 to 2020. I know there's even deeper and further back Astros-Dodgers rivalries from back in the National League days, but I'm going to keep it more recent than that. We're not going to get that far in the sticks. Everybody remembers 2017 to 2020.
Yeah,
it was a time. I kind of feel a way now that the Astros are sort of slowly declining from even being on that level of relevance. But
what a run that was.
But man, 2017 to call it 2020 COVID year. Remember, fans weren't in the stands.
Yeah,
but they let media attend. I was there for that little kerfuffle with Joe Kelly and Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And I want to say Roberto Ozuna was still on the team and he was ready to fight. That was one of my favorite.
I forgot about him.
Yeah.
Where is he at?
Hey, I don't know where he's at now, but he was ready to get down on that particular day. I'm telling you.
He got a weird case. Why is he around?
Hey, untucked his shirt and everything.
He was
ready to go. Hey, let's go.
Like Show did the other day, put his shoes on the table. So that was still the most bizarre thing. When he was ready to fight somebody, he took his shoes off and put them on the table.
Yeah,
what are we doing?
Yeah. So I do know, I do know of taking your shoes off in a fight. I've heard of that, but
I haven't.
I've heard of that.
Yeah,
but putting them on the table, that was maybe an extra stretch, an extra little element that I wasn't aware of.
That one was real, man.
So Astros Dodgers. All right, last one. This is another Rockets related one for me, and I want to hear something from y'all. The Utah Jazz. That's probably my biggest beef.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, man. I don't know if it's just that I don't like John Stockton and Karl Malone, or if it's specifically John Stockton's 3 over the outstretched arms, late arriving Charles Barkley in 1997, or what it is exactly. But the Utah Jazz, big sports beef for me. I would say even more specific than that. My favorite, Vernon Maxwell on Twitter.
Now this one I love.
Versus Utah writ large.
Because it's so bizarre. Because Vernon, you can tell he doesn't really care.
No, he's
trolling. He just likes tweaking them, man.
He's trolling.
He just likes like really going at them and getting them all riled up and all that other stuff. All right, so we got to be fair here. We got to be honest. We got to be transparent. We all, I feel like I don't really have a legitimate beef. Like I hate that team or that person, except for like here and there from a distance. But we all have some sort of beefs with someone or something, right?
Oh yeah, because I'm one of the more peaceful dudes that you'll find. I don't have a whole lot of beef.
Yeah,
and you saw mine just came off like I went to sports beef. I don't have a whole lot like real animosity. I'm kind of glad for that.
I have some like fun beefs, like kind of like Vernon Maxwell, but not as violent. I like to kind of tweak people. I love giving Adam Spillane a hard time because he gets so like riled up and takes it serious. Like I'll say, well, you hate, and he does, by the way, Figgy, right? I said, you hate everything, you know, and he hates people.
I knew this already,
and I just love tweaking him. Now my more real beefs, and I want to get y'all's. Like, what's your real beef? Amy Adams Strunk.
Oh yeah, I know. This is actually another one of my favorites. I should have added this.
I hate her.
You versus Amy Adams Strunk.
I hate her.
I can tell. Didn't you call her like a witch on the air one time?
I did, but that's only because I couldn't say the other thing.
That poor old lady. That poor old lady. Come on, Lopez.
The Astrodome. Not the Astrodome itself.
No, I would. Can I recharacterize this?
Yeah.
John Lopez versus Harris County, and or whoever calls themselves responsible for making sure that the Astrodome in that situation was taken care of properly.
Cowards. Cowardly buffoons is what I would call them.
This might be this is up there for me. You versus the Astrodome, because it's fan the flames for me too.
Yes. And Astros PR. Now, not necessarily not necessarily the people that are in the PR department.
Say, man, I like Shaq. shout out to Shaq Sullivan.
Yeah, no. All due respect, Shaq.
Lopez isolate on this one. We'll sit back.
Hey, Steve Grande, shout out to you, dog.
Not you personally, not your department personally, but what the Astros do with injuries, and nobody expects you to be fully transparent, but some transparency with where you are as an organization and spinning all this stuff. And, he slept funny. You know, by the way, he also slept funny and has to have Tommy John surgery. So Astros, like in a general sense, the PR that Astros try to get us to believe. So I would say the most legitimate ones would be Amy Adams Strunk, the Astrodome, and Astros PR in general. Figgy, I know you've got beefs.
Yeah, I got a couple beefs. I mean, I got the obvious ones, man. I hate Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I don't care about Pittsburgh at all. I do not like Cincinnati. I hate the city of Cincinnati. I would not. I hate going through Cincinnati. I feel like Cincinnati should really be in Kentucky.
It's right on the border.
I was gonna say,
the airport is in Kentucky.
Yeah.
So when you go to Cincinnati, you actually flying into Kentucky.
Yeah.
But some smaller ones that I remember when I was a kid that I really enjoyed was that. Remember that era when the Lakers and the Kings used to always face each other?
That's a good one.
With Vlade Divac with the Kings and Shaq, and then Shaq calling them the Sacramento Queens.
Yeah.
And said LA is the new capital of Cali. I really enjoyed that a lot because at that time I was always rooting for the Kings with Mike Bibby and Bobby Jackson and all that.
Yeah.
So that was one of my favorite ones. But the one now that I really like and really a treat of, and Lopez kind of spoke to this a little bit, but Hannah Manette versus Amy Adams.
Oh, hell yes.
I just like that because I know Amy is technically the owner. So she's the go-to, and Hannah is not technically the owner, it's Cal, but I like that. You know,
and it's real.
I like that lady on lady beef, man, where they just and they do it in a polite way too. Well, it's not like they not slinging in the mud. She's kind of being a little polite, but if you know, you like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Figgy, they do it in a polite way because they know they got to stay above the fray.
That's what I like about it.
Because of their position.
But you know.
But like deep down, I wish that they could be creatively liberal the way, say, a Kendrick Lamar is allowed to, you know, and actually say what they feel and like say what they mean what they say. but you know that they can't do it. But I think deep down, I don't think it's let's call it ladylike.
Yeah, 100.
For lack of a better term.
100%. This is kind of like Shams and Woj.
I like that beef.
Yeah, they won't ever, respect each other on Twitter, but of course, Woj had to put them on the table like, look, this is the person the Lakers was zeroing in on the whole time.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's a little shot right there. So I like stuff like that. You don't have to necessarily roll in the mud. I got enough of that with Kendrick and Drake, but I like the corporate up there type of high talk type of beef.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Fee, because I'm surprised we got this far into it without getting to Hannah McNair and Amy Adams-Strunk.
Yeah, I should have. Yeah,
that's a good one.
I just said my personal beef with Amy Adams.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's another good one. Yeah. And maybe it's just Houston versus all y'all, but really Houston versus Amy Adams-Strunk.
And even on the other side, like I like how Tennessee is like leaning into this more with Mike Vrabel wearing the hat, the Bun Phillips hat, and Amy Adams is she broke out the whole Oilers stuff, even though she didn't care, didn't want to use it until we started talking about it. Or I kind of like that, man.
Also, how Tennessee fans who have no connection to the Oilers history were willing to troll Houston fans for caring about it.
Yes.
Like that was, I thought it was kind of a little dirty. And a little bit of dishonest.
And even at that game, Hannah mentioned this. She said how the PA system there was like, beat Houston, let's beat Houston.
They gave the owner, they always give gifts to each other. I heard they gave the Texans, Hannah and Cal, some really bottles of wine that had the Oilers logo on it. Like that's what the beef is.
That's the petty beef,
that's
man.
The petty. All right, Beef Scott, we got to get your beefs, man. You got some.
Oh, y'all know what my beef is.
What's that?
Unnecessary ass handicap spots.
That's not a
no.
person.
So I tell you, whoever put it in the ordinance, wherever it was written and codified in law, that you had to have a certain
Why do you have to have 15 of them?
That you're right.
Yeah,
like,
I don't mind 3 or 4.
I get that this is a big. Just think about it, Lopez. We work in a big building, so that means,
dude, you can't walk. You can't walk in a whole row.
But it's only because we work in a big building. But that didn't account for, hey, what about one day when big buildings are kind of like different and you just work in a big building, but don't a lot of people go there no more. Exactly. And you just got a bunch of unnecessary handicap spots.
There's like 15 of them, man.
That's my biggest beef.
They got that. They got the electric car parking, which is like 20 of those.
I don't mind that. I mean, because there's a lot more on the road.
20 of them?
Maybe not 20.
I got a bigger one.
Yeah.
Whoever was responsible for the 610-59 interchange and made it so where you have to go right to go left and left to go right.
Yeah.
I hate you. I hate you.
You're talking about over on 290?
No.
Because 290 has it too.
It's that too.
Yeah.
So everywhere around Houston where conventionally,
I'm going left. Oh, I got to get in the right lane.
It's like multiple places. It's right here at 59 and 610. It's over there on 290 like you're talking about. It's like, none of it is intuitive.
Yeah.
You got to go the opposite direction to go the way that you're trying to go.
Yes.
So whoever's responsible for that, we got serious beef. Brandon Scott, Landry Locker. Oh, my God, I said Landry Locker. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in the building on Lunchtime Confessions coming up next on In the Loop.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
I get it at the end of the day, like, hey, you just do what you do, control only what you can control.
610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Brandon Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig on In the Loop, Lunchtime Confessions. And we started off with this one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I didn't really want to watch the Astros anymore once I realized what was happening with that concert.
Don't apologize for that. It's a good confession.
I just did not. I was like, okay, look, I got an obligation here as a media member, whether I was doing this show or not, right? I got responsibilities to the website, to like just various different reasons why I need to be watching that game. But I ain't really want to. And attention was kind of diverted a little bit. Let me just be honest with y'all.
Yeah.
Once I realized exactly what was happening last night.
No, I don't apologize for that. I'm sure you checked in like I did. Hell, I was watching mostly the Aggie game last night.
I double screened it. I had one on my phone, one on the actual TV. But I was kind of watching one more than the other.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of that, when I was watching the videos this morning, and it actually started trending. I noticed that Kendrick Lamar was rocking some Nike Shox.
Yes.
Did you notice that?
I saw. Yeah. I didn't notice it looking at him, but I saw people talking about it.
My confession is that's my all-time favorite Nike shoe. Almost more than Jordans. I know Jordans are in their own category.
Really?
I love Nike Shox. There's something about those that were just really cool. I know that might not make me cool, but me personally, I love the Nike Shox.
I think
y'all didn't?
Nah. I never had any, but I kind of wanted them for the wrong reason because when I was younger, I used to think those would give me more of an advantage whenever I play basketball for some reason.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the case.
Why can't they bring them back?
Yeah, I think I liked them maybe as a basketball shoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I thought they were really cool.
Yeah. You know what? I can appreciate that. I can appreciate Kendrick doing what he did in the Shox, and I can appreciate you, Lopez, for confessing that.
I was a big fan of the Nike Shox.
That you're a Nike Shox guy.
I had some red ones.
Oh, did you,
baby? Huh? They're still in the closet somewhere.
Would you have guessed that Lopez was a Shox guy?
Nah,
I had 2 or 3 pair.
Huh. Damn.
No, I loved them because that's back. This is early 2000s. I would still go out and play a little basketball here and there. Those days are long gone. Those days are long gone.
Fun.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I gotta confess, man, I love seeing the Colts Twitter get their ass whooped in the mentions yesterday. So they tweeted a picture of Zaire Franklin, and he was holding up like a forward sign, and their caption. Let me read their caption was "Throw your fours up."
Mm-hmm.
Whoever was running this account didn't realize he was throwing up Omega Sci-Fi.
Yeah.
Oh, was he?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yesterday, remember it was Juneteenth yesterday.
Oh no.
And so the people in the quote tweets, the people in the comments was like, y'all still ain't delete this. This looks so bad. Because I guess they thought he was just throwing up because his number is 44.
Yeah.
So they thought he was just throwing up the number 4 because of his jersey.
I gotta see this.
But the cultural
who tweeted that?
Yeah, I mean, it's
the Colts account.
It's a Two Americas moment. This happens quite a bit. Like
yes,
somebody throws up the.
This happened with Jalen Hurts when he was doing his little tongue out.
Yep.
And people thought he was imitating the Rolling Stones.
And it's still up.
Yeah, it was still up last time I checked this morning.
Oh God, I see it now.
And so Zaire Franklin actually tweeted this morning. He said, wow, that tweet's still getting cooked, SMH.
Well, it should.
Yeah, so he actually had to address like, hey, I am actually Omega Sci-Fi.
3.1 million views.
He even said, man, that tweet still getting cooked.
Oh, man.
On Juneteenth.
Who doesn't know that? I know Indianapolis might be one of the whitest places in America, but who doesn't know that?
Oh no, Lopez. I think it's the opposite. That for whatever reason, the Black Greek culture, white folks have no interest because they don't. All of these years later,
but
they don't be knowing.
Know it.
They don't be knowing.
And see, I got to confess too because I ain't go to college or nothing like that.
But you've seen the brand on the arm.
I know of them. But if somebody stood right here and did some signs in front of me, I couldn't tell you what it was.
Yeah.
But I feel like stuff like that, if you're running a social media account, I think you should do a little more homework and try to see why he's doing this and maybe tie it in. But it just seemed like it was just so like,
It is.
I have no clue what this is, but throw your fours up, guys.
It was.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got one complaint from last night. People probably tired of hearing me talk about this.
Nah, it's cool, man.
I got one complaint. Like, Figgy, I really want to get your thoughts on this. Who plays Stan during an intermission?
I heard that, man.
Who plays Eminem's Stan at a party?
People were trying to break that down like it was a shot, some type of shot or something.
Maybe
I don't think it was,
maybe,
man.
but if it was,
I think that was just in a rotate. That was kind of a downer.
That fell flat, man. Like if you
Of
go,
all songs you could have played.
if you go to a party or go somewhere where the vibes are up,
Yeah.
like Stan's a good song. Don't get me wrong, but it ain't no party song.
Son, let's go.
It's not an intermission song.
Yeah, and a lot of people been kind of trashing Eminem, like, oh, I never listened to Eminem. It been that whole conversation, but I totally get if you was riding in the car, you didn't put on Stan. I wouldn't argue with that. That's kind of a dark song.
And it's one thing, you know how DJs do, they'll just play the first,
Yeah, maybe the riff.
Yeah. They'll just play a little bit and then they'll kind of move on just for the sound.
Yeah.
They played the whole damn
It
song.
was the whole song.
Because
yeah.
the start of that song is pretty dang cool.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's a cool, I mean, I don't want to say cool. It's a good song.
Yeah.
It just is.
That's not a song you put in a playlist at a concert or a party.
Yeah. I was very thrown off by that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I was just making fun of Indianapolis for their ignorance. Now I'm going to guess that I'm just ignorant on this because I did not know this.
I saw you mention this. Come on, where you been at, Lopez?
I had heard.
Where you been
I
at?
had heard that where he came from and rough background and all that, but I didn't know that there was actual audio of him talking about it with Mike Evans. Did you hear this?
Hey, bro, I'm from here. Born and raised. I grew up homeless in my whole life. Beach, bro. I swear to God, I'll watch you since I was legit. I used to stay under a bridge, bro. Bless you, God bless you, bro. What's up, bro? For real. Yeah, keep doing your thing, bro. On film, you nice, bro. Keep playing hard.
Talking about with Mike Evans, Aziz Al-Shaair, when he was, with the Titans, about his background. Now, I knew the background and how tough it was. I didn't know he lived under a bridge.
Yeah, I didn't know that specific detail. But I mean, I don't mean to say this to be insensitive, but when somebody says that they're transient or that they don't have a home,
you can kind of make that conclusion.
Yeah, I feel like that part of it is kind of implied.
Figgy, did you know he lived under a bridge?
I did not know because
I feel a little better.
And see, I think a lot of people, I hate to say this, but use the word homeless loosely.
Yeah,
because homeless can be I'm not staying in a home, but I mean in my own home,
You're
but
going from
crashing at
your aunt's house to your cousin's house. Yeah.
But I didn't know he was actually under a bridge.
A bridge?
That's deep, man.
Yeah. Like that's
a testimony.
Yeah,
humble beginnings doesn't even begin to describe that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Aziz Al-Shaair for the come up, man, the glow up.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. I think Tom Brady might actually be a good commentator, man.
See,
I heard that little piece of him doing that. What was the USL? Or I heard a little piece of that, and I think he actually might be okay, man.
I'm with Biggie on this.
I don't think he's gonna be too bad because, I mean, we heard all the stuff from Tom Brady, and we kind of roll our eyes and all that stuff, but I think he actually might be pretty good. I don't think he's gonna be too bad.
I hope he is. I mentioned because you were mentioning another thing that he was talking about earlier, I guess about the quarterback thing.
Yep.
I'm just hopeful. I'm just hopeful, but I'm reserving judgment. I want to hear it in a game because that's spur of the moment. That's that's on the cuff, that kind of thing.
I think when Tom Brady is in a game commentating, I think he will break down a lot of plays like, oh, I think this quarterback should have did this, or this guy was wide open. Usually when that I think he's gonna break down the game really good, man. I think he's gonna be pretty good, definitely better than like a Tony Romo.
Yeah, and see the difference between him and Tony Romo, and we just know this about Tom Brady. The reason why I always thought he would at least be pretty good.
Yeah,
dude's a maniac.
Oh,
like
preparation.
He is a maniacal competitor and preparer.
Yeah.
Right. So he's not going to be. And what is commentating really come down to being prepared, being ready, being able to adjust. And that's been Tom Brady's career. And so, I don't see why he wouldn't at least translate that same or transfer that same work ethic that he applied to becoming the greatest quarterback of all time to at least being
I think
an
he
adequate
will.
broadcaster.
Yeah. Go ahead. All right, I got one more.
Yeah, let's get Lopez's last confession.
I feel like today is being wasted by most people. Today is summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Why does it have to happen on a Thursday, man? Why does the longest day of the year have? Because if this were a Saturday, people would be out all day into. It's gonna get dark almost at 9 p.m. tonight. I used to love when I was a kid.
Yeah,
I used to have to get home at dark. I used to have to get home
when the street lights come on.
Yeah, I used to have to get home at dark. I'd come home at 9 o'clock, man, because of it. One time when I was at the Chronicle, just on a whim because it was a slow day because it's always in June, I said I'm gonna write a column about summer solstice by playing 3 rounds of golf in one day. So I went to this course in Kingwood. I played 18, got a sandwich, played another 18, did whatever, played another 18. 3 rounds of golf in one day. And I'm not a good golfer, so it was like 400 strokes. But I was completely flattened, gassed.
Dude, I hadn't thought about this, and I don't want to sound ungrateful for the day, but is Thursday not like the most, and I'm glad to be here with y'all today, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
But is Thursday not the most, feel like the least necessary day? Tuesday's kind of right there, too.
Yeah.
But to your point,
Tuesday's the least necessary day.
Thursday? I guess Thursday is Friday Eve.
Yeah.
But Thursday, man, and you can't be out?
Can't be out.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Coming up next on In the Loop, do we believe Nick Caserio when he says this? Cap or no cap? That's next.
Nico Collins wants to be a Presents In the Loop.
Do you believe it or not? Do you believe it or not when Nick Caserio says this? We're going to play a little bit of a game here with you. It's called Cap or No Cap. Are they lying or are they telling the truth?
You guys tell me.
We got a few of these, and we will. We will.
Yeah.
What's our first one? Our first one is Nick Caserio. Give it to us, Lopez.
I want you to hear this. He was on with Kay Adams, and he's been a regular on McAfee and Kay Adams, and, of course, he comes on with Sean and Seth, and he's built some good relationships with him. So she set him up, and I didn't even really – I guess I knew it, but I didn't really remember it. He's got 6 Super Bowl rings.
I'm sure you knew that.
I knew it, but, I mean, it's not like something you're like, oh, yeah. But then this is what she asked him, and I got a question for you after you hear his answer.
Fortunate to be affiliated with a very successful organization for a number of years that provided me great opportunity. I mean, I have my Super Bowl rings, but honestly, I don't even know where they are because I just kind of put them away. That's not my personality. So, I mean, I just enjoy work. I enjoy the process. I enjoy being part of a team. So I think if you have good people with good process, and then the results are going to be the results. So, I mean, we just want to try to build something that's sustainable for a long period of time here. What the end result is, ultimately, it's up to the players. So if we just get the right people, the right players in the building, give them the opportunity to go out there and execute. When it's all said and done, I mean, football is going to go away. So, I mean, hopefully I'll be judged by how good of a husband and a father I was to my wife and my girls. So, honestly, I mean, I haven't given it one iota of a thought, Kay, to be honest. So It's just other things I think that are more pressing and, more important in my life. But I enjoy football. I enjoy being part of a team and just working with people. So, I mean, and I just kind of take it one day at a time and just try to improve and try to continually get better and remain curious and just look for ways to help the organization, get to a goal that I think everybody in the league wants to achieve.
Get the hell out of here, man. Get out of here.
First of all, respect for having his priorities right. I do believe him about his family. So let's set that aside because that's always admirable. But you don't know your Super Bowl rings are? Your 6 Super Bowl? Are they in a box in the attic?
Y'all are calling cap on this?
I'm asking, cap or no cap?
That is cap. That is cap. To me, this is like if I was working here and I got like 3 awards and I say, I don't care about those awards. I just like coming to work and doing my job. Nah, I'm putting them awards up. Them awards are sitting on my desk so everyone can see. That's an accomplishment, man. I just don't see him saying, I don't care about them rings. I just like doing my job and being a people person.
A devilish grin on his face. I think we're not going to like his answer.
See, I think it would be cap if it was any of the 3 of us. Because if we were to say this, we would be lying. Like, just straight up. Nah, I know where my Super Bowl rings are. I get a Super Bowl ring, I'm going to know where it is at all times. I might even put a tracker on it.
Yeah, they might be in the case.
Yeah, it might have a GPS tracking.
You'd
like
see it
in a
right
box.
now. I'd be wearing them.
It will be in the China.
Man,
I will have them in the China cabinet.
Exactly.
If I had 6, I'm going to be honest. If I had 6, at least one would be a pinky ring.
Yeah.
That I would wear all the time.
Yeah.
100%. But Nick Caserio, I could see him not being a big jewelry guy. Doesn't know where
I'm not a jewelry guy.
Doesn't know where they are. Okay, I'll go with y'all. I'll call cap on doesn't know where they are.
Yeah.
He's got it, and I feel like he's also too organized and too much probably of a control. Not to make him out to be a control freak, but he's too buttoned up to not know where his stuff is.
Yeah.
But do I think he cares or doesn't check on them or marvels at the Super Bowl rings? Nah, he definitely knows where they are, but I don't think he really cares.
I call cap because of that, and also because I think he knows and he remembers that he's got 6 because he's got to sign free agents, man. You don't think he's telling Danielle Hunter, look, I've been in organizations that have won 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah, but that's different from knowing where
come
the
to Houston,
rings actually are.
We'll help you. I think he knows. All right, how about go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Just put the rings on the table, maybe as a negotiating.
I just think as a person, like, you work your butt off to get to that Super Bowl, man.
Yes.
You got to have something. I mean, you can't take the trophy home.
Yes.
So you got to have some type of proof to be like, yeah, look what I got.
So cap on that. Tell me if this is cap. Hunter Brown's been pitching pretty well.
That's no cap.
MLB.com called him this morning Astros ace.
Now that's cap.
It's a little soon, isn't it?
That's cap.
That's a little too soon. I'm gonna say cap too.
It's a little little too soon.
I do think it's a possibility. If they do this, I don't think they're going to do a rebuild, but if they do this rebuild right, I think he could become the ace in a couple years.
Yeah, well,
a year or two, but
maybe.
I don't think they're going to do
He's younger than Blanco.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Blanco's 30.
Yeah, I was going to say Blanco's down there my age.
Yeah, and so I'm going to call cap on them calling him an ace, but I'm with you, Figgy, and I hope they do that.
If they do this right,
Yeah.
I think he could be the ace
I
in
hope
the
they
future.
do the rebuild the right way.
So-
all due respect to the current season.
So I would call cap on ace, but I got to get this off my chest, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really annoyed by the overuse or misuse of terms.
Yes.
Like ace, and one that one of my first editors ever got on me for was just kind of cavalier using the term legend.
Mm-hmm.
Just because somebody is either old or been around a long time or you really like them or whatever the case may be. Like legend is one of those words that gets thrown around way too liberally.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like ace,
It loses its significance.
ace is starting to feel like that, like the
Yeah.
baseball version
Yeah.
of that. Like just anybody who's the best or, at the given moment
Yeah.
or if he's having a good moment, he's an ace. I don't like that.
Yeah. This is an interesting one to me. I want you guys to tell me if it's cap or no cap. So Barstool Sports tweeted Katie Ledecky, the all-time great swimmer, called her the most dominant athlete ever in any sport.
Ooh.
I'm going to start.
That's cap.
No cap. No
In
cap.
any sport?
In any sport. Dude, she's beating Olympians by an entire pool length. Like, if you watch the Olympics, she did this yesterday. And in the Olympics, the greatest swimmers in this moment, she beats them by an entire pool length. And she did it 4 years ago. And she did it 4 years before that.
Is the key word on cap or no cap dominant? Because she's dominating
I'm trying
the competition.
But
I can
she's
see
beyond dominant.
No, I get that's what I'm saying, though. The fact that she's dominating at such a level makes it, like that kind of curries favor to the question of
I'm trying to think
Still
of
feel like she's the best.
I'm trying to think of somebody that just dominated
like that.
Not in the year span, but just in I guess one of their best dominate. Usain Bolt.
Yeah, so
I feel like he dominated a lot too.
That's the
He's
one.
in the category.
He's in the category.
Michael
Because
Johnson.
It's never even close.
Michael Phelps for maybe a stretch there. But when I think about dominance, and maybe this is some basketball bias, but when I think about the most dominant athlete ever in any sport, I can't work around how impossible it was to guard Shaq at one point.
I was thinking the same thing.
Or Wilt.
There's another one.
Back in the day.
Yeah, back in that day. I mean, those are kind of the same thing for their era.
Yeah.
But Shaq was just,
it was no answer for
He
Shaq.
was so wide, man. It was like, what even is that on a basketball
But did you
court?
ever go into a game, let's say a playoff game, because that's basically the Olympic trials, which are going right now, and the Olympics, thinking, man, I hope I win second? Because that's what everybody who lines up with Katie Ledecky does. God, I hope I get the silver medal.
Yeah, I might have been a little bit too dismissive of this one.
Man, I hope I'm second.
Yeah.
How about this one? Sam Monson. We know we're familiar with his work on the NFL. He says Tank Dell is going to quote. This is a quote. Completely rewrite the requirements for being an NFL wide receiver. Now, I don't know if Sean Pendergast was joking about this or just commenting or whatever.
He wasn't. He said this a number of times. I already know.
He said Tank will lead the Texans in receiving yards.
He said that before. Yes.
Yeah.
He believes that, or at least has said it multiple times. I'm going to call
Tank Dell, rewriting how the wide receiver position is played.
I'm going to call no cap on that. And I'm going to call cap on the other one with Sean saying that he's going to lead them in receiving this year. I don't think that's going to happen. But he is going to rewrite what it looks like. What's the actual word? And rewrite the requirements for being an NFL wide receiver? Yeah, I think we're going to start thinking about receivers differently because of Tank Dell.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, I actually going to say no cap on both. I think it is a possibility of Tank leading the team in yards because, look, we talked about it all the time. We pretty much got 3 number one receivers.
Yeah.
You could argue and say which one is the number one today or tomorrow. It might be different. So I think, I think that's very possible. And I think a lot of people, they ain't going to look at a receiver being short or small as a knock. You might start seeing some more Tank Dells going the first round.
Yeah. I'm going to say no cap on the first part. I think he is going to rewrite it, but they're hard to find. I mean, they're really hard to find like that. I am going to say cap on the receiving yards for this year.
Okay.
How about this one? Well, this is going to get people going. Rich Paul, LeBron's agent. He says LeBron and Bronny are not a package deal.
Ooh. I'm gonna call cap on that.
Come on, man.
Because why the hell else is
Come on, man.
Why the hell else is Bronny leaving college to go to the NBA?
Yeah.
That's not to fulfill this dream to play with his dad.
Yeah.
His dad's dream, by the way,
Yeah.
for him to play with his dad. Because otherwise, he's not really an NBA prospect, and he should probably be going back to college.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call cap on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say cap too, man. I just don't believe that, and I think Bronny is in the perfect situation because he just being dangled around all these teams, and look, they gonna overdraft him.
Yeah.
No matter who it is, they gonna overdraft him. I don't think he's gonna be that good. And yeah, that's
last one.
But even if they were a package deal, what is he supposed to say? Like that's gonna make
That's why it's cap.
Yeah,
That's
would
why
make
it's
it
cap.
look bad. So
Yeah.
that could just be a negotiating tactic.
He's lying. Last one. There are reports now coming out of, well, actually nationally, but coming out of Detroit as well. J.J. Redick, who is allegedly going to be the if he's not already, the Lakers coach, is a candidate for the Pistons job.
Listen, I'm going to call no cap, and I'll go even a step further.
Really?
Every person alive known to man should be applying for that job. I'm about to send them my LinkedIn profile right now. They're firing you after 1 year and giving you $60 million.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't like my chances of getting the job.
But I'm going to get paid.
Everyone in America should be trying to get that job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no cap, and I'm gonna add to this. I think Detroit, I don't want to call them stupid, but I feel like whoever's running that team is so foolish.
Yeah.
They probably feel like they have a chance to get LeBron. So they're like, oh, LeBron really liked this guy, so let's hire him, and maybe we could get LeBron. We could draft Bronny. So maybe we could get LeBron on this team.
I hear you both. I think they're solid arguments, but I'm going to say cap because this is, and you know how the game works. This is the agent, man.
Yeah, for sure.
This is the agents trying to get the Lakers to get off the pot, so to speak.
But also, I think Detroit, they ain't scared to pay.
Maybe.
I could see them giving another guy $60 million.
Yeah. I just want to be Monty Williams when I grow up. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Speaking of cap and no cap, they told me that Bill Belichick couldn't win anymore. That's cap. Around the NFL is next.
1, 2, 3.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
So it looks like we might have solved an NFL mystery here with Bill Belichick. And y'all might remember this last fall, winterish,
during the season,
last November, I think it was.
Yeah.
There was a video, real random-ass video circulating of Bill Belichick at the big age that he is doing the walk of shame. Bill Belichick shirtless. I think he might have been locked out of the house.
Didn't he have his shoes in his hand or something?
Shoes in his hand. Like it was
sneaking out.
Yeah.
And I feel like most of us adults can relate to that moment that Bill Belichick. Like
no idea what you're talking
we've
about.
all kind of been there where, you just trying to get your clothes together.
Yeah.
After
I got to get out, man.
After a moment. All right.
Have you been in the moment where say, "Oh, my mama home"?
Yeah.
You got to jump out this window.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we've pieced it together. It was reported pretty recently that he's got this 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, and now we've pieced together that that's whose home he was leaving way back when, his 24-year-old girlfriend, with his shirt and shoes in hand. So, mystery solved. But my point here is, guys, they were telling me that Bill Belichick couldn't win.
Yeah.
I thought that Bill Belichick was washed up, that he had lost a step. That's what they told me. They had me thinking that Bill Belichick was some kind of loser.
Yeah.
But my man's 72 years old, bagging the 24-year-old and still living his best life, still doing catwalks of shame at this big old age. I don't know if I'm sold on this idea that Bill Belichick then forgot how to win. Well, he lost his fastball. Sound like my man's still winning.
He has lost his fastball. He is a frumpy, and speaking as one myself, I can say this. He is a frumpy, kind of turning into a doughy old dude. But he's rich and famous. So rich and famous can cure a lot of ills, man. It can cure a lot of ills. This whole thing, by the way, oh, she was reading a philosophy book that he was interested in. Dude, that's the oldest trick in the book. You're on an airplane, and there's a hot girl next to you. Oh, what's the book you're reading?
All of a sudden,
philosophy, really?
All of a sudden, I am into philosophy.
Yeah, you know what? I've always been intrigued by philosophy, been philosopher. Dude, why hasn't anybody else said this? Maybe they have, and I haven't heard it. Like I saw a story on Yahoo. Okay, here I go on a tangent. But I saw a story on Yahoo this morning. They interviewed the dude who wrote that philosophy book, and he was like so honored, and he said, I'm going to reach out to Bill Belichick and all this other stuff.
Dude, let me tell you something, man.
Brother.
Let me tell that writer, son. I know he's not listening, but let me just tell him anyway, just in case he might be. You ain't had nothing to do with that.
The book had nothing to do with it.
It was the vessel.
Yes.
It was the means to the end.
Yes.
It was what led to the ultimate prize.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick is a winner.
Yeah.
He's a strategist, and he saw what
he
the
attacks.
Doesn't he?
The dude attacks.
Cheats.
Why is nobody talking about this? And I'm not trying to say I'm like some genius. I'm just like, this is the most common sense thing. Like if she had been sitting there and all of a sudden, hey, what are your hobbies? I'm a gardener. I love gardening too. It's like, come on, man.
But Lopez, you know how this goes, this media game, how the storytelling game goes. Sometimes, and I hate to admit this as a media member myself, but sometimes the story that you can tell, if it's not a flat-out lie, sometimes it's better than what the flat-out truth is.
Yeah.
So if you can fluff it up, like, yeah, maybe that's what he used as the icebreaker.
Yeah.
We're going to allow the icebreaker to really be like this mitigating factor or like this real, seminal moment, so to speak.
Yes,
let's overplay it.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
And as a guy, sometimes you got to fake the funk a little bit and be into this stuff. One time, it was a girl I was into, and she was into anime. So you know what I said? Yeah. Oh, okay, I like anime too. Yeah, I don't know. I hate anime.
I know.
And I'm sitting there trying to think. Yeah, so I'm like, okay.
Yes.
Hey, I'm down with it too.
Yes.
It was chasing a girl in high school. The reason why I can sing word for word Maroon 5 songs.
Yes.
I liked a girl who was into Maroon 5, and I'm gonna be honest, I can't, like, I was against it at the time, but I was like, I guess I'm going to get into this.
Yeah.
And then I kind of ended up liking it myself.
Well, see, now there is a...
That did happen.
Yeah.
But it only happened because of the chase.
Yes.
You know what I
And
mean?
plus the fact that they were on an airplane. And he's like, this chick is hot. I'm 72, but I'm rich and famous. Whatever she says, maybe the book she's holding, I'm gonna use that. And she's a poor girl. Like, first of all, she has to take Bill Belichick home to her parents at some point. Like, come on. Like, Daddy, I have a new boyfriend. We're really hitting it off. I think we're getting serious. Oh, really? Bring him on over for dinner.
And she's from Boston. Is she from that area?
I don't know for sure.
Well, that's where the apartment was.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm guessing her parents probably have an idea who Bill Belichick is.
Yes.
Hey.
And you
in
open the
that
door
town.
and there's Bill Belichick in that tattered hoodie.
Look, I don't want to make it all about money, but sometimes we make some compromises. Hey, on the downside, my new boyfriend's 70 years old.
Yeah.
On the bright side, he makes $20 million a year to coach.
Yeah.
Poorly now these days.
It's wildly unbelievable. Like she would live in Boston and not know who Bill Belichick is. And the poor girl, she's going to tell all her girlfriends, we've got the cutest how we met story. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's like, remember Carlos Correa's girl? When she did that podcast, or maybe she did it herself, and she goes, I didn't even really know who he was.
Didn't really know he was.
Yeah.
Sure you did.
Baker Mayfield's wife did the same thing.
Sure you
Tried
did.
to say, oh, yeah, I knew he played for – I really didn't know who he was. Get out of here. It's Baker Mayfield.
And see, that's another, like, bending the truth thing, because maybe they don't know the significance.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't know, like, your slash line or all of that, but they ain't dumb. They can
They tried to
together. Oh, he's a professional athlete.
They tried
to.
They tried to spice it up a little bit. I think Baker Mayfield's wife was like, "Oh, I didn't give him a shot at first because I thought he was just an a-hole football player."
I could actually see that.
Yeah. And you know what Bill Belichick's how we met story is? She was hot and she was 24. That's it.
So
that's it.
You mean to tell me they ain't like the same book?
Screw the philosophy book.
And cap or no cap earlier in the show.
Yeah.
Talked about Nick Caserio not knowing where his supposedly not knowing where his Super Bowl rings are. If this the life that Bill Belichick is living, where he's still approaching mid-20s-year-old women,
I give him credit for that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He probably know where them Super Bowl rings are, right?
Yeah, he does.
Because like that's got to be one of the selling points. It's like
you want to come see my Super Bowl ring?
Just in case for whatever reason you don't know who I am.
That's probably how he bagged her the first time.
This big old expensive thing on my finger here.
Yeah.
This how I got it.
No, that's how he got it the first time.
Yeah.
Like, hey man, I got 6 Super Bowl rings in my house. You want to come see them?
Yeah, plenty more where those came from.
Sure, man.
I ain't got one or two. I got several.
Yeah.
Also around the NFL, Trevor Lawrence officially signed that new deal, that extension, and he says to the media that it's not going to the new deal is not going to change anything for him for how he prepares. More so than anything, it's going to change the outside perception of him, the outside expectation because of the long-term deal. This is an exact quote. I guess on the outside, there's going to be a bigger expectation with the longer-term deal and being the franchise quarterback and having the contract. And it might change the way other people view me, but for me, I think that I've kind of carried it that way or carried that responsibility anyways.
Yeah.
So there's something to this because he's been the guy pretty much forever, but it absolutely changes the expectation. And I hope to be for his sake, not for the Texans' sake, and I don't really worry about them, but I hope for his sake that he does kind of up the expectation. First year, Urban Meyer, it's a wash.
Yeah.
Second year, now it's the first year with the new coach. All right, now last year, the third year was kind of this thing needs to start coming together.
And it didn't.
Well, so I mean, it didn't. It didn't.
Ultimately, it didn't.
It did in terms of the contract. He got paid. So if you want to look at it from that standpoint, it absolutely did. But he was always going to get paid. He's not terrible.
Yeah.
So he was always going to get paid. But in terms of how he's viewed and his stature in the game, it did not take the step that it was supposed to take.
No, it absolutely didn't. You're right on that.
Also around the NFL, former Stanford coach David Shaw, who has been on this program, been on this very, very station in the past.
The night Davis Mills was drafted.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, trying to do his job there, tried to sell us Davis Mills.
That was great.
He's a good salesman.
Oh, he did a damn good job selling Davis Mills.
Because I was like, you know what, David Shaw?
You would have been the first round pick if you stayed in school.
Yeah. Well, damn it, David Shaw. If you
I'm with you, brother.
You said it with your chest, and I know it's your guy, but I kind of believe it. Well, David Shaw also now in the NFL. The Broncos have hired him, former head coach of Stanford, David Shaw, as a senior personnel executive for the team. You think this is a good hire, Lopez?
I think it's a great hire. I don't care what anybody says. This dude can evaluate talent. And plus, he still has deep college football connections. Knows everybody, knows backgrounds of a lot of players still. I don't know what the Broncos are going to do. I don't know what Sean Payton's going to do.
They're going to trade for Davis Mills. That's what they're going to do.
Maybe. But I know this dude is a great hire for that role. Great hire.
Yeah. No, I can't argue against it. He's got the experience, and I think like the obvious experience that I'm talking about is Stanford, but also the connections that you talk about.
Yeah.
Like David Shaw, at least from what I can tell, seems to not only be well connected but well liked and respected. I haven't heard.
Has NFL ties already too.
Yeah. Like right. So across the board, I have not heard anything close to like a bad word about David Shaw. So I imagine having him in the fold is probably a good thing. Now, the Broncos themselves.
Yeah, that's a different topic.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Like if I'm David Shaw, maybe I'm bored or I left my job, I'm twiddling my thumbs, and I just want something to do. But the Broncos themselves, despite hiring Sean Payton last year, is not exactly an outfit that I would want to attach myself to.
Yeah.
I don't feel like they're headed anywhere.
Yeah.
Also, around the NFL, let me throw this to you, Figgy. What's going on with your Browns? I don't know Lonnie Phelps' like full story, but I don't know if y'all saw this. We talked about Justin Timberlake getting arrested for DUI yesterday.
Yeah.
Defensive end for the Cleveland Browns, Lonnie Phelps, not just arrested for drunk driving.
Took a wrong turn, man.
Not just arrested for drunk driving. That's whatever.
Happens to everybody.
That's not right, but kind of a nondescript story. This fool done crashed into a restaurant.
Backed into it, didn't he?
Yeah. And they got a photo of him like his car is wedged within the side of the restaurant.
Yeah.
Like he has this photo. It's ridiculous. And they're saying that the damages are reported an estimated $300,000.
I believe it. I do believe it.
That's a damn expensive drink.
Yeah, it
or
is.
night on the town. Like, I don't know what he had going on that night, but this goes back to the point we were making the other day. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, he's not Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
So I don't expect him to have a driver everywhere he goes. But if you're a defensive end for any team in the NFL, you should at least have an Uber budget.
Yeah.
Like a strong Uber. What is it? Uber X, Uber Plus, whatever the premium Uber. Black. There we go. I just get the regular Uber. I don't need all that. But if you big or semi-famous, semi-high profile, as Jordan Alvarez goes, it's good to see Jordan back in the lineup, by the way.
Yeah.
A little bit distracted by that. But if you're this guy, how do you not have an Uber budget?
We had this discussion about the Justin Timberlake thing. Like, dog, all you got to do is call. I feel like people try to be such a hardo, like they too good to leave their car there and just go home and come back and pick it up when they sober.
Yeah.
There's no shame in that, man. We actually need to make that cool.
Yes.
Make that cool, just leaving your whip or having somebody else pick up your whip and take it home and they drive you home or you take an Uber.
I've done it a number of times.
There's nothing wrong with
that. Like, go to the bar after leaving the station, but guess what?
Yeah.
I'm leaving this car where I know it's safe, right here at the state where I work at in the garage, and I'm Ubering back to it.
Yeah.
Later on.
Yeah.
When I'm right.
I'm to the point, if I know I'm going out and I'm drinking, I'm not even driving.
No, you go beforehand.
Yeah, I just Uber there.
Yeah.
But if I drive, I'm not drinking a lot.
$300,000.
It's crazy, man. Not even worth it, man.
$300,000 worth of damage.
Former Packers offensive lineman David Bakhtiari made a funny comment to me. Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't make it to me, but I thought it was a funny comment. He made it to Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
Adam was trying to probe and see, hey, where do you see yourself landing if you're going to go somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
He says he wants to play with the next Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Well, yeah.
let's do that.
Every time somebody says this, I always go, yeah, and I want Rihanna.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can't get it.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, how do you even plan for that? Okay, so does that mean I'll just go to either the Chiefs, the Ravens, or, I don't know, the 49? Like, like, what are we doing? Mm-hmm. How is that even an aspiration? I thought that was a funny comment from.
I want one of those too.
Yeah,
I want one of those too.
It was almost. It almost felt childlike. To be honest about it, it felt childlike to me that you're just going to be like, hey, put me with the next Super Bowl MVP and I'll be happy. I won't have anything else to say about it.
Yeah,
that is around the NFL. Update on the Astros. Yordan Alvarez back in the lineup, top of the first inning, and. Look, dude goes yard. Hey, man, we missed you.
Yeah.
Whatever was going on in your personal life, we don't need no explanation. I just hope it's all good.
Yeah.
Glad to have you back, my dude. Very much glad to have you back with, a home run and got a runner on second and John Singleton up. So, look, things might be – maybe I was a little bit too down on the Astros when we started.
That White Sox starting pitcher is not good.
Come on, man.
Yeah, like that person in right field ain't that good either. They looking like the White Sox.
Yeah.
Kind of an inside baseball thing. The White Sox, for whatever reason, have had like a right field issue for years.
They looking like the Washington Generals, man.
And it looks like
all these bloopers.
It looks like it continues. Internet going nuts. Coming next on In the Loop.
All right.
Don't miss it.
Yes, sir. Look,
app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
In the loop, internet going nuts. And, man, you would have had to have been living under a rock, certainly not on the internet, to have not seen Kendrick Lamar and this was maybe the, I don't know, maybe like a top 3, if not the best rap concert that I can remember watching. And maybe it was in part because of the moment, but also I would combine the actual performance itself with the context surrounding it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Lopez, I know you said you followed this on Twitter and caught the highlights after the fact. Figgy, you do the Gems and Juice podcast with our dude Ryan Rocket. I don't know, man. Like, to me, internet was already going nuts, I think, because, you know, the beef itself was like one of those that had the internet going nuts. But on top of that, the actual concert and performance itself, I don't think it's something that we can sleep on, man.
Look, man, you guys know my intimate rap knowledge ended in about 2007. I'm just in early 2000s, you know. That's what it was all about, and especially here locally, et cetera. But I like to still, you know, dabble. I did a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about this beef.
The beef,
yeah.
Not to interrupt you, Lopez. The beef honestly felt like sport.
That's where I was going.
It was that damn competitive.
That's exactly where I was going. You're reading my mind. But even if you're not even a dabbler like myself, that will, you know, it'll pique my interest. You would have loved this, and you should go back and kind of read some of the comments and listen to some of the stuff that was played and just kind of the history of it and all that, because it was a sport. This is beef. You talked about that like a sports beef, rivalry, whatever you want to call it, and it was highly entertaining. And the best part about it, Figgy, was, to me, it was like sports in the sense that it was very organic. It wasn't like a scripted show or anything. I mean, they just went up there, and I was like, man, this is badass.
Yeah, and even outside of the, I guess, the actual beef part, I think it was a legit good show, man.
Yes.
If you had no idea what was going on and you decided to watch it, it was easy to follow. Everything sounded clear. It was well produced. I think it was, to me, I mean, it's hard for me to say the best concert in history, and I wouldn't go that far, but as far as like streaming a show or a concert and remembering the whole Versus thing, I do feel like overall this was probably the best.
Yeah, I think it just checked so many boxes because it had the beef element, it had the quality of music element, and then it had the novelty. It had the novelty of bringing up the Crips and the Bloods on the, and this was more like specific to them and local to, you know, specific to their local market and like their community and what they were trying to accomplish there. But just the sight of it. And one of my favorite elements of this whole thing was how the concert is centered around a rap beef, around a conflict, but we're using it as a moment to preach unity and togetherness among gangsters.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah,
like, that's what it was all about, right?
Yeah, like in the middle of it all, he's calling Drake.
Let's all come together.
He's calling Drake a pedophile. He's, you know, just making all of these puns and calling him a colonizer and making all these jokes, clowning him. And in the middle of it, he's like, "Hey, let's get the Crips and the Bloods together and let's take a picture together."
It's really singling him out. It's singling Drake out.
Yes.
It's saying, "Hey, we good," because Drake did try to say he get more love in L.A. than he do.
Yeah.
And he said, "All right, bet."
Yeah.
So he gathered everybody around and trying to push one person out.
Well, I think that was really it. Like the kind of the straw that broke the, what is it? The
straw that stirs the drink?
Broke the camel's back.
Broke the camel's back.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. It's like, okay, now you're going to say that you are more famous in my city where I'm from?
Yeah.
Nah, let me show you.
That's not how it works.
You, sir, are not like us.
That's not how it works.
I got the internet going nuts.
How about those fighting Texas Aggies, man?
Man,
They got the internet going nuts
they
right
do.
now.
They do. Congrats on that.
Yeah,
too,
I appreciate it. There was nothing really. It was
on all your success, all the hard work that you put in as an Aggie.
I didn't throw a single change up, but I was happy watching this. This was the final call for something that is kind of weird to say.
On the ground, could be two, could end the game, and it will. A&M on to the College World Series Finals to take on Tennessee.
Going to the national championship game against Tennessee. Just to be clear and fair, Tennessee will be not decided, but they'll be a favorite in this. They've been an outstanding team, but the Aggies missing their best player, missing their second best pitcher. Their next best player in right field has a hamstring and could barely run. But somehow, they got there, and they are in the championship game of the College World Series. So good for them, good for the Aggies, and obviously the SEC just completely dominant in baseball.
So since this is internet going nuts, and speaking of the Aggies, y'all have had a pretty good weekend / past few days between the baseball team doing what it's doing with the College World Series. Mm-hmm. And then that George Strait concert at Kyle Field.
Oh, my goodness.
Dude, like, I hadn't followed. Apparently that had been, a well-known thing that was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to happen until it happened.
Yeah.
But set that attendance record for...
damn near 111,000.
Set a U.S. attendance record for a concert.
Yeah.
Right at a little old College Station.
There is a sports element to that concert, by the way, that a lot of people may not know.
That it was at Kyle Field?
All the money, except for what went to George Strait, didn't go to A&M, didn't go to some charity, went to the 12th Man Foundation, the Aggie Athletics Foundation. Every dollar went to sports, NIL.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that not y'all's collective?
Paying players. Well, it's not the official collective, but it oversees them. Dude, how brilliant is that? Like, you can say what you want about the Aggies, but they made what? $30 million? $50 million? I don't know what it was. It didn't go to the school. It didn't go to research. You can kind of look down your nose and talk about priorities, but nevertheless.
I would do that.
Aggie Athletics got millions upon millions.
I do find it funny, the idea that, in a kind of roundabout way, George Strait funding George Strait concert, funding the Texas A&M athletic program. Like, is there anything more Aggie than that, honestly?
Yeah.
George Strait funded the Aggie athletic program.
He actually wrote a new song. All my exes go to Texas A&M.
Yeah, well, apparently so.
Look at A&M winning something.
They definitely are winning something.
I got the internet going nuts.
A little bit sad news to report, but we're getting a lot of this lately. Mm-hmm. But also noteworthy. Donald Sutherland died at the age of 88. Donald Sutherland of MASH fame, probably mostly Dirty Dozen. Animal House, yeah. I mean, so much. I'm going to kind of date myself here as being a super young guy. I became more aware of him through being the father of Kiefer Sutherland, who I don't think is, as famous as Donald per se, but like that's the lineage here. That's kind of the legacy, is like he's got his own, and then even his kids. I was a big fan of the movie Phone Booth that his son did, that Kiefer Sutherland did. But Donald Sutherland dead at the age of 88 as of today.
Man, you talk about a career. And there's nothing wrong with Kiefer, knowing more about Kiefer. I mean, that's where we live right now.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at his IMDb page. He went from the Dirty Dozen in 1967, starred in it, to the Italian Job in 2003, to the Hunger Games in 2023.
Yeah, I mean,
dude, that guy was sustainable.
You want to talk about like lifetime achievement type of stuff?
Yeah.
If you've got to run from 67
to 23,
yeah, that's a life well lived, man.
Yeah,
absolutely, 100% a life well lived.
Italian Job is one of my little. I just love watching that movie. I've watched it several times. I don't know what it is about it.
Phone Booth was one of those, and I know this is his son that did it, but Phone Booth was one of those where I feel like that was the last of the time, or the final part of the era where you could do a movie like that.
Yeah.
Because imagine trying to do a movie about somebody being stuck in a phone booth, kind of being held hostage by a crazy person in a phone booth for, an hour and a half or whatever it is, and getting shot through a phone booth. Like, what is a phone booth?
Yeah, you can't see them anymore.
Yeah, you can't do that now.
It would be obsolete, 100% obsolete.
I got the internet going nuts.
So we talked about Jake from State Farm.
Jake Bloss, man.
Jake Bloss, okay. Yeah. Just want to point out, they didn't just bring him up, but he's going to start for the Astros on Friday against the Baltimore Orioles. It's going to be his first major league start.
Ouch.
This is how I imagine that the internet is going nuts because, like, if you're one of those that really gets into the minor league prospects, maybe you already know this, but the Astros are in such a difficult spot with their health. They're having to call up a promising prospect out of AA, so just go flat out skipping AAA. People trying to figure out who the hell this guy is.
Yeah.
Like, you went from being a team with an abundance of starting pitching. They had just like an overflow of starting pitching at one point to now you're going to have a game here at the end of the week right here at Minute Maid Park where hopefully by then everybody has Googled Jake Bloss enough to know who the hell he is. To try to know who the hell he is.
I know we did.
Yeah. What did I guess? Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
I said Cali.
You said Cali. What was it?
And I actually was wrong about where he went to college. I saw Lafayette. He grew up in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And went to a private school. You know, he very much sounds like a Jake Bloss. But he went to Lafayette, not Louisiana Lafayette in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I had it.
So he had some time in Pennsylvania.
There you go. He's not from Pennsylvania, but what was it about Jake Bloss that made me go Pennsylvania?
I ain't gonna lie. I kind of thought about Pennsylvania too, but I was thinking more Pittsburgh or some small little town or something like that.
Yeah. So you were
so he closer to Philly.
Well, yeah, went from Carolina to Philly for college. Big time school there at Lafayette.
Coming up next on In the Loop, C.J. Stroud. First $60 million quarterback in the NFL. Could it be? We'll talk about that next.
Area 45.
more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig riding with you on this final segment of In the Loop. And it's a good vibe. We opened this up trying to figure out what direction, what feeling we were going to have about the Astros right now. Through 2 in the top of the third right now. It's Astros 1-0. And hey, Jordan, we missed you, dog.
Yeah.
Good to have you back. A solo shot from Jordan Alvarez in the first inning put the Astros up 1-0. They're going up against Chris Flexen. Not a very good pitcher. The Astros lineup, at the very least you can say, like, they're still pretty good offensively. Like, they're not great. They're not special.
Yeah.
But they should be able to make things happen off of Chris Flexen.
Who doesn't do much, by the way. It doesn't do much flexing.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. What's there to flex?
Exactly.
No flex zone.
I knew you were going to do that, Figgy.
No flex zone.
I couldn't help myself.
Hey, man, we couldn't get through the show without a good dad joke. We couldn't get out of here without a good dad joke. So, yeah, shout out to the Astros for the 1-0 lead, and hopefully they can keep it up. That energy, I said this. I did not want the energy to be down because the Astros are just, so frustrating. Let's go ahead and enjoy the moment. They can handle business against the White Sox, win 2 out of 3, take the rubber match. I'll take it.
Yeah.
But Lopez, we were talking about the first $60 million quarterback. I'm thinking that C.J. Stroud is going to benefit from whoever that is because that mark is going to already be set. Somebody's going to come and get that ahead of him, whether it's Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. I really think Brock Purdy is going to be instructive, not just the amount, because I think C.J.'s better than that, but really more so how that contract is negotiated, how quickly they come to an agreement, especially if the San Francisco 49ers are having the success that's consistent with what they've been having outside of, I think it was maybe 2020, but by and large, they've been wildly successful over the last several years. I think if they maintain that and Brock Purdy plays something similar this year to the way that he played last year, he's got a chance.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I'm saying this because I like the guy. But, man, I just can't get over the idea that you're going to pay Brock Purdy $60 million.
No,
but it could happen.
You are, yeah, or in that neighborhood.
But if and when and once it does, C.J. Stroud, money in the bank, dog.
So who was the first $40 million quarterback? Was that?
That's a good question. It wasn't Matthew Stafford, was it?
Was it?
I thought it was like Dak or something.
Might have been. Well, anyway,
somewhere in there.
My point is, not too long ago we were at $40 million, then we got to $45 million, then we got to $50 million, and every time that it goes up, and it's been going up fast, CJ is sitting over there going, "Well, you can add, another $5 million to mine. You can add another $5 million to mine because he's that good, that highly regarded, and the market is going up that fast. So it is very clearly on the table that he's going to be a $60 million quarterback because it's going to be in 2 years when he gets his deal. Because Purdy's going to get 55 at least, and at least,
dude. If I'm Purdy, listen, and he might not be in a position to do this. He might just be so glad to go from being the
Mr. Irrelevant,
final pick in the draft to, hey, they're going to offer you anything close to $50-60 million.
Yeah.
But, I mean, imagine if you're Brock Purdy, been to the Super Bowl, been to the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take less money than Trevor Lawrence?
No, it ain't going to happen. That's what I'm saying.
I mean?
He's going to get at least 55. Dak is going to get at least 55. You can talk about some of these others that have been out there, whether it's Jordan Love or whomever, at least 55. They're all coming due before C.J. Stroud. So 60's on the table for him. And so what's interesting about that, well, a couple things. But he's going to reset the market like they all have. And he could be signed. I'll put it this way. If I'm the Texans, the minute that I can sign C.J. Stroud, I'm going to sign him.
And that would be, and I think that's also, again, why the Brock Purdy thing is instructive, because CBA is going to allow for immediately after the regular season ends.
Yeah.
And in between the regular season and the postseason, you can sign or extend your guy immediately.
Yes.
Right then and there. So you could see it happening where this year the 49ers might do that with Purdy, assuming that they go to the playoffs.
Should.
Right when the regular season ends, sign him to his extension, get it out of the way. Don't even let it be a lingering thing for when the playoffs start.
Negotiate beforehand.
And that could be the point here is when C.J. Stroud's term comes, it might not even be something that we're talking about in the offseason because it happens in between a regular season and the playoff run.
We have no real content after the season. How much are they going to pay C.J.? Well, they already did.
Yeah, and so at that point, we're just either breaking down the deal or breaking down his play and CJ himself.
Yeah.
But you think that that's going to kind of be the template of
I think
watch
that should
how it plays with Brock Purdy, and that's probably how it plays with CJ.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the template. I think it should be the template. And I think there's something else at play here that could well come to pass, no pun intended, in the next 2 years. Because there seems to be a growing sentiment that NFL owners, they're at least talking about it. Tom Pelissero mentioned this, a quarterback salary cap. So if I'm C.J. Stroud, and I got 2 years before I can ink a deal, I want to sign that deal the minute it's available too, because you don't want that quarterback salary cap to hit before you get paid and you reset the market. Somewhere down the line, now it might take less than 2 years, but I think it won't. I mean, there's going to be a lot of arguments. NFLPA is going to fight it. I actually, as a fan, I kind of like it because that means you're going to be able to pay more, other positions and keep your core players intact around a franchise quarterback. It also helps and prevents people like Daniel Jones getting paid, the way they got paid.
Yeah. They're the cautionary tale. They're the reason. I think they are the case for, or the case against just paying the quarterback and maybe the case for the cap, right?
Yeah.
Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins even to a degree.
I agree.
I get that he's probably better than most and, earned that buck and everything, legend at the bank. But Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins, Atua, Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, these guys who, we concede are really good, but not.
You don't want to give them that.
55,
not worth every penny.
Yes.
Good.
That's a good way to put it.
Some people, like CJ, to me, is worth every penny.
Yeah.
I can't say that about Trevor Lawrence.
And the important part is not just the dollar amount, but it's the percentage of the cap that you're allocating toward it to build a team. If you're going to dedicate 20% of your cap or whatever the number is, a ridiculous percentage of your cap to a player, it's got to be one of those quarterbacks that raises the floor and makes everybody else around them better.
Yeah, where you could be like the Kansas City Chiefs and bring in somebody that just run fast to play receiver.
It's got to be, obviously there's one Patrick Mahomes, but it's got to be of that ilk of Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, I think Joe Burrow falls in line with this, Lamar Jackson. So and I think C.J. Stroud is one of those as opposed to being on the Dak side where you need everything to be perfect for you. So, those guys are the case against, hey, I've got to dedicate this much of my cap to the quarterback when the only way this actually works is if I have the money to support him with the exact right situation.
And
whereas I don't think CJ's necessarily that kind of guy.
But he's not. But I think that's why this whole quarterback salary cap, I think the NFLPA is going to fight it tooth and nail because they don't want caps on anything. But you know what? I think B. Scott, players at other positions will kind of quietly support it. Because let's say right now, the problem, as Mike Florio was talking about yesterday, there are some quarterbacks at the top of this list that they take up 22%, 23% projected of the salary cap a team will have. They want to limit that to, let's say, 16, 17, 18%. Hell, if I'm a tight end, I kind of like that idea. That means I'm going to get a little more of the pie.
Yeah.
Now the Players Association will fight it. They don't want this. But I think quietly, if it's an anonymous vote, players might vote for it.
Yeah, I think as a general, and I don't want to overgeneralize this, but as a general rule of thumb, a players' association should be against any and all kinds of salary
and
caps
they will be
in any form. And so if you apply that to the most popular and lucrative position, there's no way that happens. But I'm with you. Like, I think it would make sense for players that are not quarterbacks.
How about a running back? I think they're going to vote.
What?
Yeah.
even though it seems like they're still going to find a way to devalue the running back.
Yeah. But like maybe tight end was a better example.
Tight end is a good example, but also like bringing it back to like what really matters for our audience, the fans.
Yeah.
Like your team building, it almost feels like everybody can get a shot now because you're not the team. Nobody is the team in this scenario where you're having to make the business decision of, do I go all in on the quarterback or do I sprinkle it around?
Yeah.
Do I have enough money to support said quarterback? Or to my earlier point, is my quarterback the type who can make the most out of the least? Is he a maximizer? Is he a Lamar Jackson type? Is he a Joe Burrow type? Is he a C.J. Stroud type? I think that's I think that's the important question you got to ask.
You say a team. Let's put a team's name on it. Let's put the Houston Texans on it. Let's. This is why. And again, you kind of feel dirty doing this too, talking about this and supporting a quarterback salary cap as a fan, because as a person, I always want players to make every nickel they can because it's such a short career, no matter the sport. But as a fan, let's say you're a Houston Texans fan, you got to pay Derek Stingley. You got to pay Will Anderson. You got to pay maybe some other players that are coming down the pike or players that are going to be, deserving of the money in the future. I want to have more money to pay those guys so I can keep them.
100%. Before we hear from Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley on the drive, Larry in Stafford is on the phone lines. Larry, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, man? B. Scott, Lopez, Figgy. Look, I wanted to just jump in real quick. Number one, Lopez, congratulations on your Aggies. It's about time y'all get your ass to the World Series,
I knew you couldn't just lay a compliment out there. I knew you couldn't just be complimentary.
And I'm actually pulling for them because I think I'd love to see them Aggies do it. There's only two people in the world that can feel Kyle feel like that. It's George Strait and probably Garth Brooks, man. That concert probably was insane. And just you got to have a Rolodex of hits to be able to do something like that. And I'm sure them Aggie coffers are just flooded with money after the king came through there. Next thing, B. Scott, look, this C.J. Stroud and this separate salary cap thing, C.J. Stroud has to be singularly focused on getting to the Super Bowl if he's hearing that there's going to be a separate salary cap. Because if he gets to a Super Bowl in New Orleans or gets to a Super Bowl in the next 2 years, $60 million ain't going to even be the number. They're going to jack that damn number through the roof because that's Houston football too. Yeah, man, Cal got enough pockets, deep pockets of money to do it. Last thing before I let y'all go, I've been around a long time, man, and I've been able to watch some real good sports. And I've seen people's careers ended when Mike Tyson had them in the ring and he put them to sleep. Kendrick Lamar ruined Drake. There's no coming back from this, man. If you get Bloods and Crips and Pyrus all on the stage, man, and there were some killers out there, hey, man, you get them boys on the stage like that, you ain't done something. Drake, man, I like Drake. I love the whole beef. But what Kendrick did last night, that ain't just a thing, man. That's a moment that should last a long time. And, boy, Drake, you better figure out real quick how to get out of this thing because it's done for you, dog.
Oh, he's got to throw in the towel, man. He's got to go full throw in the towel.
It's not done for his, career because, like I said, he's
always going to make money.
Makes really good music and all of that. But in terms of, being considered by,
just
the
how he's
hip-hop
viewed.
heads, the rap heads, or, a certain part of community, nah, man, he is on another side. He has been traded. He has been traded. He is kind of, I know he's from Canada, but he is kind of a man without a country at this point.
Yeah, you can't look at him the same anymore, even though, like I said, he doesn't need to worry about it because he's going to always make money, but he's always going to be viewed as the guy that got Andre Johnson's.
Or Cortland Finnegan.
Cortland Finnegan.
Yeah. More like it. Got Cortland Finnegan and Kendrick Lamar did the Andre Johnson part of it.
Beat down is what that was. Well, no, he's going to make money. He's going to be fine, but he got beat down.
Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner from The Drive joining us here. What's going on, fellas? How y'all living?
Good, baby.
How y'all living, baby?
That's good, man.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all think about this? First time I've seen it. Think about these player of the game belts the Astros are rolling through.
Dude, I had it on the dock, and we didn't get to it.
I just caught. They got a
pitcher of the game
and player.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Salazar had him one too.
Hunter Brown, Salazar.
Yeah,
I just saw the pictures.
Hunter Brown's Salazar's was white, so it looked like the Intercontinental Championship belt almost in the background.
It's giving goofy.
It's very goofy.
Look,
it's giving goofy. Now, if it helps morale, if they need it, I'm not mad.
You know, baseball.
Well, has it?
Maybe it just maybe they just started. Maybe they just started.
I mean,
maybe this is like the Black Sox, the Michigan War.
Yeah. Look, I don't have to like it if it's helpful. If it's helpful to them, by all means. But it is giving goofy. It is giving lame.
Clint said, "Damn, y'all 10 games under."
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all see that video?
I didn't like he had that bad boy like he was about to his interest music.
Like, what did you win? What's the belt? But the belt is for when
pitcher of the game.
No, what I'm saying, and player of the game.
But what did you really win? You ain't really done nothing.
No, this ain't time for.
Hey, whatever it takes to get them going.
This ain't
whatever it takes to get them going.
Goes good with the headband.
That's like the team that's got one win going into week 16 that's got the turnover belt on the sideline.
That's like the team that has a guy that went 0 for the first month of the season and then hits a home run and bat flips the hell out of
everybody.
Or
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
$30 million or $58 million guy slides into the dugout after hitting one.
Yeah,
like it's. Did y'all see the Colorado Buffaloes that video in the weight room?
Nah.
Apparently they got some D-line. Their D-line's apparently got some dogs on it, right?
Yeah.
And they're all in the weight room working out.
Yeah.
And a couple of the offensive linemen, a couple of young offensive linemen are over there doing some of these dances nowadays. You know, they do all these different dances.
Oh.
And them D linemen, and I don't know if it was set up or you can't tell what's set up and what's not today, but them D linemen wasn't playing that. Yeah. Hey man, what the hell y'all doing over there, man? That's what Jose Altuve should do. Hey, put them damn belts down. What the hell y'all doing? We got work to do, man.
That's the other part.
And guess what? We're late.
It's college.
They have been in the ALCS.
It's barely college. It's barely college.
And it would be different if they started out doing it and had been doing it the whole time.
Somebody give it to Jordan.
But you're just gonna drop that into the middle of a losing season.
Jordan put it on.
I guess I got to put this belt up that I was going to give.
Does Jordan come up? Did they give it to him?
B. Scott for host of the day.
Oh man, and I was so looking forward to it. You are listening to KILT HD2 in Odyssey Station, and I tell you this. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And Little Day Baseball. Keep it right here. We will keep you updated. And the Astros are looking to win this series. They're in the fourth inning. They're up 1-0. The big fella who they desperately needed back in the lineup. Hopefully everything is all taken care of with the fam. But Yordan Alvarez comes in. And his first at bat, Tyler's already winning money. I think, Tyler, what'd you have? What did he – 2 bases?
Over 1.5 bases, baby.
1.5?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he goes deep. His first at-bat in the first inning, and they are still holding on to that 1-0 lead.
This guy.
So we'll keep you. Look at him. Look at Tyler out there making money.
You hear that real breathy, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look, he's smiling, ear to ear, boy, grinning like an outhouse rat now.
Cash there,
I
baby.
mean, the Astros are winning. I'm winning money. The Aggies are playing for a national title. I'm feeling good.
Clint, did he let you make some money with him last night?
Yeah, the boys made money last night. Yeah, baby.
Did you
got the strikeouts, baby?
I'm trying to see.
Good.
Did Clint get to get in?
No, it's 5.5. You got it 6. He had 6 strikeouts, just like the night before.
Let me know when he's done. I'll tell you.
Tyler made money, baby. Clint made money because y'all went on it together.
I heard how bad you wanted it, so I'm curious.
Y'all made some cash, baby. I'm telling you, I saw.
By the time I got in, the line had moved to 6.5. He had 6 strikeouts.
The old hook.
Once again, it wasn't Tyler forgetting to put my bet in this time.
Oh, so Tyler's
it was Tyler putting it in late and costing me one strikeout, which ended up costing me $100.
Oh, so Tyler made it and you didn't.
Tyler made it, man. Looks like if you're a coworker at Tyler's, you probably just shouldn't follow along. I mean, me and Pendergast are. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to pay our rent this month.
Damn, Tyler. The guy yesterday said he made $200 off Tyler's.
Well, I mean, look, Tyler went 4 for 4. So if you followed,
Tyler went off.
If you were listening to the Drive live or watching it on Twitch or YouTube or listening on the Odyssey app or the AM dial or the FM dial, if you were doing it live and in real time, you followed Tyler's advice, you went 4-0.
Damn.
You waited till after our show ended, about 6 o'clock. Your ass may have lost $100.
Timing is everything. Let me find out you toxic, Tyler. But you're not letting your boys get on these bets, man.
I
Y'all could
couldn't.
have made some money together, man.
I couldn't, man. I didn't have the room to place the bet until right before first pitch. My bookie made some room for me, and it had jumped to 6.5.
I got a feeling that Tyler booked. I got a feeling he booked.
I thought you was on it.
I just got a feeling he booked my bet. He booked it himself and moved the line on me. Is what I think he did. And exactly, he wanted it to hit between the sheets, and it did. So he double dipped.
That's shady, Tyler. I got to tell you. Pretty shady.
I think that's what happened.
I do not partake in shady behavior. I'm being truthful here, man. I tried my damnedest.
It's a big swing, man. Big swing.
Wow, my fault, man. My fault. Clint, I thought y'all all
you
went
knew
on
what
that.
you was doing. You knew what the hell you
I
was
thought
doing.
y'all all won that thing.
You knew what you was doing, trying to rub it in.
Damn, Tyler. Did you want to jump on something else? You good?
Well, I wanted to jump on that Alvarez over 1.5 bases, but he didn't have room in his book for me.
Damn, my fault. Well, Tyler, you made money again. There you go. Congratulations.
Thank ya.
What else you need in this game?
I am on the Astros minus 1.5.
Got to win by 2.
I'm on Eric Getty over 5.5 Ks. He's got 2 right now.
Whoa.
2 through 4, better hurry up.
Yeah. But the Jordan bases already got me off to a tremendous start. Very green.
Well, that's a great start to the show right there, man.
There
You start on cloud 9 after winning a little bit of money, and the Astros are up. Come on now.
Yeah, because that's good. I'm glad Tyler's in a good spot because he upset me a bit. We'll discuss that a little bit later on in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll have to get to that, but good for him. Once again, the Astros, they are leading. They need to win this to win the series. They're leading 1-0. Seattle lost yesterday. They were leading 3-2 earlier today. Last time I checked, so got to keep pace. Got to keep winning ball games, and we'll see if they can get this thing going. Coming up a little bit later on in this hour, Tony Gwynn Jr. will join us. We'll get his thoughts on the Astros, Willie Mays, and a lot that's going on right now. I just want to know from you and the folks. Are you is Hunter Brown sucking you back in? Is Hunter Brown sucking you back in into thinking that this might be the next Justin Verlander? Because that's what we was. You remember when he first came up? Everybody was doing the side-by-side shots. He looked just like him.
Oh, yeah.
His delivery looked easy. Right?
It's his idol, man. It's who he grew up watching, man.
Yeah, man. He started dating a chick that was kind of similar
to
Justin's
I
wife.
don't know if he's got that in him.
You think he's got that?
The comp probably needs to stop there.
That's where it stops his dating life.
Mm-hmm.
But no, everybody was like, hey, he looks like he could be because his stuff was similar. His wind up when they set it side by side looked the same. And listen, this isn't just a yesterday thing. Fellas, his last 6 starts, he's 3-0, 37 innings pitched, 7 earned runs during that time frame, and his ERA jumped from 7.06 to now 4.72 right now. So this last 6 starts, his ERA has been well under 3. He has been the best pitcher on this staff, to be honest, in that time frame, and he is rolling, Clint. So has he? Has he sucked you back in? Because I know he can get you quickly.
Well,
has he sucked you back into the Verlander?
When you say Verlander, no. When you add Verlander to the mix, no. I'm not going to go back there until I get a good. I was there. I mean, I need a good convince. I get the comp now, but I need a good convincing. Rest of the season. Like after you made me look silly. I need a little larger sample size to go Verlander, but he has sucked me back in a stance of I believe that we can win games, and I believe we can win playoff games behind him. I believe he can be a critical piece to a playoff run if these guys can get back in the mix.
Yeah, Clint, I was in a space man, can he get to a space where he can be a starter? Like a guy in the rotation. I don't care. Like just somebody in the rotation. And now when you're seeing this extended run, like you said, though, it's got to continue. We need to see more of it. And he is going to get every opportunity for that to continue. But I am still back into the conversation of, hey, this could be a front of the rotation type guy. This guy could be a front of the rotation because he was struggling with his control so bad, and and would give up home runs and would give up big innings and had terrible starts. But he does give you the feel that he is coming back towards maybe not ace, which I think a lot of people were looking at when he first burst on the scene, like, yo, this could be the next guy in the row. Him and Framber could be at the top of this sucker. Like, people were looking at him over Christian Javier. But I do think like he's given enough where if this continues, you're like, all right, this is a top 3 guy in a rotation. This is at least a 2 or 3.
Look, I think when you look at him, Spencer Arrighetti, both of those guys they've got electric stuff. Their stuff plays at the top of the rotation. It's, can you handle the grind of 162? Can you consistently go out there and put it together? When you start getting knocked around the park, can you work your way out of bad situations? When you don't have your best stuff, do you know how to navigate a lineup 3 times versus 2 times? If you don't have Maldonado catching, which a lot of these guys are figuring out right now, which I think is probably a significant part of some of the struggles that they've had, you don't have that person to lean on and call the game and tell you what pitch to call. Can you manage the game? Can you do the study? And can you know the lineup like the back of your hand? Like, all of those things are going to decide whether these guys can be a top of the rotation type of starter. But the stuff is there.
Yeah,
the confidence is. He's peacocking around that bump.
But now when you start to see the consistency with the stuff, now that's where.
Come on.
And 7 starts in a row where he has really.
Yep.
We've really been able to see the stuff meet, the expectation. So someone texted in, he could be a Charlie Morton. Sure. Top of the rotation type guy, because he's got it. And now you're going to probably start to see the confidence rise. Right there, clearly he had probably lost some confidence there. And now you can see, as you said, he's peacocking around that thing. Give me the ball, let's go. Mm-hmm. He's not afraid to use his fastball, and we've been seeing that. So good for him, man. Hunter Brown, boy. We were hoping this is what he's supposed to do to a bad offense.
Ron,
to an offense like this, he's supposed to shut them down.
Ron, where would the Astros be without these 3 youngsters, man?
Yeah.
Now we'll see what Spencer does today.
Does Ronell count as youngster?
Absolutely.
He's 30.
Absolutely.
He's 31 next month.
Can he win Rookie of the Year?
No.
Did he play enough last year?
Yeah.
I would consider him a youngster. Yeah, absolutely. I know he's 30, but that's okay. Some of us get a little later start than the other.
You speak from experience. You don't get it. You didn't get it. Later start in love.
No. I know. I definitely in love. I did, but I was bigger than normal. I probably had a little bit of advantage early on. My brother, on the other hand, I caught him pretty quick. By the time he was about 4, I stared him dead in the eye. Yeah, had a couple more pounds on him.
All right, we'll keep you updated. Astros continue to lead 1-0. We got to throw this out. Sometimes this stuff happens when we're in the middle of prep. Clint, I brought up something about Tank Dell,
mm-hmm.
and the look that Tyler Milner gave me immediately let me know, this may be something. This may be
How would you describe the look I gave you?
Like it was like a hidden. What the are you talking about? but not like in an outward like not plain, but like trying to disguise it. What the are you talking about?
WTF moment.
We were sitting there, and I think we were listening to In the Loop. They were talking about receivers and things like that, and they were talking about we got 3, number 1 receivers, and that's just kind of been thrown around. And I just said to Tyler, I said, if Tank Dell leads this team in receiving, like something bad's happened. I said something's going wrong, and that's when he hit me with the look of like, what the.
Is that my boy Ron?
Maybe that's it.
Either something bad or something really, really good.
But even to get to good though, like it's hard for me to see that he would if nobody gets injured, that he would be featured enough to lead this team in receiving. Like to me, if he led this thing in receiving, I would say somebody got injured, or somebody is not to the level that maybe we thought they would be.
Tank is a freaking beast, bro.
And he has been forced to have to be in a bigger role. Because I think they're going to try to target the other 2 first. I think he is, to me, clearly the 3rd receiver in the bunch. And, it's hard for me to think, hey, Tyler Boyd's going to lead the Bengals in receiving. That's kind of where I sense and see this thing with him. I'm not saying he's not a quality receiver. I think he's a really good receiver. But if he becomes the leading receiver over Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins, which I think are guys that they're going to be trying to purposefully get the ball to, I would think somebody's gotten injured or somebody's taken a major step back. If Tank Lee is the leading receiver on this team.
Yeah, look, I think if they're all three going off, I don't think it matters. I think it's a coin flip of who and how that individual ends up leading the team, which that would be a best case scenario for all of us Houston fans. The thing with Tank is I think Tank's going to be held back by the organization again. Like last year, he should have been starting from jump. I mean, and it took 2 or 3. I mean, everybody in the building knew he should have been starting from jump, right? Maybe there's something behind the scenes of he didn't know the offense. They wanted to bring him on slowly. Okay, whatever. Football's not that difficult when you're playing one position, but okay, I got it. I think this year, and I believe, again, not privy to the information, the inside information with these receivers and who can handle what mentally. But as I see it from my chair right now, I think Nico Collins' numbers go down simply because I believe he is a boundary receiver and they need to camp his ass out at a boundary receiver. I don't know that he wants to hear that. Right? And then you look at Tank Dell. I think it would probably be if you got Tank Dell and Diggs, which you
obviously. What have you said Diggs is going to be? He's going to be the move guy.
I think right? Diggs is going to be the move guy. I think Diggs is going to be the guy that
and explain real quick what the move guy is.
Pre-snap shifts, whether they're shifting and stopping or motion, and when the ball is snapped, they're moving. I'm going to give you the formation, and then I'm going to add something to your plate by giving you something at the beginning of the formation because that's where you're going to start. And I'm going to shift you, so we're going to pop to trips right zoom, right? So the pop in the zoom is on top of everything else that all the other receivers have to hear. All the other receivers just have to hear one thing of trips right. They go to trips right. If we're going to pop and zoom, now somebody has to know they're going to line up somewhere else. They're going to shift. Now they're going to motion. If they're going to put that extra part of the play on somebody, I think they're going to put it on Stephon Diggs.
And that person, to me, I would – they generally sees the ball, sees the ball more.
You pop, and you shift.
Tyreek Hill, move guy.
You shift and you move in order to create separation, in order to get that guy a free release off
Justin
the football.
Jefferson, move guy.
Yes.
Stephon Diggs in Buffalo was a move guy all over the place.
Yeah. So I think Tank Dell could definitely be that guy, but I think that the thing is going to be take more off of Tank's plate. Let him play fast. Leave Nico over where he needs to be, the boundary receiver. And then let's ask the veteran that's been an all-pro guy multiple times. Let's ask him to move. Let's ask him to take on more of the mental side of football.
And the guy that we probably think is our most talented guy right now.
I think that's probably fair. The most proven for damn sure.
Because, see, Tyler, I would say this, Tyler. Like, I think if one of those guys weren't here, then I wouldn't be singing that tune with
right.
Tank. I could see Tank if it was him and Steph, and if it was him, maybe I should Stephon. I don't know if I'm ready to call if he's ready for me to call him Steph. But if it was him and Stephon Diggs or him and Nico like it was last year, I could see that happening.
Yeah.
But like he to me is clearly going to be maybe the 1/3 in the hierarchy of who they're wanting to get the ball to. As you said, he's a boundary receiver. There's just certain things that and routes he's going to get touches on. Certain things.
One thing to start with, the boundary receiver is typically on the ball, so he can't move.
Yep.
So you take the pre-snap movement, the motion away from it, he stays over there. And anytime C.J. Stroud, anytime they roll coverage to a bunch formation, anytime they roll coverage to Tank or to Diggs, boom, I'm going right back over here. Think about it. You got him in a mean predicament. You got Nico Collins to my left to the boundary, and to my right, I've got some kind of 3-by-1 formation where I've got Dalton Schultz, legitimate receiving threat. I got Stephon Diggs, one of the best in the game over the last handful of years, and I got Tank Dell, one of the best rookies last year. That's a 1,000-yard guy as long as he can stay healthy. Do you roll coverage one way or the other? Who do you give the soft corner to? How do you defend that? And then, oh, by the way, they potentially could run the ball. The only way you overload to a trips formation and to a dominant X receiver, a dominant boundary receiver, is you lighten the box, and now hopefully they'll be able to run the football. So it's look, I think Tank's numbers could actually go up from last year, but I think it's simply because of the big play after, CJ's going to hold the ball more this year. I think he gets out, breaks contain, boom, all of a sudden, for whatever reason, he's got great feel with Tank on that. I think he got some huge days. But I think as the offense is built, I think he's going to be asked to do less from jump because they have Stephon Diggs.
Because they have Diggs. Yeah,
Yep.
from text line, they're going to mix it up. We have no idea, and take proof to be pretty smart. Look at those extensive moves that he did. Listen, sure, they may mix it up. A lot of teams mix it up. But a lot of teams also know who their focus is and know who's going to get touches and who are they trying to get the ball to, and they put them in the positions where they are many times the first read or the first thing. And I think, to me, that probably will be Diggs and Nico.
Well, you've got a huge advantage of having three dudes that can just snatch the heart out of the chest of a defense at any point in time. To ask those guys to do too much or to not just, hey, let's keep this thing simple, let's play fast. To me, to ask guys to do more and take on more of a load when it's not necessary just for the hell of it, to me, that's a little bit risky.
Breaking news coming out of the NBA. We'll fill you in on that as we continue riding here live on The Drive. That's next.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500-yard receiver this year. Can he?
I'm not being facetious. I'm really not. It's on the table for a guy like that if he stays healthy and continues to improve.
walrus if you shave my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Woj bomb coming out of the NBA from ESPN. Sources tell Woj J.J. Redick has agreed to a 4-year contract to become the next coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Rob Pelinka offered the job this morning, and Redick started working on a staff to surround himself with experience. So this had been talked about for a while. J.J. Redick is officially the next head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. So the Lakers went and got their guy.
You're a fan. What do you think about it?
I'll have to see. I'm a fan of something new. I don't like Monty Williams, who just got fired. I don't like the retreads. I do think what we're seeing is young guys. Joe Mazzulla just kind of proved it. Ime Udoka, got an opportunity, although he was an assistant for a long time with San Antonio. But new blood, fresh blood has been with the NBA and not as much with some of these retreads. I mean, as long as it's not Steven Silas. But, I like going something different. Now we got to see what JJ is. Because talking the game against Stephen A. Smith or against other people.
Come on, JJ.
Doing a podcast is different than being a coach every night in that, L.A. Lakers type of pressure cooker.
Yeah, look, if he can preach the same messaging and the same philosophy, if you will, and have the same approach with the same level of conviction in the locker room that he has on TV or when he's calling a game or in studio with Stephen A.
He clearly knows the game well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, he knows it well. He communicates well. He communicates with authority. He appears to be very, very committed to doing it a certain way, approaching the game a certain way. He's been very critical of guys and players and coaches and teams that haven't done it that way, night in, night out. So if he can, again, with that same level of conviction, convey that message from as a head coach to a team, then I think he's got a real chance. Now that the elephant in the room here, right, is the J.J. Redick, LeBron James relationship, and what does that look like? That dynamic is going to be hard to avoid or cover up. It's almost one you've got to just embrace from the jump, or it's going to appear to not be, real. It's going to appear to be fake. It's going to appear to be a dog and pony show to everybody in that locker room, not named LeBron. And so I think how they introduce that dynamic of the Lakers is going to be important. We'll see. I think he's got a real chance.
Yeah, that part of it I think will be a bigger deal to like us, media and stuff, than potentially in the locker room, because I think this is even different from when you played professionally. Like, I feel like these guys now are probably not floored that J.J. Redick has a relationship with LeBron and that helped him get the job. I would think it's not as much. Oh man, is there a favoritism towards this? Well, hell, it's LeBron. Yeah, I think it may be a little bit more. I think it may be different. Maybe AD, that may be the only one because he's the only other one. But I got to believe it would have been clear too with him.
Well, that's why I say I think they got to be very transparent with it from jump. Is if you try to cover up the relationship or not be transparent, which I'm sure maybe they've already been transparent with the power and the sway and the say so that LeBron James has day to day in that organization, not just in the locker room but in the organization. Maybe it's already a thing, but I just think it's important.
You have to be a fool almost not to know it.
Yeah, but I mean they could potentially tiptoe around on a day-to-day basis, on a from a roster standpoint to a how do you want to play basketball standpoint, do you tiptoe around the fact that LeBron is gonna be dictating a lot of that? And JJ's got to put on this front when really he's a puppet. At the first sign of adversity, the whole team, the whole organization is gonna laugh at it. Or do you from jump is that dynamic very transparent? Everybody's aware and it's I think authentic from the jump. I think it's a dynamic between those two that has to be extremely transparent from jump.
Yeah, we'll see. He is the next coach of the LA Lakers. As we said, we'll keep you updated here. The Astros, they are clinging to a 1-0 lead here in the fifth. Spencer Arrighetti pitching his ass off. We'll talk to Tony about this here in a bit, Clint, because like you said, I don't know where the Astros would be if they didn't have these three young dudes, Blanco, Arrighetti, and Hunter Brown. After what he did yesterday, is just
well. Can I tell? I know you just saw Altuve and missed that. I mean, these Astros, man, and maybe it's all Major League Baseball. Maybe I just don't watch enough Major League Baseball. But they are some of the boneheadedest sumbucks I've ever watched in my life.
They look like what bad teams do.
Bro, look, they got first and second, no outs, Pena at the plate. He squares around a bunt, which I'm a big fan of now.
I know, you love small ball.
I mean a fastball right down the pipe with no movement, no nothing whatsoever. He pulls the barrel back and takes a strike. He then tries to bunt a pitch that's up and out of the strike zone that I think was an off-speed pitch, and he fouls it off.
And he struck out.
And then he swings at a surprise, a outer half of the plate bender and has no chance on it. And then there's a ball hit to right field that clearly somebody should call Altuve's ass off and be camped underneath it. And instead, Altuve has to shift gears about 3 different times. He can't read it, and it ends up bouncing out of his glove. Last night, I didn't see it, but I saw Tyler going on and on about these base running errors. I mean, it's just what a mess. If I was Joe Espada and Jeremy Pena did what he did at that at bat, how do you not meet him at the stairs? How do you not meet him at the stairs and just like, Jeremy, what are we doing?
Yeah, he did it. You know that wasn't signed to him. You know that was a move.
Even if it was, I mean, why did you not bunt the first when you squared around the first time? It's fastball right down the pipe. Why did you not bunt it? Why did you pull back on that?
Yeah,
I mean, it was just a terrible at bat. And then we get this. I'm sure again the baseball heads out there, oh, buntings and things. No, it's not. I mean, it's part of baseball. These guys, especially when it's a pipe fastball, you should be able to lay the damn bunt down first and second, no outs. I mean, come on, man.
Got 2 Ks right now, Tyler.
2 Ks through 5, Tyler. You lost that money you won last night.
Nah, I'm just going to lose a tiny little portion of what I've already made on Jordan.
It's not over, but they do have somebody up in the pool.
He ain't got enough pitches left to strike out 5 more.
If he can hold him down, man. No, if he can hold him down. Uh-oh. Well, the game is at least tied. Is that Maldonado coming around to score? I mean,
yeah. Maldonado was one that hit that little fly ball to shallow right that Altuve just misjudged. That's an error, by the way.
Maldi must have picked that Coke and pizza back up.
Unearned run for Arrighetti. They may have, we'll see if they called it an error. But 1-1 in Chicago as the Astros are looking to try to win this series and try to move forward before they have to face this really good Orioles team coming up this weekend. All right, let's talk to our guy. Let's keep it rolling with these Astros. Our guy Tony Gwynn Jr. We'll see his thoughts and close the book with him on Jose Abreu. And for him, he seems like someone that is certain to have an impact, have been impacting an opinion of Willie Mays, who we just lost earlier this week. We'll hear from him about all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling a home is just settling for less money. You don't have to do it. You never have to do it when you're dealing with Orchard. Disappointing offers will wear you down, ultimately cause you to settle for, if they get tired of you throwing the towel, to hell with it, I'll sell it for whatever. You settle for less than you expected. You do not have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Make the right decision on the front end so you don't end up getting frustrated and losing money on the back end. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. Here's how.
much they can save you. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say the keyword financial freedom. Again, dial pound 250 and say financial freedom. That's pound 250 and say financial freedom. Program and services not available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See some folks melting down on the text line. Oh, my God. Maldi is 1 for 2. We're about to lose to the White Sox.
Did they give him a hit on that?
Just calm down. Yeah, I bet
nobody
touched it.
No, it hit the palm of Altuve's glove.
Did they? Did it? This is a tough catch.
Well, it was tough because he misjudged. Either the wind's blowing or he misjudged it.
I don't account for that.
I mean, he's one of the best second basemen to ever play the game. It was a error. I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't like me and you's out there at second base in the middle of a hurricane or something.
That's not how they ruled it. They did not rule it.
It was an error.
Update with you: seeing Astros are trailing 3-1 thus far. If they can win this, they can avoid losing this series to the White Sox, which definitely is not in the cards with what the Mariners are doing in front of them. Let's hear from our guy now. It is Thursday, and we hear from our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. And remember, insider calls are presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just buy now. All right, Tony, I did want to wrap up this with you. The big news here in the last week for the Astros is they made the move with Jose Abreu. And you understand, with money, with the respect of a veteran, a player, and all this, I'm just curious, from your knowledge and being around the game, how bad did it have to be for the Astros to make this decision to basically punt on $30+ million for the rest of this year and next year to make this move with Abreu?
I just think ultimately they decided that they didn't see it getting any better, and they clearly felt like they have something that will produce at a better rate than what Abreu was. And so at some point you got to swallow your pride, right? I mean, you hate to look crazy for giving a guy that kind of money and then turning around and releasing him. However, when your team is struggling to try to stay afloat in the wild card race, let alone the American League West, you got to swallow your pride and do what you have to do for the sake of your ball club. And I think that's clearly the place that the Astros finally got to.
6.5 back that wild card you just talked about, and I'm looking at the numbers here. 8.5 back of the Mariners right now. Tone, where's your feeling on these Stros, man? Is it time to be all gas, no break, or are we still long season, a lot of baseball left?
I'm not saying it's still a long season, a lot of baseball left, but it's still a long season, got a lot of baseball left. So, the American League West looks a lot like the National League West. You got a clear front runner in the Mariners in the American League West, and you got a bunch of teams that are just trying to get to 500, stay at 500, because they know if you do that, the way this is breaking down this year, 500 and maybe even a game or two below could find yourself in the wild card. So, they got to get to 500. They're still in this, despite how bad it looks to this very minute with the White Sox ahead. The White Sox have done a really good job of finding ways to lose games this year. So, you can't put the Astros completely out of this. But yeah, there's definitely got to be a sense of urgency. I'll say that. You can't keep going with it. Yeah, we got a long time. Like, you got to start picking up the pace here a little bit.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn Jr. joined us, our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider. So it sounds like for you have been really kind of positive with this division. It seems like Seattle is hitting their stride here a bit, and it seems like you're thinking the Astros probably should really kind of focus on that wild card other than the West right now.
That's what I see right now. I mean, it looks almost identical to the National League West.
Dodgers.
And so with that being said, you know, it's not that it can't be done. You could, you know, eight and a half games can be made up with this much time, but you haven't shown any signs of being able to play well enough to eat that ground up to this point. And so, yeah, you just try to stay, you know, in that wild card race and get to 500, because at that point, then, you know, if the Mariners come back down to earth, they stop playing as well, maybe the cards change a little bit. But I would say for now, you got to be dead set locked in on that wild card.
Hey, Tony, I know you and I talked about this. I mean, it's been before the season started, obviously, because we hadn't circled back to it. But with the Astros playing the White Sox and Maldonado being front and center here, it's I think it's worth a question. How much do you, at this point, after seeing, I don't know, what is it, 70, 80 games almost of Astros pitching with no Maldonado, how much of that do you at this point chalk up to the struggles, other than injury, obviously, do you chalk up to, hey, man, no Maldonado is definitely a game changer?
It is, because it's not just that Maldonado was so good at handling. He spent a lot of time with those guys. That kind of understanding of your staff takes time. It takes years. And he was fortunate enough to have a lot of the same guys. And when there were some young guys come in, they bought in immediately because they knew the older veterans bought in. And so it was an easy kind of transition. Now everybody's learning, you know, kind of starting from scratch a little bit. And I don't necessarily blame that all on the young kid that you guys have there now. But, you know, the injuries are a part of it. Lack of performance is a part of it, and that can't all be blamed on the catcher. But there's no doubt having a guy that was in that organization for that long, you're gonna have an adjustment period.
All right, Tony Gwynn Jr. with us. Remember, Insider Calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. With that, and I think what we're seeing here of late, though, right, like, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. Clint has his towel in hand. He has not thrown it in yet. Tyler has grabbed a towel. I threw mine in a while ago. But
you've been wanting to throw yours in, it seems like, for quite a while.
I've not been wanting. I'm just looking at what I've been given. And to bring a towel. And so, but the thing that I think that they are getting, no matter how this thing ends, is those three young starters have emerged here of late. Like they're starting to get it. And you've talked about it yourself. They always seem to have somebody. Well, hell, they've had to have somebody. And Ronel Blanco, who has been really good all year long, Hunter Brown, his last 6 starts have been top of the rotation worthy. And Spencer Arrighetti kind of struggled a bit today, but still he's been picking it up. To me, whatever happens through this season, the Astros at least have that with those young guys to feel good about.
I 100% agree. And this is my favorite part about watching the game is you see these young guys come up, and at times they look overmatched and like they don't belong. But the light starts to come on, the more, you know, you kind of go through some of that trouble spots. It's the best teacher. And so now you're starting to see these guys put it together. They're understanding some of the mistakes that they made and being able to correct them now. And so, yeah, we talked about it before, as you said, Ron. When push comes to shove, the Astros have found ways to develop pitchers. And we knew these guys. These guys were talked about when they first came up. The big leagues is tough. And so it took them a little bit to kind of figure it out, but you're starting to see some of that tree bear fruit, if you will.
Hey, Tony, I want to circle back to the Jose Abreu, that is, situation and how it impacts the Astros. We've seen it seems around here that Jim Crane is just not a fan of the big money, long-term deal for the young superstar that they've groomed. Correa, they let Correa walk, obviously. That situation. Now here comes Tucker, right? And Tucker, obviously everybody knows how great Tucker is. How do you think that the Abreu situation? Because look, there's only so many ways to fill a roster, right? Your farm system, which appears to be not completely dried up, but not where it once was given the moves you've had to make, right? Or you've got young dudes that you re-sign, you keep them in the organization, they're pillars in your organization, or you go get the back of the baseball card guy that you know exactly what you're paying for. The back of the baseball card guy just bit him in the ass. The farm system appears to be somewhat dried up. Is there a way that you could see the Abreu situation affecting the organization in a way of Jim Crane maybe looks at the Kyle Tucker situation a little different?
Oof. What I can tell you is that when it comes to this type of things with owners and them being involved and the way that, Jim Crane seemingly is involved, they very rarely change their stripes. They just don't. And in this case, yeah, maybe either Abreu signing, but I think when you guys signed Abreu, I think in the back of everybody's mind was that, hey, he's getting, he's on the back end of this, right? He's not a young, spry guy anymore. And there was always that possibility. And there will always be that possibility, especially when you sign a guy who's over 35, 36 years old at the time. And so I don't know if that'll have any bearing, but I would think, you lose out on Correa, and I think the jury's still out on, how much you lost out on that. I think that we'll still learn collecting data on that. But, it was Springer before that. At some point, there's got to be a guy and I can't find another guy who would be better than Tucker would be at this point. So, I mean, for the Astros fans' sake, I hope they change course here, but it doesn't happen often, especially when the owner is involved.
All right, I want to get you out with this. As obviously, with you growing up with your dad in the game, we lost what many people call the best to ever do it in Willie Mays. I'm just curious your thoughts. What comes to mind when you heard the news that he passed away?
I mean, although Willie was in his 90s, it still was just shocking to hear that. One of the greatest player of all time, who was a living legend amongst us, was no longer here. And I've had a couple chances to meet him and speak with him. He was equally as good of a person as he was a player. And so, obviously baseball is going to miss. Anytime you lose somebody like this, it's a major, major loss. And you saw it. I mean, this is a guy that affected generations beyond minds. I mean, you saw the tributes from Griff. You see the guys from like CeCe, and it's touching his guys who are playing now. I mean, that's how far his stardom really stretched in the game of baseball. It's certainly somebody that you just don't replace.
All right, Tony, we appreciate you dropping by. We'll talk to you next week.
Take care, y'all.
All right, that's our guy, Tony Gwynn Jr. He is our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 insider with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. We'll keep you updated right here as the Astros are looking to try to win this series. We'll let you know what's going on there, kind of look back at last night, and as well as we have an understanding of who is going to be pitching against the Orioles tomorrow. And yes, a dream for Clint dies. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I've been thinking about this all afternoon.
Payne and Pendergast.
What do we call it? The malaised Astros. I'm going to call them the malaised.
Advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
Altuve with a base hit to left field. Dubon's going to be waved around. The throw by Benintendi will be cut off. It's now a one-run game. Altuve has an RBI base hit. It's 3-2.
That just happened. We're sitting here in the 7th inning, and Altuve just came through after a leadoff double from Mauricio Dubon. Cabbage couldn't get him over, struck out, but Altuve comes through, as you just heard there from TK and Blum. An RBI single as they sit here now trailing 3-2. Clint, I'm glad you weren't in here to watch that Cabbage at bat. He was did not seem like he was thinking, let's just pull this thing over to the right side. He was swinging hard, baby, and to get the run, to get the runner to third base. Didn't get that feel that's what he was pushing, but Altuve
does that surprise you one bit? Does that surprise you?
I just know it eats you alive.
One-run ball game, man. You're a replacement player.
It was a 2-run ball game in his defense at that time.
Oh, okay. I got you. I thought that was with Altuve at first. That was before Altuve.
No, but still, the thought process should be here. Let's get him over to third at the very least.
You would think, but that's okay.
That's all right. They got it there.
He's following the lead.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah, he's following the lead of how it's done here. So we'll keep you updated there. But they are leading, or they are trailing 3-2. Spencer Arrighetti, who has been going all right, not too bad, man. He gave up 3 runs in his 4+ innings. He is out of the game at this point, as the Astros are going to try to have to get him off the hook with this thing today. But Clint, this is very important. They won yesterday. We'll get to that here in just a bit. But it would be a devastating turn of events if they lose this series in the middle of trying to make a charge to get back in this thing. When you hear the general manager, Clint Dana Brown, say we got to cut this thing in half by the end of by July, the end of July, and the thought is you're going to lose 2 of 3 to the worst team in baseball, a team that we're watching in the first inning, I believe, Tyler, and the center fielder calls everybody off and just flat drops a fly ball in center field.
Routine fly, just in and out of the glove.
So, they've got to find a way to win this thing, and they're set up pretty good right now in the 7th, but they got to find a way to win this thing, Clint.
Yeah, look, it's at some point you got to start looking at, one, how difficult it is to make. Like Dana Brown saying you got to cut this lead in half, which what is the lead right now with Seattle, 8.5?
Yeah.
You got to cut it in half. They've already cut it. They've already cut it a bit. Was it a 10?
It was 10.
Back?
That's the largest it got. Yeah, 10.
Yeah. So they've already cut it a game and a half. But reality is, if we've been watching this season, that it is hard to play consistently enough baseball over a significant span to just keep chopping and keep cutting and keep moving in the right direction. And so the way I look at it is it's simple, man. There are opportunities throughout your schedule where the competition is it lends itself to you making that kind of run that you have to make to dig yourself out of the hole. When you've got 5 of 8 games versus the Rockies and the White Sox, you got the Orioles sandwiched in between there, but you got to win those ball games. And if you don't, it's a missed opportunity. How many more opportunities are you going to have of these games where, what did I say last week? 18 of 24. 18 of their next 24 games was against teams that were under 500. Like, you're not going to be able to say that down the backstretch but a couple of times. And at some point in time, you're going to run out of opportunities. And so I'm not throwing in the towel yet, but, boy, if you don't find a way to win this game and at least win this series against Chicago, it is a huge missed opportunity as it pertains to cutting that that the distance between you and the Mariners, and really the distance between you and the wild card as well, cutting that in half by the end of July is going to be tough if you can't take advantage of these type of situations.
Yeah, they trail right now 3-2 in the 7th, but they are set up to try to get this game at least tied or take the lead coming up in this inning with Jordan coming up. Clint, back to yesterday, though. Yesterday was all about them getting back on it. Listen, this was something, all right? I know it's the White Sox and they stink, but there was some pressure on Hunter Brown. They lose the first game, and hell, he watched Framber, the starter, go 6 innings, give up 2 hits that were 2 singles, and they lost the game. And not just lost the game, Framber got a loss. He got an L to his name. And you can't lose the second one. So there was some pressure for Hunter Brown to get this game into a place where his team has a great chance to win, and he was able to do that, and he was able to pull that together, and they win 4-1, largely behind him as he goes another 6th inning and plays and throws the ball really, really well. And this is now a sample size of 6 or 7 straight starts where Hunter Brown has looked like the guy that everyone was hoping he would be this year, kind of bouncing back from the end of last year.
Yeah, look, I think Hunter Brown is a guy that I know I've got confidence in him being a top starter in this rotation. When I say top, he's right in the mix with your top 3 guys. I think obviously it's Verlander and Framber right now, but I trust Hunter Brown right now as much as I do anybody. And so I'm not ready to say he's Verlander or he's the top of the rotation guy in terms of being an ace, some of the conversations we were having before. But with what he's done as of late, man, it's easy to look at him and go, okay, we've got a guy that we can depend on and we can win games behind. That's for sure.
Yeah, there it is. Well, the Astros have tied this thing up. Yordan Alvarez comes through, and they're still here in the 7th. It is 3-3 right now. In the 7th, the Astros are tied now in Chicago with the White Sox, looking to try to win this game and win this series as they roll through. Yeah, so like I said, shout out to Hunter Brown, big game yesterday. By the way, as I said, Yordan Alvarez is back. He is back today. He missed the first 2 games of the series, so that obviously is going to do something with your lineup when you don't have him. Or, again, is there anything on Kyle Tucker?
Anything, a whisper.
Is there any? There's still nothing. I've not heard an update. I didn't see him walk out there.
I mean, does he need a new shin?
I'm just saying this is something that we're just not hearing anything on him. But
makes you feel like them old X-rays may not be as positive as everybody thought they were.
Man, did they have to take another set of them? Good God Almighty! Yeah, when they just ain't talking about it. Like, I hope this doesn't go about this like. I mean, they just went a long time without talking about J.P. France, and all of a sudden, like, oh, yeah, he's going to be out long-term with the shoulder thing. So, clearly, I don't think they would handle Kyle Tucker like that, but I would certainly love to hear an update. Last time we heard an update, it was, hey, yeah, man, he's doing really, really well, though he's not doing any baseball activities yet. And we hadn't heard anything since then. So
he's doing so well, but he's not doing anything baseball-related.
Not yet. We'll see what happens there. But Astros 3-3 here in the bottom of the 7th. We'll keep you updated and locked in with what they're doing in Chicago.
Hunter has got that swag back.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, a good situation. Well, at least a situation here. By the way, the Astros just take a 4-3 lead because the White Sox suck.
A first baseman cannot catch a baseball.
No, he dropped a double play ball in the at bat before this, and then a grounder that just has to be caught from Hummel.
I mean, what?
And he gets on, and I don't even think it even touched his glove. I think it was a kick save, to be honest with you. But the Astros have taken a 4-3 lead here in this. I mean, he'd have been dead out. They've taken a 4-3 lead here in the 7th inning. We'll keep you updated again if the White Sox who have to have somewhere around 3 errors in this game right now. Just awful. But Clint, your dream is dead. The Astros have made a decision for Friday. It is not going to be Blair Henley, who they let go ahead and pitch. Going to let go ahead and pitch today in Sugar Land. It is Jake Bloss. They're calling him up to make his debut on Friday. He was a third-round pick last year. Now he is his ERA is 1.74 over 62 innings. But Tyler, I want you to check with me on this. He hasn't pitched in Sugar Land. I'm certain that the highest level that he has pitched in, I believe, is with Corpus. So he's going to make a jump up to the major leagues to face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday. They probably don't have much tape on him. Hell, I don't think we know exactly what we're seeing from him. Tell me if I'm wrong on that. I know generally I can't be. I think I read that.
No, you're right. 8 games, not with Sugar Land, but 8 games with the AA squad. 1.61 ERA.
Tyler, I don't normally get with this. I'm with you on this, Clint. That's got to be Blair. That's got to be Blair on this one.
I just feel for Blair's grandma.
We can push that start back. We're gonna bring a guy to face the Baltimore Orioles. One of the best hitting teams in baseball.
They've seen enough from Blair. Yes,
he's not played against Round Rock.
Yeah. Here we are, Jake. They threw Jake's picture up there a while ago on the TV broadcast, and it looks like he's a throwback.
Oh, does he?
The picture looked like it was taken in the '80s. The hair, the hat, the color in the picture. Now, I think, what was it, Fromber and Ronel Blanco's, theirs looked really updated and nice. But old Jake Bloss looked like they may have taken a pic of his daddy or something. Did his daddy play the bigs back in the day?
I don't know if it did. Like you said, a throwback. Yeah, that's an interesting decision. I guess we'll see there, though. I mean,
I was just hoping Henley would get a little redemption.
Listen,
man.
I didn't want to see Henley, but I would. You
don't have a heart.
Well, I do have a heart. I'm just trying. I think I'd rather go bullpen game than this. If you were to tell me between Blair, who has been pitching in at least AAA all year, and at least gotten experience, not in his own shoes, but gotten experience. Hopefully they allow Jake to have his Hopefully they allow Jake to have his own equipment against Baltimore. I think I would have gone with that. Wow.
I like this. I like this attempt to avoid a bullpen game. If he goes out there and he gets in trouble early, it turns into a bullpen game, and you obviously have a short leash and you try to salvage the game the best that you can. If he goes out there and pitches well,
and what do you do?
You don't shoot through your bullpen. For that series. So I like the thought of getting a fresh arm in there that nobody's seen, and look, worst case scenario, it turns into a bullpen game, which was the other option anyway. So I would have liked to have seen Blair Henley's Grandma Henley. I'd like to see her at least get a chance to see her baby pitch again, other than that debacle that he had in Arlington. But we'll see what Jake Bloss can do.
Fellas, if Jake comes out and has a quality start, does he then go back to Corpus?
No, he got to go.
Does he go back to AA? Where's he?
That's a good question.
What if Jake pitches with? If Jake goes 5 innings and, I know I said quality start, but what if he goes 5 innings and 2 runs against this crew? What? Does he go back? All right, man, go ahead, take it back to Corpus, because he's only been in single A and AA thus far this year. But he's got to have a spot.
That's interesting.
Jake just got to get up here and get him some good film.
God, they might have to move Blair back down. Blair
he pitched well enough to take your job in Sugar Land, bud. Grandma's going to have to come to Corpus to see you.
Great water. Great.
Yeah. The family will enjoy the vacation.
Great. The hooks. Great unis. There it is. That's for you.
Seafood on the water.
Yeah. It's a great restaurant down there.
Yeah, hopefully we see Jake blossom.
Man, if he pitches well, he can't go back to Corpus.
I hope Jake blossoms. You get it?
Yeah, I know.
Blossom.
Okay.
Like he performs well. Right. Bloss.
Yep.
Okay.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Underrated show, Blossom. Really enjoyed that show. You're talking about that Blossom. I'm talking about Blossom, the TV show.
Did you really watch it?
Oh yeah, I rolled into that sometime. I was a big teen television show, teen movie watcher.
Degrassi.
Now that's I'm a little old for that.
That makes sense.
I'm in Saved by the Bell. Like, I'm talking about Saved by the Bell, Power Rangers, which kind of ran into that.
It's morphin' time.
California Dreams. Hey Dude.
Oh, me and you bonded over Boy Meets World.
Boy Meets World. Obviously, I worked that, thank God, it's Friday. That TGIF, I worked the hell out of that.
Did y'all ever go outside and play? Clearly, I know you didn't go outside and ride bikes.
I didn't ride. I walked to my destination.
Did you ever go outside and play?
Hell yeah, I did. And then what happened was,
you guys
hey
do?
man, this
What are y'all doing, man?
game's got to end at 7 o'clock. Before 7 o'clock.
This is why
because Urkel comes
in the
on.
shoes that
That's
they
what
are.
we did because Urkel's on.
You revolved your game day, your game ending around Urkel.
Yes,
and now you know why this generation is in the shape they're in.
Don't tell me my generation. I got my
They're
2 hours
ending
in, and I was on the hop to get to Urkel, followed by Boy Meets World, followed by Step by Step and hanging with Mr.
You
Cooper.
were ending games to watch TV. Now they're ending games to play video games.
Look, man, we weren't all outside killing bugs with cigarettes, okay?
Come on, man. That's what you should have done, man. Playing wiffle ball, man.
Dangerous. Out here drinking.
Make your mom mad because you ain't home early enough. Not coming home.
Hang time. That was another great one.
Gotta hurry up and get home, guys. Got a new episode of Blossom tonight.
All that.
Yes.
Oh man,
I didn't really get to all that.
Keenan and Kel.
I didn't. Keenan and Kel. Salute your shorts. You didn't do that.
Salute your
You didn't do salute your
I've
shorts.
never seen an episode of anything y'all.
Oh my God.
Saved by the Bell. I've seen an episode of Saved by the Bell. There's not one show.
Oh my God.
And it didn't do anything.
Bug
for me.
juice.
Oh, bug juice. Hey man, I wanted to go to camp so bad. Hey, the other day, I know we gotta go to break. The other day, and I know. Listen, I know our boss is digging this. The other day, I looked up the where are they now for those kids from Bug Juice. Oh my God, we got some lawyers, some car salesmen. That Bug Juice boy, I just know they.
Where did you find time in your day with 3 kids and a full-time job to look up where are they now? Bug Juice
on the toilet.
It doesn't come in a jar. Bug juice comes from who you are.
Are y'all serious?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh my
You're
God.
the weird one. You're the weird
Y'all
one.
go play trivia on Wednesday night.
It's not weird for us to watch Bug Juice.
No, that's
it is weird for you to go put out and kill flies with cigarettes.
No,
that's weird.
No.
Don't make us feel bad.
That's being outside, being creative. Y'all are inside vegging out on the couch, watching Bug Juice.
It was great, man.
It was
great. It was
Are you
great.
kidding me?
I wanted to go to camp. I was begging Teresa to go to camp.
No, you wouldn't. You'd miss an episode of Blossom. You couldn't go to camp.
She said, you go out there and drown in that water. She said, you go out there on that lake. You go out there and drown.
They don't have TVs at camp, Ron.
Coming up.
Oh, my God.
I just want to throw this out there about the AFC South. I wonder, are we not giving it the credit it potentially deserves on how good a division it is? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathe.
Happens every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
These are the true life adventures of kids at summer camp.
Come on, man. I'm trying to get me some squats in over here, and you playing this kitty stuff.
I stumbled upon that on Disney, boy. I said, oh, what is this? So let me ride into this real quick.
Bug juice was awesome.
People texting in, Clint, I feel your pain having to listen to bug juice stories. Clint, I feel you. You're in there with some kids.
Oh, you get told bug juice stories pretty often there.
I mean, bug juice was just one of them. I know. Now y'all can kiss my ass. I know y'all watch Saved by the Damn Bell.
That was before
kiss my ass. I know y'all. I as much numbers as TGIF was getting, I know y'all asses was watching Urkel. Step by step. Al, man, you remember when Al grew up? Good God.
Hold on, Joe.
Al really took off. My goodness.
I didn't have him.
Al came back from a season. It was like, wow.
Grew up a little bit, huh?
The hell happened to Al? Hell yeah, man. I know we wasn't the only one.
I at least know of those.
Yeah, you got Hang with Mr. Cooper. That was
I ain't got
fantastic.
that one.
You ain't got Hang with Mr. Cooper?
I ain't got that one. I ain't
Rodney Pete's wife.
Is that who it is?
She was on there. Holly Robinson Pete.
Lizzie McGuire.
No, we're in different stages here.
Stevens.
This is our different stages. No.
None of them.
I'm below that. Yeah, that shows your age compared to mine.
You know when Brady was talking about your play football, it's hard.
Yeah.
When all your buddies are at home watching Bug Juice and Izzy McGuire or whatever you just said.
Well, I played sports too.
Well,
I'm sure he wasn't killing roaches with.
You missed some Izzy McGuire.
With Marlboro.
Gordo was my guy.
It wasn't roaches, man. I don't mess with roaches.
You wasn't killing
like worms and bugs that move fast. That'd be slow movers, man.
Snails and worms.
Them cigarettes would run them off, man.
Killing my Marlboros.
Find them old roly-polies, them old
Hey, man, what y'all doing? Have some fun, man. Want to go swimming? No, man. Here, my dad's just finished off 2 or 3 Marlboros. Let's wait him out.
Hang out in the front yard. Pop will smoke a couple of them Marlboros and thump them off to the
now
side.
the fun begins. There comes these
if we get them soon enough when that cherry's still red, baby, we can burn some stuff. You know what I mean? Burn some leaves. We can start some fires. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, I lifted up a rock over there. There was a whole bunch of roly-polies.
We can burn the hell out of them. We can get them earthworms to diving, boy. Them grub worms. Get them sunbucks to diving now. If you ain't ever thought a worm could move fast, hit him with one of them cherries, them red cherries with them cigarettes. This stuff will pucker up like you ain't ever seen.
5-3, the Astros lead. Dominating performance right now in this 7th inning from Brian Abreu. That's as good as he's looked all season long. Just absolute dominant.
Make you hold on to your towel good.
Yep, and now Ryan Presley's going to enter the game. So here we go.
Hey, real quick, does he give up a double? Does he give up a double?
No.
Tyler says
I'm going to believe in Ryan today. He gives up a single. No, he walked somebody.
What's he got? The 4, 5, 6 hitter? Because that was 1, 2, 3, wasn't it?
Yeah, that
was 1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go one double. No runs, but a double.
I'll say a walk. No run. That's a walk. Right there. All right, fellas, and from the people as well. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. I feel like we are maybe not giving the AFC South what we're going to see this year, the credit that it may deserve, Clint. I think the AFC South has improved. Like, for a while, I think it's been very clear, like, the AFC South's the worst division in the AFC. And, hell, for some years, Clint, I think it was thought of to be the weakest division in all of football at times. I think the NFC South now has that. But I think we need to really kind of relook the AFC South. And I think the AFC South is going to be tougher than maybe it has been in the past, Clint. And we've talked about the tough schedule, and we've mostly looked at the teams outside of it. But, Clint, I think the Colts, I think the Jags, and I tend to disagree with Sean Pendergast. I know he's listening. He thinks that the Titans are going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. I'm not saying the Titans are going to be a playoff team, but the Titans could be a team that gives you problems. I can see them winning 7 games. I can see them in that range and not in the 2-win range. So I I think this division is going to be much more difficult. And Clint, I don't know if 10 wins is going to win this division this year.
Who?
And which is tough because I know you have right now. You have the Texans at 9. I've got them at 10. 10 wins won the division last year. I don't know if that's going to be enough to win this division next year.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with everybody else's schedule, but I agree wholeheartedly with your point. I think the division is going to be significantly better than it's been since I've been covering the Texans.
Well, but you've had 5 years. This will be your 5th year.
Yeah.
I think it's clearly the best.
I think there's a chance that the division could jump up and definitely jump out of the cellar, which I don't know that it's ever been out of the cellar since I've.
I think the division as a whole.
Maybe the year the Titans made that run to the AFC.
Yeah.
Championship maybe, but I don't.
I think it's clearly better than the West. With the Chiefs, Raiders, Broncos, and Chargers, I think this division top to bottom is clearly. I mean, they have the Chiefs, but the rest of those teams, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm not. I'm higher on the Colts than I think a lot of people are. I really like Shane Steichen.
I think that's fair.
I think Shane Steichen is a great offensive mind. I think he's a good head coach. I think he's a great head coach. And I think he took over a much healthier locker room than a lot of folks would think. And that's a huge advantage. And so if they can keep their quarterback healthy, they've got another advantage, which just a handful of teams in this league can throw at a defense what an Anthony Richardson quarterbacked offense can. So I think they're going to be significantly better. I do believe that Jacksonville is going to be competitive and going to be in the mix of the division, leading the division down the stretch. I do think the Titans are the 4th best team in this league, but I agree with you. I don't think they're a terrible. I think there's a chance they're much improved. I mean, you talk about a defensive-minded head coach that did some good things, really leaned into the run, but really never found his quarterback, and offensively was always seemed to be outside of just turning around and handing it to Derrick Henry. Offensively, there wasn't a whole lot to offer there. I think they're going to be better.
Like Denver was in the playoff hunt until like week 17. Maybe like week 17 they were officially eliminated. I would not be shocked if the Titans found themselves in that range.
Right.
I'm not saying they're going to make it, but still, like,
I don't know enough about their roster to I just feel like offensively, and with a new head coach, I feel like they're going to be able to move the football. It wouldn't surprise me if Will Levis didn't throw for 4,500 yards and 30-some-odd touchdowns playing from behind all the damn time, and everybody oohing and ahhing about the stats, but really he's playing chase the whole season for 17 games, so you're obviously going to run the score, run some stats up. But yeah, I don't think they're like Texans 2 years ago bad. I don't think they're like Carolina last year bad.
Jacksonville had been before.
Yeah, no, I don't think that happens, but we'll see. Been wrong many a time.
But Houston, Jacksonville, Indy, that's a pretty solid top 3. Maybe not Cincinnati, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh and Cleveland, but that's a pretty solid top 3. All right, coming up, I told you I was a little disappointed, really, really upset with Tyler. We need to powwow as a show. We need all hands on deck. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we need you all because we got to have a show meeting. And that show meeting involves you all, too. That's coming up next.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500-yard receiver this year. Can he?
where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Astros continue to lead 5-3 in the eighth. Tyler Clint said it would be a double with no runs. I said a walk. Well, he did give up an opening single, but has come back with a flyout and a strikeout as Ryan Presley is on the mound trying to get this thing, I would presume, to Josh Hader in the ninth inning in a game they got to have against the White Sox. They lead 5-3 in the eighth. We will continue to keep you updated. My man Tyler, man. You know, yesterday Garrett Cole made his debut with the Yankees this year after being held out with injury. And I walked in last night to Tyler and Sean Bijani, and I said, Tyler, I just want to see where your head is. I said, what would be your reaction if Garrett Cole had a relapse, had an in tonight, pitching tonight in his opening of the season for him? How would you react if he had an injury? He gonna look at me and say, "Would certainly make my night feel better." Said I'd get me a glass and pour me a good thing of whiskey, have a drink and enjoy the night.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you got some real hate in your heart, don't you, Bob?
Hey, it's Sean Bijani.
Yes.
Sean said, "Yeah, I'd feel good too." And then Sean said, "But not for the person. It's not about the person, but it'd be about the Yankees." I said, "How the hell can it not be about the person?" At least Tyler was standing on his. That damn Tyler boy, he is serious, man.
But it's just with a couple of guys.
Yeah, it's a couple of guys.
It's Harden, Garrett Cole, Steph Curry for some reason.
For some reason. Yes,
But
you're on a roll.
Well,
Keep going.
him, but I mean, it's former Houston athletes, the ones that. Oh God.
That turn to their turdish ways. That's how they end up on a list like that.
I'm trying to think of who else it is. Who else there is that
Deshaun? He's not vocal.
No, I don't think Deshaun's there yet. Not to that.
Yeah, that's different.
Like, I mean, it was a gleam that came across his face.
Oh, there's no question. It's a.
I said, "Damn, man!" I said,
"It's a genuine, sincere happiness."
It's
Bellinger's in that
Cody
group.
Bellinger, yeah. I just said, "Damn, man!" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "So?" I said, "Yeah, it would make me feel good." How many people you think out there, Team Tyler?
The Rat King, Mike Fires. He's in that group.
All right, yeah, Mike Fires. I know you want him to roll an ankle every day of his life.
Oh, I think there's a lot of folks out there.
They're on that Tyler.
Question. Oh yeah,
that
absolutely.
Tyler deal, like, yeah, that's son of a
Easterby. Easterby's on that.
Oh
list.
yeah, Easterby's on that list.
Easterby feels a bit different than Garrett Cole.
Is
James Harden.
Cookie on that list?
Who's Cookie?
Brandon Cook.
Brandon Cooks is definitely on that list.
Brandon Cook's on that list?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
like
talk,
that?
I wasn't talking about Empire.
Yeah,
He's a cowboy.
So, like, if Brandon Cooks tore an ACL, you're like,
Sucks, man.
You'd pour your glass.
Best of luck with your rehab.
Clint, when he said it would certainly make my night better, I'd go get a glass and pour me some good whiskey and enjoy the evening. I said, damn.
Yeah, I don't want his life to be in danger or anything, but if he's got an injury to one degree or another, significant or not, I'll have some whiskey and have a good evening.
Some whiskey and a good evening.
Have some whiskey and a good evening.
All cheers to that.
Damn, man. I'm just like, wow.
Curly-headed dingo boy.
Oh, my God, man.
Just go represent yourself somewhere else, asshat.
Would you accept a Garrett Cole autograph?
Yeah.
You would take an autograph baseball from Garrett? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He'd ask for it. He'd go to the Astros game early to get it.
I think of all the people we name, Easterby's the only one that he wouldn't accept an autograph from.
Hell no.
Like if
James, I'd like him to sign my Bible.
If you get your hands on a basketball signed by James Harden, you go ahead and James had that for you, you'd take that with you.
I'd take that. Yeah, he's been a, pretty substantial player in the National Basketball Association. So I'll take his John Hancock, and then ask him how many honey buns he's had that evening.
You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't ask him that. You would not ask him that.
I would.
You would. All right, can we discuss something as a show here? We've had to do this before. We had to do this once before with Rom-Com Fridays. And I think we're in this space again. Full disclosure, pulling the carpet back or the curtain. We like to pull the carpet back because I just accidentally said that one day and it just stuck. Tyler hit us up this morning on our text chain and said, I think we should stop with Tyler's turd list because it's run its course. And me and Clint both vehemently disagreed. And we were like, Clint said it, you disagree. I said, I think respectfully you're wrong.
I disrespectfully disagree.
Yeah, you did. It's a little bit hard. I
Shocker to the world there.
I mean, I disagree wholeheartedly, and disrespectful we can get because it is golden.
I just want to know to get from behind it.
No turd intended.
That's right. To get behind it, I want to understand why do you think it's run its course. And what'd you say? What was your reasoning?
It's falling flat.
It just feels like it hadn't really gone with the flow of the show lately, and been maybe just kind of hadn't felt quite perfect to me lately. Not that it's been bad.
I don't know how a turd list wouldn't fall right in line with what this show is about. The show that just went off.
No truer words
that
have ever
went
been
off
spoken.
About Bug Juice, Saved by the Bell, Power Rangers.
We talked yesterday about Ron.
VR Troopers.
Ron almost sharting in the bathroom.
Yes.
Sharkville happened to me.
Yes.
You should not put your pants on the floor in the bathroom unless you're
Clint came back 2 minutes late because he had to take care of business yesterday.
Actually fits in well.
I was throwing the idea out there. Like I wasn't saying like, hey, this has to end today.
We have a hard enough time coming up with like benchmark type stuff. When something hits, we don't need you sabotaging.
Yeah, you too. Right? Yeah. Clint's already ripped one away from me.
What'd I do? Which one?
Rom-Com Friday.
Oh yeah.
Clint's already ripped one away from me.
I mean, damn, y'all can't help me watch a movie. 2-hour shows, damn.
He would have the minutes now. This thing's 100.
That's the first thing I'd check.
But no. And I said, well, listen, let's stop. Let's take TTL to the people. And I did just come up with that, Tyler's turd list. Let's take TTL to the people. 713-572-4610. We did this with Rom-Com Friday. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, let's take it. And listen, I've still had some ladies who come up with me and just said, I really hate you guys stop doing Rom-Com Friday. Do you think we should end Tyler's turd list?
Ferguson.
We usually do it right here. I think there's some ways to improve. I think we can tighten it up. We've had some discussions, but I disagree with you. And I want to take it to the people. 713-572-4610. Yay or nay? Should we end Tyler's turd list? I'm a nay.
Should we end Tyler's turds list?
Text line.
I would say hell no, and anybody that thinks so is what disrespectful term can I come up with here, Tyler?
What?
What good?
You're hunting them down.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm fond of it. Actually.
Or no good rotten scoundrels.
No good SOBs.
Yeah.
Sons of bitches.
Yeah,
right
from the
there.
text line, Tyler's turd list is something I look forward to every week. Please don't stop.
Huh. That gives me the warm fuzzies inside.
Yeah,
I was literally talking to management about getting Dude Wipes to sponsor it.
And I think that would be a great thing. Someone could step up, and Dude Wipes would sound like a really good.
I mean, there's not very many opportunities that a wet wipe or even a toilet paper company, manufacturer.
Text line, time to flush the turd list. Then someone right behind that says no. Meaning no, don't flush it. I listen.
It was just a thought. Like I didn't think it was flowing. I don't know.
Used a lot of baby wipes recently, man. They have a great sponsorship opportunity.
Yeah, and listen, I like that your thought is this thing's got to get better. I like it, but I think we can do some improving before we trash it. From the text line, no, makes me laugh at his true hatred for people. I want to get more of that out. Yeah.
Burning hatred deep inside my heart.
Yeah, for a while there started to become a sound off on Joe Espada, but which is fine. Like I just think we can tighten this thing up.
8.5 back division that you typically win.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
He should be on the turd list.
Yeah, I like it. That's right. I think just we go into the lab, and we go and really work through this thing and work out any kinks. I think it's something there. I really do. I completely agree with you.
All right, turds stay.
Yeah, turds do stay. Put a poll up, Tyler.
So what time do they usually go?
Right now.
Yeah.
Oh, so Tyler's turds segment today was literally us deciding whether we keep it or
we're going
not?
to do it, yes. From the text line, it's not a bad segment, but I understand if Tyler thinks it could be refreshed. Maybe it doesn't have to be sports-related or people from his personal life. Listen, there's no boundaries on it.
Tyler didn't even suggest refreshed. He said do away with it.
Yeah, Tyler wanted to pee and piss it down the drain. Flush it. He wanted to end the turds.
Now.
He wanted to go and sit on the toilet and flush the turd.
Courtesy flush that thing.
Big courtesy flusher here, y'all.
Oh, it's hard to tell.
I had two twice yesterday. Who's the new guy? We were.
Oh, Andy?
Andy?
Yeah. We had long conversations in there just now. No turds, though. But long conversation. Andy was very concerned about Presley. God, he said to me when we walked in, he said, God, please tell me. Please don't let Presley be in the game. Please don't let Presley be in the game. And then I looked in there. I said, he is, and he gave up a single to start the inning. And I think he's struggling. Yes, man, get the trophies. We'll rework this. We'll keep rolling this. People said Espada should just have to be on the list every week.
You damn well has been.
He has
almost.
been. I'm telling you, football season, it's going to be great. You know how many people going to piss off Tyler?
That is true.
A bunch.
What it is, man.
A bunch.
What it is. It's what it is. What you got coming up at the 4?
All right. Would you pay Dak Prescott $60 million a year? My man Jerry's catching a lot of heat over this Dak Prescott thing, and that's the question. Would you pay Dak Prescott $60 million a year? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. Look, if you're ready to build your custom.
Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, looks like we might have a little party here. 5-3, Stros up, 2 outs, bottom 9. Josh Hader on the bump, nobody on 0-2 count. Is that bad luck, Tyler? Am I putting it out there too quick?
Nah, I think you're all right.
Feel pretty good about this one, taking 2 or 3 from the White Sox. You win today. When this thing goes final, you'll pick up a game on the Mariners. They just lost to the Cleveland Gladiators. Or Gladiators. Is Guardians? Guardians or Gladiators? Which one is it? Guardians.
Gladiator sounds better.
Yeah, good point.
I'm never going to get used to
it. So it'd be talking about liking a party. Hell, I'm here for it. Everybody out there listening on the Odyssey app, big time. We appreciate it. If you're listening on the AM FM dial, we also appreciate that. Download that Odyssey app though. Make sure that you're keeping up with us in the home office. Make sure you're keeping up with us on the office, on the road. Also, YouTube, Twitch. We appreciate you guys and gals watching, consuming any way that you possibly can. Hopefully, Tyler's nipples don't offend you. We'll keep this thing rolling. There they are. Hello, two dimes. I got a little news to break real quick, boys. The final cabinet has arrived.
Oh, God.
Home Depot, the final cabinet has arrived. 15-incher. Yes, sir. It has arrived. I've confirmed it has arrived. And now I've not confirmed that it is or is not damaged. So now
but it's there.
It's there.
And she didn't take 4? She took
I don't
3.
know that yet. That's where it's fixing to go. The last little piece that's dangling out there is what did the pickup in terms of they were picking up the damaged cabinets. Did they take 3? Did they take 4? If they took 4, we got a problem. If they took 3, we're in a good spot. On the backside of that, also my refund. I just checked, hadn't got my refund yet. So they're holding on to my money. Nonetheless, I paid full price for the 3 replacement cabinets, and I got a 10% discount on the ones that were damaged when I purchased them. So that's still a little trivial how that worked out. However, Ron, 15 inches there, man. My contractor can put them in, bub. This is big time. This is big time in the progress.
In my mind, I've been wondering if this is going to be able to make it to the 4th of July. If this cabinet situation is going to be able to make it to the 4th of July.
God, I hope not.
That's what I've in my head wondering.
Now, my refund may, I think it said 2 to 10 days. My refund may take to the 4th of July. No, hell, I can't get to the 4th of July. But 10. If it gets to the 4th of July, I'm going to have to start calling somebody again. We know all about that Home Depot customer service. But the last cabinet is in. Now I'm just waiting on my refund. So it's a good day. It's a cause to celebrate. Question on the other side of this. Would you pay Dak Prescott $60 million a year? It's one of the biggest stories, if not the biggest story right now in the preseason football, NFL, leading up to the 2024 season. And I'll be honest with you, my man Jerry, he gets I think Jerry gets a little bit of a bad rap here. Ron, I did some digging. ESPN, was it Barnwell? Bill Barnwell put out an article that it did in a very, very easy read way. It laid out the entire Dak Prescott situation, start to finish. And I think Jerry is getting a little bit of a raw deal here on the Dak Prescott thing, right? Dak Prescott, first 3 years in the league, played really well. Played really, really well. Was not a first-round draft pick, so he didn't have a fifth-year option on his contract, right? Everybody thought that Jerry should have got a deal done with Dak after 3 years. They did not get a deal done, right? They offered him. Dak did not accept it, right? So he plays his 4th year on his original deal. And that is a year when they went 8-8. Defense was awful. Dak was decent at quarterback, but they went 8-8 that year, right? After that year, everybody thought, well, for sure, Jerry should pay this guy. The going rate is, I think, at the time was 35 or 40, something 35 million or something like that. And Jerry wasn't able to get it done. Now, a lot of folks also, by the way, a lot of folks believe that Dak could be every time just asking for top-of-the-market money. So keep that in mind. It's not like Dak's out there negotiating. Dak is wanting a deal that every time he comes to the table, he's wanting a deal that sets the market. His fourth year, 8-8, team doesn't play well. They fire their defensive coordinator, yada, yada, yada. You know the rest, right? They don't get the deal done. They franchise tag Dak Prescott. They did offer him a deal, but they didn't get it done. They franchise him, okay? And Dak, 5 weeks into the season, I think it was, breaks his leg, right?
Giants, yeah,
So if you rewind, that's right, Jerry. If you rewind, had Jerry re-upped and paid this guy top-of-the-market money after 3 years, he would have had an 8-8 season and a broken leg, which right now the broken leg doesn't look like a big deal because we're looking at it in hindsight, and he recovered and he was fine, right? So Jerry then franchised him because he can't reach a deal, franchises him again. Before that next season comes, he never plays under the second franchise tag. They end up getting a 4-year, $160 million deal done, which the thought is that Jerry cost himself a bunch of money. Instead of getting a deal done 2 years earlier for $31 million a year, or the previous year for which, by the way, those are both deals that Dak turned down, for $35-ish million, he ended up accepting a $40 million deal, a 4-year, $160 million contract. And, now we've got 4 more years of Dak, or 3 more years of Dak. We're working on the 4th year, and everybody thinks that Jerry's crazy if Jerry doesn't get a deal done now because it's going to end up costing him millions more next year when the quarterback market goes up, because the thought is that Jordan Love, who else? There's one more out there. Jordan Love, Tua, those two guys, that's exactly who it is. Jordan Love and Tua could sign, and that could potentially push the market as well. And then here Jerry is left with a free agent quarterback that has all of the leverage.
There it was.
Right? Which all of those things are very, very true. It's very, very possible. But what we're leaving out of the deal is that this guy is 2-5 in the playoffs. And for whatever reason has not been able to take his team to deep runs in the playoffs at all, much less consistent. Yeah, it did well against Green Bay, and then the tough loss against San Francisco, and then last year, obviously, the tough loss against Green Bay. He's had some good games and some bad games. I'm not at all saying it's all on him, right? But here's the deal: is obviously Jerry's not worried about spending a little bit more money to see more cards ultimately, or see another round of cards, see another hand, see another season, if you will.
My schedule.
But when I look at this, Ron, it's Jerry has to look at this thing and say, can I afford to pay Dak Prescott $60 million a year, CeeDee Lamb $35 million a year, and Micah Parsons $35 million a year? That's ultimately where the market's going to be. We just saw what Justin Jefferson did, and then I think one of the Bosa's, whichever one is in San Francisco, I believe, is 34-year, 35-year, whatever it was. That's what these guys are going to end up going after and getting. That would be 46% of the salary cap for 3 players. It's been done twice since 2013. And it was the Donald Stafford Cooper Kupp year, which didn't amount to anything. Once they all got paid, it didn't amount to anything. It didn't end up. They didn't end up winning. I don't think they made it to the playoffs with that year. And then there was one more quarterback situation. Oh, it was Derek Carr, Devontae Adams, and what's the white dude, defensive end? I'll tat it up.
Crosby, was it?
The Crosby. Those three. Those were like, one was 44% and one was 48% of the cap. So that equation hasn't worked out since they started recording numbers that way in 2013, I believe it was. So, and not that it can't work, because I think the fact is the quarterback market is growing faster than the salary cap is growing. So ultimately, at the end of the day, teams are going to have to figure out a way to make 3 players of making up 45% of your cap. Teams are going to figure out how to make that work. So it's going to become – but it's not crazy that Jerry is looking at this thing and going, I got a quarterback that, yes, I love him, he's a leader, great deal, has not got me over the hump, and I've got 2 more players that I've just flat out, I've got to pay. So I want to see what Dak can do. I want to see what Holmgren. I want to see what McCarthy can do. And before I pay my quarterback $60 million and handcuff myself moving forward, I just don't think it's as crazy as some folks may think it is, Ron, to want to see more from Dak.
Yeah, I don't know that it's crazy to want to see more from Dak. I would have already paid him if I were them to try to get to avoid the 60. I would have already paid them. But now at this point, I think they have not only not paid him, I think they've disrespected him with some that I think he'll take it as with some of the things that Jerry has kind of said and done and how they've treated him. Because, I mean, if you say it out loud, hey, I have 3 straight seasons where we've won 12 games or more. Yeah. We've won the division. I was second in the MVP last year. I led the league in touchdown passes. I'm coming off of arguably my best year of my career, at 30, in my early 30s, and you got Trey Lance behind me. What's the next move? See, at this point now, I think Dak is going to push it to be a free agent because they can't franchise him. They can't do that. Well, I think he'll push it to be a free agent. There's a no tag, no trade in that 4-year, $160 million with Dak. So the Cowboys can't trade him unless he waives that. So in other words, he can pick where he goes, and they can't tag him again. So he's got all the leverage, which I just don't know is such a bad thing. If you're Jerry Jones and you're going, hey, we drafted him really well. Jerry doesn't get the credit for drafting a 4th rounder and him playing out of his mind for years, right? But you've had this guy for 8 years now, and you don't have any playoff runs to show for it. And you're sitting here, meanwhile, you're watching the Texans right down the street draft C.J. Stroud. He's playing at an extremely high level and getting you to the second round of the playoffs from jump, right? You're watching out on the West Coast. You're watching the 49ers go, yeah, Trey Lance, early draft pick, we don't need you. Jimmy Garoppolo, take us to the playoff, we don't need you. We're going to play with a 7th-round draft pick in Brock Purdy, and those guys making runs. Yeah. It's not as crazy, and Jerry's not as nuts as everybody thinks he is to say, hey, life without Dak, it's not impossible. Look around the league at what these other guys are indeed doing with a great supporting cast. Look at what Chicago's fixing to try to do. Now, I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, but it is crazy to me because you don't have a plan in place to be able to do that. Well, it's funny you bring that up. You don't have Kyle Shanahan to No. It's funny that you bring that up, Ron, because here's my deal. There's 2 things that Jerry's guilty of, and it's not Dak Prescott, right? To me, it's not Dak Prescott, right? Jerry's real mistake is hiring a retread coach that is sitting there blaming it on Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator, which, by the way, we can say Kellen Moore produced just the same way that Dak did with all these numbers, and he gets his ass booted up out of there. Jerry's real problem is he doesn't go hire Bobby Slowick. Right? He doesn't go find the next guy in one of these up-and-coming systems that's cutting edge. He goes and hires Mike McCarthy, right? And then the second issue is you're looking at it now, and you're creating this situation with Dak, and if you're going to create this situation, your ass better have a plan. And is that plan Trey Lance? Yeah, it can't be. That's what I'm saying. Like, one, it's a deal of Jerry wants to win right now. And like, you ask yourself, can the Dallas Cowboys win a Super Bowl? Can you win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott? I believe you can. All right. Now, listen, he has not had great success, which he gets hit on in the playoffs. But we're watching that. We watch that guy. That guy that played last year, can you win a Super Bowl with that? Yes, you can. I believe so. But the deal is, okay, if you feel like you can win a Super Bowl with this guy, and you're Jerry, you're 97 already, and you're trying to, and you're like, you want to win right now. What's the next game plan? Right. Yeah, no, look, I don't think that Jerry necessarily wholeheartedly believes that, because he's shown 2 different times now to not, because if you firmly believe that you can win a Super Bowl with a guy, and this is the guy, damn it, then every time you get a chance to re-up a contract, you do it as early as you possibly can. I don't think he's convinced. He wasn't convinced then,
And actually, he was right for 2 years, by the way. But I don't think he's convinced now, given the sample size, the full body of work that we've seen from Dak. I just don't think he's convinced. Ron, here's the deal: is I wonder how this poll would go if you could pay two guys. Can't pay all three of them. If you can pay two guys, what two are you paying out of Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons? What three are you paying moving forward? I think it's a big part of what Jerry's thought process is right now. He's got to figure out a way to sign two of those guys, and who are those guys that he's going to keep?
Well, I think he can get it done. I mean, if he looks at his arch rival right now, the Philadelphia Eagles, they have multiple contracts that they're paying their quarterback big. They're paying both their receivers big. They've got offensive linemen that they're paying big. So it can be done. But for me, it's Dak and Micah. Like that would be the 1-2 for me, because it's the quarterback position and how important that is, and then it's defensive. It's defensive end, the guy rushing the quarterback. Listen, CeeDee Lamb is special. I just think it's easier to find that.
Yeah, it's.
But I think you can do it. I think you can keep them all.
Yeah, look, you can. You just got to get skinny everywhere else, and if you got to pick two at this point in time, I don't know that I'm not picking CeeDee, and I'm a big Dak fan. But I just don't know if I'm not picking CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons at this point in time, and surrounding a young quarterback, whether it be Trey Lance or a young quarterback that you draft. And I'm anxious to see what this Chicago, how this thing turns out, because I don't know that we've ever seen a rookie quarterback that was a lottery pick that would come out and get the opportunity to play this. Real quick, guys, some crazy stats that I read that were in this thing. Real quick, Trey Lance, he's taken 102 snaps as a pro. Trey Lance has taken 420 snaps since his high school years.
That's what I'm saying. That draft right there, you could think, like, I'm going to go get a young quarterback. But look at that draft.
My man just turned 24. He's younger than Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr., and he's a whole year younger than Will Levis. That's how young that dude is.
Yeah, no, he's young, but that's what I'm saying is, man, like, it'd be nice to be able to pull the C.J. Stroud or Caleb Williams, but the Cowboys are never going to be that bad in the position to be able to draft one or two. So and they don't have the offensive mind to say, hey, man, we got Kyle Shanahan, man. We'll make a Brock Purdy work. I don't think they have that. All right, coming up, we'll get you updated as the Astros get the W. We'll have the latest on that and get you set up and ready for what's going to happen for them tomorrow as they are looking to see who's going to pitch in place of Verlander. That's coming up next.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you,
options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That one's chopped off the plate. Tough play for Sosa. He makes it. No, not in time because Vaughn didn't make the catch at first base. Lenyn Sosa's throw was there in time, but the ball was not caught cleanly, and the Astros take a 4-3 lead.
There it is. A little time to celebrate. A little day baseball and a W as the Astros.
Well, Astros won today.
As exciting as you can be about a series victory, they get a W against the Chicago White Sox. Clint Tyler was a little touch and go there late in the innings as they were trailing, but the offense and the Chicago White Sox came to help the Astros get back in it, and they win 5-3. How about it? Nails from that trifecta in the back that they wanted to see. Brian Abreu was as dominant as we've seen all season. Presley was able to work around a leadoff walk, had him a couple of strikeouts, and then Hader ran through the ninth. So it went as promised, as it did there. They picked up Spencer Arrighetti.
Let's go.
Struggled a little bit. So what is that, 5 games under 500? The Mariners lost today to the Cleveland Guardians, so now the Astros sit 8 games back. 8 games back, I believe, of the Mariners in the West. So, hey, big win, big win. All of them are big right now. You wish you'd have swept them, but 2 of 3, that was at the very least minimum what the Astros needed to do.
8 games back to Mariners, Ron, as you mentioned, and you're sitting 6 games back the wild card spot. So the final wild card spot, that is. Still got work to do, obviously, there, but picking up a game on the field is obviously good at this point in time. I don't want to be the guy that goes, boy, a sweep would have been real nice. You'd have picked up 2, but nonetheless,
you kind of do though.
Yeah, well, I'll take 2 or 3, and now hopefully we can handle some business against Baltimore and not backslide this thing.
Yeah. And we've talked about him and we've given him hell because he has deserved it. But Alex Bregman, he gets 3 hits today, and now Alex has a 17-game hitting streak, or is it 18?
No, it actually. So the hitting streak actually ended over the weekend, but he's gotten a hit in like 17 of 18 games.
Damn, I missed that.
Yeah.
Well, I had just been saying that. Damn, Greg somewhere like, God, dog, losing his mind.
I meant to tell you earlier. My bad. That was my bad.
Did he lose that hit streak?
Yeah, I heard him saying the whole 18 of the last 19 of the last 20. I heard
still on a tear.
Blummer saying that a couple nights ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
I mean, I think
many of you should be disappointed. That's what I should have known.
He'll take a hitting streak. Bregman appreciates it.
I had him at 18. But it is to say, man, my man he's been swinging the bat, and he's got himself up to 247. That's where he is on that thing. This kind of putting a picture of
how about that
of the start that he had.
Astros win a game 5-3. They're 2 of 14 with runners in scoring position.
Only the White Sox. Shout out to the South Side. Appreciate you.
How many errors did they have in that game today? I mean, they had every bit of 2.
That's 7th
or at least some that should have been.
I saw 2 in a row, but I don't know what they called him by the first baseman.
The Luis Roberts.
If Altuve wasn't an error, then that first baseman I'd cut some slack too.
The Luis Roberts in center field. That one was. I mean, my man held off, called him off. Said, "Man, we all know it's in center. You got it. You ain't got to hold us off." Just flat dropped that puppy. But hey, take advantage of it. Go ahead. It's that big 7th inning was what they came into that 7th inning trailing 3-1, and was able to come out of there with a 5-3 lead, and they get a dub. So good for the Astros getting a big win in Chicago. They will come home to play the Baltimore Orioles, and this is, hey, they better be ready to score some runs. Like to get an update on Kyle Tucker. It'd be nice to have him in the lineup against this offense. But you got to be able to ready to score some runs. And Clint, I know you wanted to see Blair Henley, and there was a shot for you to see Blair Henley. They said, no, we're going to keep Ronel Blanco on Saturday so he gets an extra day, and we're going to call somebody up We announced that yesterday,
coming, man.
And you were like, "Yes, Blair and his grandmother and everybody's gonna come up. A whole crew gonna come up again. Redemption from Henley. The 30 for 30. Redemption from Henley. What if I told you that Blair Henley made it back to Minute Maid and redeemed his first start?" Well, they said no. They said we'd rather go with this fella, Jake Bloss, who is the highest level he has pitched in this year's AA.
And they say no.
That's right, Vandy. Jake Bloss, who is a top pitching prospect for the Astros, he is going to get the start tomorrow in Baltimore. Hopefully he is already here. Hopefully that young man has his own shoes and his own glove, and they have checked it twice to make sure he doesn't have to wear somebody else's stuff. But he has pitched well. He's got an ERA 1.74 and has done pretty well in 62 innings this year. But he is going to get the start. They decided to let Blair Henley go ahead and pitch today. By the way, Blair's 27. I wonder if Blair's going to make it back here again to get redemption.
Well, look, I hate it. Take it from a guy that the last time he touched the field, he threw 4 picks in a game and lost in overtime, man. It is a rough way to hang the cleats up, Blair. I was hoping you'd get another shot. I was hoping that Grandma would get to come see you.
That's pitiful.
Yep, and Christmas and Thanksgiving and all that would be a little bit more Blair-friendly, if you will. But right now, I got to believe they feel like they wasted their money to see what you put on the field, on the diamond in Arlington, and I was hoping to get another shot.
Wasted their money.
Yeah.
It's a little strong.
I mean, damn, that was a hard. I spent money to break my heart. I mean, that was awesome. Could you imagine your kid doing that? Good God.
He said wasted their money.
I mean, could you imagine the excitement for your kid? All of a sudden, it just gets buried.
Well, you start to feel hard. You just feeling for them.
I mean, literally, I bet his dad was sitting up there going, "Coach, get him out, man.
Please, man.
Coach, man, it's enough."
His dad
enough,
probably wanted to go in there and just morph himself in his body.
Yes. I mean, could you imagine? But Jake Bloss is the guy, and here's the deal: they threw Jake Bloss's headshot up there earlier when they announced that he was going to win, that he was going to win, that he was going to pitch.
Calling your shot?
Calling the shot, man. Tyler, put it on the books.
Put whatever the over-under are on the strikeouts. Go ahead and put some money on there. Get you a win from Jake.
Bloss is coming, man. But his damn headshot was looked like it was from back in the 80s. I mean, he had that hat on and that hair coming out, that long hair coming out of the sides, like not just the back like Spencer Arrighetti, but all over the sides, like with the hat just kind of sitting up on top of the hair. Yeah, it had a real 80s look to it. So this is a guy that we could, I mean, I could warm up to if he's worth a damn. So no Blair Henley. Instead, we get Jake Bloss. Let's see what the let's see what the old farm system has left, boys.
But I didn't think they would completely jump the rotation at Sugar. Like if I'm in Sugarland, like I got a problem.
They just jumped the whole damn
rotation down there. The whole rotation.
They said, Space Cowboys, we've robbed y'all enough this year, man. We'll let y'all be. We're gonna get somebody.
They just won the first half championship, I believe. One of them 5 starters is sitting there thinking, damn, I'm scheduled to start Friday here. Bring his ass up here. But we'll see how that goes. Jake, good luck for you. Good luck with you as you're facing one of the best offenses in baseball. And, hey, this offense for the Astros got to help him out. Coming up, Tyler was taken by surprise by something I had to say about Tank Dell, and I want to see how real Tyler is. He's got an opportunity. Let's see how real Tyler is. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I always tell y'all, man, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. I don't know one human being that doesn't feel that way for dang sure. Now, I know a lot of human beings that out there, they're not sleeping well because they're not breathing well, whether that's allergies, sinuses, or just sleep problems. Either way it goes, boy, you got to get that right. And I'm here to tell you that you can get it right. You can get it right with Dr. Matoran. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures that'll get you back to sleeping your best nights, which ultimately means you'll be living your best life. Call him now, 713-665-8887, 713-665-8887, or you can always get more information online at drmatoran.com. That's drmatorin.com.
Area 45 with Bijani.
development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's at AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros get a big dub today. They beat the White Sox 5-3. That back end of that bullpen was dominant, and they took advantage of miscues from the Chicago White Sox, and they win that series. They pick up a game on the Seattle Mariners as well, so that is the latest there. They win 5-3 as they head to play the Baltimore Orioles coming up. Clint, that's not it. Tyler's Aggies.
How about that maroon and white, baby?
There he is, baby. He's full-fledged.
What happened?
Aggies baseball fan now, baby. They
we got it.
What do you mean now?
I mean, right now I don't mean now that you just came
no,
to it.
you've been flirting with being a real asshat to me lately.
Like you're in it now. Like you're in it now.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You're in it now. I didn't say you just came to the party. I mean, like,
let's just talk about Tank Dell, man.
It's ready to go now. No, let's talk about your Aggies. Damn it. I didn't even say it like that. Good God Almighty. But no.
Okay.
Well, we got Aggies Vols?
Aggies Vols, yeah. And Tyler said he's talking about going down there. Or going down or up.
It's in the air.
Talking about going up there.
It's up in the air.
Going to Omaha.
Is it really? Look at me dead in the eye and tell me that. Are you going to Omaha, Chief? You should.
Nothing's locked in, but we're for sure talking about it.
What is it, Saturday?
Good luck finding a hotel room.
Yeah. You might have to go to Council Bluff, Iowa. I'm not kidding you. It's right. I'm not kidding. It's like across the state line. I had to do that. We went to a first and second round game in Omaha. It was awful. But we stayed in Council Bluff, Iowa. It's about 10 minutes from the stadium. And
I think you should go,
ballpark
Tyler.
is right next to the stadium.
I think you should go.
I want to. It's really up to wifey at this point because it would be a quick trip. We're talking leave after the show Friday, catch game 1 in Omaha Saturday night, fly back Sunday. So we'll see. It is up in the air.
I think you should fly back Monday morning.
There weren't a whole lot of direct flight options Monday.
I like being safe, flying back Sunday. So he's here with us on Monday.
Oh, let him hang, man. You don't think about being safe when you're Ubering home at 4 o'clock in the morning, man. Let them things hang.
Yeah, but
man.
I mean, the Ubering home is
Tyler,
different from flying from Omaha.
The Uber home is a little shorter than the trip to Nebraska,
it's
man.
It's different from Omaha.
Hey, I tell you what. You talking about being able to let them hang, Tyler. I mean, your team's in the College World Series. It's a 3-game set.
It is.
Game 1 does not send you home. Now, it may put you in a funk, but it does not send you home. You can really enjoy game 1 of a 3-game series.
Oh, yeah.
With hey, we lose. Hey, all we got to do is win the next 2. You lose, okay.
Yeah,
hey,
it's not over. It's
not over, man. So you can really go into game 1 with some real carefree hang going on.
That's true, but there's no reason to believe the Aggies won't win game 1 since they're 12-0 in the College World Series.
But I will say, Tyler, I will completely understand if you're like, man, I'm not going to spend this money to go to Omaha.
Oh, the money isn't the problem.
I completely but I'm just saying if you make
just
that
the time.
If you make that decision, whatever.
I think you should make it happen
because it's Omaha, and that's not where you should be having to go anyway.
I think you should make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I know you can, but
what's your deal against Omaha, man?
I don't have an issue with Omaha.
Yeah, you do.
It's Nebraska.
No, I don't have an issue with.
It's really close to Council Bluff.
It is, and if you are that close to Council Bluff, that should not be the place where somebody is being sent as a reward to play for a championship.
Well, I think it's worked really well over the years.
Yeah, sure. It's crazy, and you're in it too. They've done it to these fans. There are going to be people who text and say, no, I've been to Omaha a lot.
Have you really?
Yeah, I've been to Rosenblatt Stadium where it was for years.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've been there. I understand it. Okay, it's a first and second round venue. What is it before the super regionals? That's the type of venue.
Regional.
It is. Yeah, regional. Right. That's half these teams or going to better places. I'd rather be played at College Station.
Omaha!
The biggest baseball head I know, one of my good buddies, he every year can't wait.
He's, again, if you've seen Get Out, I think, and they've done a hell of a job. They've put all of these people in the sunken place, including all of these kids.
Is this the movie or is this Omaha?
In the movie, like, all these, the help and stuff are brainwashed.
Okay.
And they've brainwashed all these people are thinking, yes, Omaha! Let's go to Omaha! And now Tyler is having to you can't find a direct flight.
Direct flights are tough, man.
Yeah, I bet they are. But wouldn't be that way to Houston, would it?
It's part of it, man.
That's part of it, yeah. You know what else I saw? Around this time is when I go home to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Went there last year. I think LSU, I saw LSU and Florida fans, they were in it.
Yeah.
There are so many people who had to, and Tyler, you better make a quick decision or you might be in this route, where they had to fly to Kansas City because they couldn't fly to Omaha. They had to fly to Kansas City and drive the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Oh, when you, I mean,
there you go. Hey, go to the Final Four, man. We'll put you up in Phoenix and in New Orleans the last 2 years. Places people want to go. They've brainwashed these people into celebrating in Gainesville, Florida, to go to Omaha.
You have somehow thrown a wet blanket on the College World Series.
It's ridiculous. They
Tyler, you need to go.
They need to move it. This already the group of kids that they don't give full scholarships to. They could at least have them at a place where it's a nice venue where somebody wants to celebrate. I'm telling you, get ready. Hey, that Omaha Zoo maybe Saturday night or during the day will be great.
You go there for one reason.
They got a hell of a Dave and Buster's.
They got to have a badass corn maze somewhere.
Oh God, man, all year round.
You go there.
There's
for
some
one
gambling
reason,
in
Tyler.
Iowa, but not
baseball,
in
son.
But not in Nebraska. So you might be able. You could hit the slots in Iowa.
That'd be big.
Penny machines.
You can. My uncle was a pastor there. He said he used to go to.
He spend the church's money there.
But no, he would spend the church's money. He said he had to stop going to Council Bluff because some of his members would catch him there, so he'd go further into Iowa. He's the one that looks like Nolan Richardson. It is. No, seriously. The way that these people are convinced. I had a guy on here the other day talking about, have you ever been? Yes, I've been to Omaha. Okay?
I haven't, but I might be shortly.
I hope you enjoy it. I'm just telling you, if you like, I'm thinking about going to protest. I'm thinking about going to grab.
What are you protesting?
The World Series being hosted there?
Yes. I want to get a sign. I want to get a sign out there and move.
What if it were in Miami? Like what would you do different?
Sounds good.
What would you do different?
It'd be a better spot for those kids, and they will have more.
They're
to
there
do
to play
outside.
baseball. They're not there.
Okay.
They're not there to do anything else.
Where were your bowl games at?
Rod said the Celtics didn't go to Omaha to celebrate.
Where were your bowl games?
Orlando and Dallas.
Yeah, did you all do something extra out in Orlando?
Oh, all week. Yeah, we were there for a week. Yeah.
Okay, yes. You run out of things to do. They've been there for 2 weeks. They've done it all in a day.
No, man.
They've done it all in Omaha in a day.
That's all you need to do.
You can only go to Hardee's too many more times.
Focus on baseball.
And they're Hardee's, not Carl's Jr.'s. There.
What are
How many tours?
What are you, the fan, going to do in Miami that you couldn't do in Omaha? Like, what is it? What are they offering?
What could Tyler do in Miami as a fan that he couldn't do in Omaha?
If you're going to watch your team play in a College World Series, a 3-game set, what are you going to do in Miami around those games that you can't do in Omaha?
Well, after the game, you can go to a real restaurant.
You don't think like Omaha don't have real restaurants? I've never been there. I'm asking.
Omaha or Miami? I'm just saying. Like, you think there's a bit of a difference.
Well, Miami's got to have higher class strippers.
I obviously know there's a difference between. I'm talking about if you're there for a game and there's a game every day and that's what you're flying for. You're obviously not going to spend the day at the beach. So there's like a. I mean, Omaha's got to have some great. Good, I mean, is it that bad? They got to have some steak. Got to have some good restaurants.
It's not that it's that bad. It's Omaha. It's a middle. It's like having the thing at Waco.
What's wrong with Waco?
Waco is just not a big event city. Listen, I live in Kansas. I'm from Kansas City. It shouldn't be there either.
Keep an eye on show cool.
It should be in Des Moines. It should be in a big place
that is
a reward. I don't have a problem with Omaha. I don't have a problem with you putting those baseball kids in there as a reward to go to Omaha.
Dialed in, man.
And have conned those people in there. And you're talking about what can you do in Miami that you couldn't do in Omaha.
By the way, if I were a player,
what did you do in Orlando?
From what I've heard of the my buddy baseball head about Omaha, especially if you're a player there.
I'm a player.
Probably ain't too many complaints.
Well, yeah, if you're going to school there, yes, there's probably not too many complaints at College Station.
Big Smish.
Well, that's
I'm talking about big
or
fish,
anywhere.
Big fish, small pond.
Yes. But we're playing
sure
for
the
the
players
national
are having
championship
fun.
game in Omaha.
Let's not throw the station into this convo, though. That's God's country. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth.
Tyler, big fish, small pond.
Yeah.
Omaha.
Yeah.
Text line.
And a lot of corn.
Text line, Ron sucks so bad. I mean, Omaha, I said the other one, Ron sounds like a hater because he can't go. I can go to Omaha if I want to. Omaha sucks so bad, it's horrible. Yes. It's horrible. It's horrible for an event like this. It's horrible for a major event.
I guess it's good. It might be a quick trip then.
I mean, God, dog. At least, half them kids have got half scholarships. At least you could do those baseball players here. Your ass got a full scholarship and got to go to Orlando. They get a half scholarship over there and they got to go to Omaha. There's something. I mean, how many days? I bet Tuesday's the day they went to Lincoln. Here, guys, let's tour Nebraska's football stadium. This is where Tommy Frazier did it right here.
Nah.
That's what they. Now you're into it. That's what they had to do.
They put them boys up, and they had what they got. They got eight fan bases sliding in there, and they're the big fish in the small pond. All them boys been fishing in College Station. Hey, for the last week, they've been fishing in North Carolina, Florida State. They've been fishing at Tennessee. They've been fishing. Hey, them boys been fishing all over the country. They ain't got to worry about Alex Rodriguez showing up. They ain't got to worry about
fishing.
They ain't got to worry about all the Miami Heat walking in. They ain't got to worry. No, man. They're out there walking around with their gear on.
They would hate if the Miami Heat walked in. I know they would.
Getting them
Hey, man, I honest to God, I think they should, if they're going to do this, just swing it around. Every year, 3 years. Omaha 1 year, Wichita the next, and Des Moines the next, because that's what they're doing. That's where they're heading.
Come on down to Waco, man.
Shoot down to Waco. Hell, I think Waco might be too big. Play it at wherever Baylor. It's just
Ron,
sad,
let
man.
me
I feel
stop
for those
you
kids,
right
and I'm telling you right now, I will. B. Scott texted in. They should have played football. Stop it. I will fight for those kids.
Great point, B. Scott.
I will fight for those kids every year. Got them playing in that damn Omaha.
You really think them kids are complaining?
Oh, I bet they are.
They are the celebrities in the whole.
Because they've been brainwashed.
Oh, get the hell out of here!
Because they've been brainwashed.
Brainwashed.
Yeah, let's do a sign. Go ahead and go down there. That's what I want you to do, Tyler. Go down there and find any baseball players you can find. Just say, hey man, let's do this thing. What do you think, Tampa or Omaha?
If I go, I will for sure do
San
this.
Diego. There ain't nothing going on there. San Diego.
I'll ask a few players.
They do Super Bowls. San Diego. What do you want? You want to do San Diego or Omaha?
Honolulu or Omaha?
You want to go to a zoo? We'll take on the San Diego Zoo.
Their zoo is good.
Give me Omaha and eight college fan bases.
How about you? Sound like a millennial. Yes, the 21 and 22-year-olds. Whoa, Omaha! They convince these cats.
I don't get how that's attributed to a generation.
No, nobody wants to do that. Nobody does. Coming up next. 5 o'clock fire. The Astros get a big W. We'll catch you up on that. The Lakers made a big move and a developing story at U of H. We'll tell you about that and give you more as much as we find out. That's coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks, y'all. Look, if you love watching live sports, a scenic view.
impaired. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Line drive caught by Bregman. Ball game over. Astros win it 5-3. The Astros take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox, winning 4-1 and 5-3 today in comfort behind fashion, scoring 4 runs in the 7th inning. Lumber, that's a series win the Astros desperately needed.
You ain't lying about that. It is 5 o'clock, and congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF.
The big DILF.
Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, has the latest for you. The latest is, real quick, 5 o'clock fire, as you know, is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And I know you won a little cash on Jordan total bases. I mean, the first swing he took, he went deep. What is the money count? The Astros win. Clint, as you know, when the Astros win, Tyler usually he literally bets every day on the Astros, or just on sports every single day, I believe, which is
profitable during the golden era. You know, more good days than not.
But when the Astros win, that usually spells good for you. How much you come out? You do good today?
500 big ones, boys.
Wow, and that's with you not getting the strikeouts.
Yeah,
Spencer.
That was my smallest wager. All the other ones hit. And I had bet on the series win for the Astros, which they did today, winning 2 games out of 3 up there in Chicago.
Does that get you in the green?
Oh, I've been in the green, bud.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the green total now, creeping up on a stack.
There you go. Pretty good weekend for him.
Sounds like a good week for him, man.
Sounds like money I need to take to Omaha.
What are you going to do with these Orioles?
I'm on the over for that one, which I believe already hit 8.5. Oh, you're talking about the Orioles versus Astros?
Yes.
Got to beat them, man. Got to win a series. Find a way.
There you go, man. Good for you, man. I'm happy to see that, man. I like it when you get a little cash on you, man. Good for you.
Thanks.
Winning is fun, man.
Yeah,
especially when it's money.
When it's money, yes, it is. Yes, it is. But no, a big series win, and here is the manager Joe Espada talking about winning that 3-game series against the White Sox. One, we said, hell, we talked about sweep. They damn sure couldn't lose 2 of 3. They pick up a game on the Mariners as well, who lost today. But this is the latest from Joe Espada on winning this 3-game series.
Yeah. Important for us to come back and after dropping that first one and win the series. That's our goal. We got to win series, and we grinded through early struggles there offensively, but we find a way to get some guys on base and then get some big hits there. Jordan. How big he is when, the difference he makes in our lineup when he's around. He's a game-changing, player, and he made a statement right off the bat.
Nah, man, you ain't lying. And Clint, you've talked about it a lot this year, and we've talked about it. I said he's the best hitter in baseball, I believe, and he's starting to come around, and they haven't had him for the last 2 days. Their offense has struggled. But just as he said, man, when we say how much of a difference, his first time he walks up to the plate, hadn't been around baseball, had done it, that he goes deep.
Yeah.
He hits one out, and that's the first of 3 hits that he had today in the game. So Jordan Alvarez just completely changes everything with this team and this lineup.
Well, look, there's 2 guys in an Astros uniform right now that you just cannot afford to make one mistake against, and that's Kyle Tucker and Jordan Alvarez. And it's been that way with Jordan Alvarez, and I think Jordan is still – obviously can make you pay at a higher rate and in a bigger way, but Kyle Tucker's in that category. I mean, what I mean by that is you're talking about a guy that can take a pitch. It can just be a hit count, and he happens to guess fastball, and he can sit on it even if it's not right over the middle of the plate, belt high. He can take a pitch that is typically tough for people to hit. He can take that and hit it out of the park and make you regret it. So he's an absolute game changer, as Joe Espada said. He proved that again today. Obviously a slower start to the season than he wanted, but boy, as of late, when he's been in the lineup, hadn't had the family issues, he has been he has been a problem. So, yeah, game changer there to get him back in that lineup. Now if we can just – look. That's what I'm talking about, that Jake Bloss, old 1980.
Is he a Colt 45?
Headshot right there, no doubt. But yeah, Jordan changes the whole lineup, man.
Oh, wow. Just first time I've gotten to really see Jake. God, man, every time they put them pictures up there, that face of Framber.
Oh,
Good
big face,
God,
swole
man.
face. That's Corona. That's Corona fully dressed. A lot of salt, and I'd say he had 12 of them last night.
Like, he has a face now, because he isn't, but he has a face. Like, if you look at that face, and they say, "All right, man, you got to guess the weight."
Ooh, it's thick.
Like,
Trust me.
It's much more than he actually is. Like,
yeah,
his face says 305.
Mm-hmm. He got a 300-pound face,
but he's not 305, obviously.
But a 200-pound body.
Yeah, he's 305, and then Ronel Blanco, who's going to pitch Saturday, clearly remember he's 180.
They switched their heads.
But no, big win for the Astros as they needed to get that. A couple of things I want to throw out. Spencer Erickson, great 4 1/3 innings, but it wasn't a blow up, right? He allowed 3 runs, and I got to give it to Joe. Joe managed. We've talked about wanting them to start acting as if there's a sense of urgency in this thing, and I think the way Joe managed. I mean, he's given up 5 hits in 4 1/3. And it's like, all right, I got to go get him. I don't want this to get any worse than it is right now. And he gave up 3 runs, and he went and got him and brought in Tay Scott to get out of it and didn't try to say, all right, man, we're gonna try to stretch this. He felt like he was done and managed it to like, we got to win this game. We cannot lose this game. And he went in and did it. He did it last night, too, with Hunter Brown, where he thought, like, I got to get him out now. So I'll give Joe a spot of credit here on how he handled this game. He managed with a sense of urgency that we have been wanting the Astros to adopt.
Yeah, look, let's give him credit. Give him credit for something they ought to be doing. That's I love it. I need to see some more of it, Ron. I need to see some more of it.
I'm just saying,
Damn.
yeah. I mean,
I'm with you. I mean, it's crying ass shame, but you ain't wrong.
He didn't mess with it. He said, "All right, I'm gonna get Arrighetti out right now, and I'm going Scott, and I'm going Abreu, Presley. Don't know why he keeps doing that, but Abreu, Presley, and Hader, and let's get out of here. I'm not going to fool around with it. Let's get a W."
Yes, sir.
So they had to do that, yeah. So and big man, and by the way, shout out to Alex Bregman, who did. Apparently, as I found out today, he learned something new all the time, lost his hitting streak over the weekend, but he stayed hot. He had 3 hits today as well, and I got to give it, boy, Brian Abreu, that cat today, that looked as dominant as we were seeing at times last year, when there were times last year where there were people, covering their mouth and saying, maybe, man, he should be the closer. Maybe he should be the closer.
Yep.
That was they did not have a chance, and it was the top of the order. I mean, it was at least 2 strikeouts. He had 2 strikeouts and a lazy ground out. They didn't have a chance. So it is good to see that he's coming around, and that was dominant. And they definitely need that help.
Look, I mean, you saw 2 guys today. I mean, Taylor Scott is one, Ron, that you mentioned him. You've been on him from jump. I mean, he has been money this year. He has been nails this year and was not good before this year, at least statistically. I watched him, but statistically he had not been good. He is nails this year. So, yeah, Brian Abreu obviously steals the show when he's confident and when he's stalking the mound the way that he was today and he has his best stuff. It is a fun watch unless you are the hitter, and it's a real problem.
Yeah, he's not fooling around with you. No. That first at-bat, Tommy Pham, he got 96 right in him inside. Yeah. Then he broke him off a little hook right there, 86. I remember we were sitting there. I said, "What is he going to throw now?" It's got to be what Tommy Pham's thinking.
Right,
and it was 98 right on the black.
Yeah. And it's moving too. That's the thing is it's. I mean, when you can throw one on the outer half that's bending away from you, and then you can throw mid to high 90s outside the strike zone that's ripping back into the over the black on the plate. I mean, it's just impossible to hit, man. And Abreu has the ability to do that when he's feeling it.
All right, that is the latest. They got the Orioles coming up for a weekend series. Big series for them.
Now, this is one where you win this series.
If they can take 2 of 3, yeah, you feel – and then you get 2 of 3 from them, and then you get 2 in a row with the Rockies, right? That would be big. But first, they take on the Orioles, who are one of the best teams in baseball.
Go Stros.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, developing story, Clint and Tyler. We've been talking about this a bit. This seems to be out of nowhere, and I would make sure I'd listen to Area 45 tonight with Bijani and Creighton. And Sean Bijani is very, very locked in with U of H sports, so that'll be one to listen to. But U of H has ousted their athletic director, Chris Pesman, and this comes as a surprise. This isn't a hey, he left for a better job type situation. It appears that he's been fired from his job, and things have been going on pretty. They let him hire a new head football coach, and obviously the situation with Kelvin Sampson and what's happened with that basketball program, one of the best in the country. This is a developing story. I know Tyler will be looking into it. Cheryl will be looking into it. We'll all be looking into any more details that we have of why they decided to move on from their athletic director, when I feel like there's a thought that this athletic program is in a really, really positive spot right now at U of H. So that'll be one to watch. And like I said, Sean Bijani is somebody who's really locked into U of H sports. I'd listen to Area 45, but there's got to be something more to this when a guy just gets down.
It's interesting. I mean, I think the biggest point is you just said it. I mean, you let him go through the process of hiring Willie Fritz from Tulane, bring him over to U of H, which was a great hire, by the way. And as you get into the Big 12 play here, it's I mean, it was a big time hire. So you wonder, or maybe not wonder, because I just don't know the details of what's going on. But boy, it's odd to let a guy make that kind of hire, and then what is it, a month, 2 months later, all of a sudden he's gone. So the details once they come out, some more details to shed a little more light on that.
Yeah, that's one to watch. We'll keep our eyes on that story as that develops. But U of H, they fired their current athletic director. Like I said, once again, we'll let you know anything that we get passed our way on that.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, big news in the NBA. No real surprise here, but the Lakers, they hired their head coach, J.J. Redick, former player, and was the lead analyst. I'm telling you, boy, ESPN's about getting tired of this. They didn't have to replace Doc Rivers because he went and took a job with the Bucks, and now they're going to have to replace J.J. Redick again. And now Jeff Van Gundy, he's taking an assistant coaching job as well, so that's off the list. So they're going to have to figure out what the hell they're going to do next to Doris Burke. But he's agreed to a 4-year contract to become the next head coach of the Lakers. He is working on a staff to surround him. Names that I've heard attached to that: former Houston Rocket Sam Cassell, who is an assistant coach with the Celtics right now. So we'll see what that means. But this is one of the big jobs in the NBA, and I think the big question that many people are wondering, and I think it's a fair question, is how much of authority does he have? How much of he's actually the head coach does he have? Right? We could tell, like Joe Mazzulla had authority. Jason Kidd had authority with this team. Rick Carlisle with the Pacers had authority. Here, Ime Udoka has authority. I mean, he would call his players soft every 2 or 3 times a year, it seemed like. That's the big question: is J.J. Redick, does he have authority, or, as many people wonder, is he a puppet for LeBron? That's going to be the big conversation question surrounding that job for him.
You hit the nail on the head, and it's such a big deal, Ron, that it can't be ignored and allowed to be interpreted however. In my opinion, this is something that has to be addressed. It's something that needs to be outlined. It's something, I don't know exactly how you do that, but it's got to be clear that J.J. Redick is making the decisions, and he's not just a puppet for LeBron James. Because any way you slice it, whether you think LeBron's capable or not, or you think it's a good idea or not, the locker room is not going to respond the same way to a guy that is clearly a puppet of LeBron's as they are a guy that's got the authority to make some decisions and make some tough decisions if need be. So the other thing with J.J. Redick is he talks a good game, right? If he can communicate the game and in the locker room the same way that he does, or if he can communicate his game plan from a coach's perspective in a locker room the same way he does analyzing the game on TV, then he's got a real chance to be a good head coach. We'll see how it all unfolds, but usually it's a different story behind closed doors than it is in front of that TV. But JJ seems to be pretty. I mean, there's some conviction in how he believes the game should be played. So we'll see if the Lakers agree.
Yeah, the situation of him doing that podcast with LeBron is the big thing that people are jumping out with, and he's clearly a LeBron guy. Clearly, they did work together. But ultimately, for the Lakers, I think this is the right move, and I think we're starting to see this as a trend in the NBA. Clint, usually it is let's do retreads. Like we'll have these different guys who've been coaches all around. Let's recycle them, like Doc Rivers repeatedly. Frank Vogel has done it again. Like let's just keep recycling these coaches. I do like what we've seen. New blood for the most part. New guys coming in. OKC's coach is brand new. Right, this is Joe Mazzulla is 35 years old. This is his second year. He is new to it. Udoka is new to it, a young coach. We've seen a lot of these guys be successful with new blood, new ideas, young thoughts. Even Steve Kerr had not been a head coach before he took that job over with the Spurs. So, with the Warriors. So, former players, guys that have been around, maybe with some new thoughts and ideas, potentially could be the work. I'd rather the Lakers had done that than just brought somebody old again. Like who's a guy just got fired from the Pistons? They brought Monty Williams. Just brought him over again because he had a relationship with AD. I'd rather somebody new out there. All right, coming up, 10 wins. 10 wins won the AFC South last year. Do you believe that 10 wins would win the AFC South again this year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're looking for a new pickup, if you're looking
610 and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, just letting you know, did look it up as Tyler's contemplating going to Omaha for the College World Series.
Omaha!
Number two restaurant in all of Omaha, as I looked it up, is P.F. Chang's. So
I ain't been to P.F. Chang's in a minute.
And lettuce wraps are for real.
P.F. Things. That's what I used to call it.
That's number 2 in Omaha?
P.F. Things.
Number 2 on the list.
A chain.
You ain't a fan of P.F. Chang's?
Yeah, I enjoy P.F.
I'm guessing his point is P.F. Chang's are everywhere.
Like if you
well, I know where he's going.
Like I'm just saying, if you were to say Houston, which has hosted Final Fours, hosted the national championship game of the last year, where do you think P.F. Chang's falls on the list on top restaurants?
Oh, way down.
Way down.
Is it even on it?
I don't even know if I've seen a P.F. Things in
I saw one.
I know there's one.
I saw one over by North Italia.
Over there by Baybrook, too.
That's where I saw one.
Yeah.
I got a big one over there, huh?
Yeah.
Big boy.
Number 2 on the list.
P.F. Things, man.
I almost fell out this year.
I mean, there's not like a restaurant that has like specialty corn dishes or something.
You just think corn. You think corn.
There's some local Omaha staples. There ain't no telling what he's over. There ain't no telling what he's over here. What his source is.
I'm just.
I'll just eat the ballpark.
Yeah. But hey, just keep eating all 3 of your meals there. Damn shame.
Sucker for a cold beer and a wiener, man.
Damn shame what they're doing to them kids. 10 wins won the AFC South last year. Pause. Thank you. 10 wins won the AFC South last year. And just to give you an update or a kind of a recap, the other divisions, AFC North 13 won it with the Ravens, the AFC West 11 with the Chiefs, and then the East was tight. The last game of the season, the Buffalo Bills won with 11 wins. 10-7, the least amount of wins it took to win in the AFC was the AFC South. Listen, I know a lot of people aren't talking about this, Clint and Tyler, and I think people are even skeptical about it because I tried to say it to Tyler earlier, Clint, and he's like, I don't think there's that much of a difference from the division in terms of the teams improving or being better. I think one of the things, Clint, to the Texans' schedule is I think their division is tougher. I think the division, to me, I think it's tougher. I think Indianapolis has a chance to be a better football team than they were last year. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars have a chance to be a better football team than they were last year.
Bring
and let's
on
just
the Jaguars.
be honest, both of those teams were in playoff contention. I'm not saying that they're Super Bowl contenders like I think the Texans are on paper right now, but both of those teams were playoff. I mean, Jacksonville led the whole way until the very end. And then I think Tennessee is going to be improved. Feels like to me like a 7-win type of team. And if things flirted well with the last place schedule, maybe it's better. So I think their division is better. And Clint, I'm not sure that 10 wins gets it done in this division.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that lands. I mean, is it 10 or 11? I damn sure don't think it's going to be 13. But, last year 11 won a bunch of divisions, right?
11 won, yeah, 2 of them.
A lot of 11-win teams, several 11-win teams last year. Look, here's the deal. The teams that you got to play twice, I believe all 3 of them are going to be better football teams than they were last year. And the teams that you don't have to play twice out of the division have gotten significantly better. So I don't know what's going to win the division. I would say 10 would probably have you in the mix down the stretch.
I think 10 will have you in the mix.
But it's going to be. You get 10. This schedule you got right now, you get 10 wins, boy. You have had a hell of a season.
I think 10 gets you in the playoffs. But like for me, I think Jacksonville or Indy are going to be in the 10-11 range.
What did it finish? Houston, Indy, Jacksonville.
Houston, Jacksonville.
Okay,
Indy.
so Indy's playing a third place schedule.
Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
That's what we said. We had a conversation a few weeks ago. If Indy wins at home week 1 against the Texans, that changes a ton because their schedule is, not a last place schedule, but there is a clear difference between what the Texans have and what the Colts have. And now the Colts could win that game and then Anthony Richardson get injured, and like that happened last year. But they're to me a better football team than they were last year, and their schedule is probably lighter. And I think Jacksonville's a better football team potentially than they were last year, and I think their schedule is lighter with the additions they've made. Like, for me, I'd be surprised, Clint, if 11 games doesn't at least 11 doesn't win this division.
Well, that's I'll just circle back to your original. Yeah, I'm with you. As we talk through it, I don't think 10 wins gets the division. I'm with you. I think 10 wins get you in the playoffs, but I don't think it wins the division.
I don't. I don't. I just because these teams have improved and these schedules have improved. But I think that is the case. I don't think a lot of people are really believing that this division is improved. Like, I don't think a lot of people expect much of Tennessee or take Indy and Jacksonville seriously. The other teams, like, I think the West is clearly the worst division in the entire conference. I mean, they have the Chiefs in it, but the rest of those teams are like, I think Indy, Houston, and Jacksonville are better than all of the other 3 teams, not named the Chiefs, in that division.
Yeah, look, they're not. This division isn't top heavy like the Chiefs or I don't know what other division would be quote unquote top heavy, but you got 3 teams that should be very, very solid, and any one could take the next step and be a 12, 13 game winner in Indy, Jacksonville, and Houston. So, I mean, now you talk through it. I do. I think.
Like, I would not be surprised if Houston, Jacksonville, or Indy won 12 games.
I agree with that. Wouldn't surprise me.
Not surprised. I'm not saying I'm betting on it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with. To be honest with you, I'm not familiar enough with Tennessee's had a lot of turnover. I'm not familiar enough with them to really. I think they're going to be better simply because I think they needed a change at head coach and.
I think their offense is going to be better.
Yes, yeah. So I think they made some getting away from Derrick Henry and him being the focal point of that offense. I think is going to end up being I don't know if it's a good move in terms of being able to get to an AFC championship, but I think it's a good move in terms of them taking the next step and not being a cellar dweller.
Yeah, they lost Henry, but they added Pollard in the backfield.
Yeah, they got some pieces.
They added Calvin Ridley. They added L'Jarius Sneed. They've just got some better football players.
Yeah.
Not theirs is a lot depending on their quarterback.
Yeah, I think the division is a lot better than folks may give it.
Text line. I respectfully disagree with Ron. The schedules that the division has, a team is going to be lucky to get to 10 wins at all in that division.
Is that my boy Ron?
I would urge you to go look at that Colts and Jacksonville schedule again.
The Colts are the one that really playing a third place schedule.
Yeah, someone's texting. Y'all talking like 10 wins is easy. I'm not. I'm not saying it's easy.
No, we're talking about what wins the division. And last year there was one division that was won with 10 wins, and it was this one. So the question is, could it happen again?
And I'm saying it's a tougher division now, and I especially with the schedules how they've been flipped.
Yeah, you had 2 wildcard teams last year that were 11-win teams, didn't you? You had 2 because you had 4 or 5 teams in the AFC that had 11 wins. You had 4 teams.
I think Miami had 11.
There was another one too. Miami.
Because Miami was the 6th seed.
Cleveland. Cleveland had 11.
Yeah, they had 11. I don't know, man. I think you can't afford to drop as many games. To me, you got to really push this thing through. All right, Hunter Brown was a guy that many people were really excited about, and then hell, he made you kind of change your tune, but he's brought it back. Is he sucking you back into the Verlander talk that was said before? We'll discuss that. And if you're Dak Prescott and Jerry Jones offered you the Trevor Lawrence deal, 5 years, $55 million per, would you take it right now? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live.
First thing I pull up is I see on Twitter is Tyler laughing at Trevor Lawrence because he said I want to bring a championship to Jacksonville. That's my goal.
It's even funnier hearing you say it.
What's wrong with you, man?
Jag's gonna jag, man. Jacksonville's a freaking... Oh, come on, man. Jacksonville, silly geese. Championship in Jacksonville. Imagine that baby puke-colored jersey holding up a trophy. Ugh. It's funny.
It's got a real Angels vibe to it from T right there.
Exactly. No, that's a great comp. Angels and Jags, I mean, they're...
You gave him second run. You gave him a little second energy with that
He liked that. He liked that.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from that.
It's some real Mike Trout vibes to it, Bub.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like my natural response to Tyler, because I know there are a lot of fight Tylers laughing at that, are the things that get me in trouble here.
Who do you get in trouble with, man?
What are you talking about?
Not in trouble, but trouble, yeah. I ain't going. Like, I mean, like I said, those are things, these are the business decisions I need to be smart to make.
I think I know where you're going to go with it.
I don't. Where were you going to go?
No, I'll go with you off air. I think it's better for me to do it off air. But, hey, Hunter Brown coming into this year, I know I said he was going to have a bounce back year, and then Hunter Brown started off this year thought like, hey, maybe it was the second half. Maybe his arm got tired, hadn't thrown that many innings. Like, oh no, it's cool. Then he started off, and then Clint, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I had to jump off that bandwagon. I wasn't gonna go down with the Titanic. Just keep rolling. I couldn't hold on. What I was watching was like, this is a guy that has amazing stuff, and we've seen this before with pitchers, have amazing stuff, but just for some reason can't consistently put it together and get guys out. Well, Clint, the last 6 starts, including yesterday, where he was really, really good again, and what I would say was a bit of a pressure situation with them losing Game 1 to the White Sox, them not scoring a lot of runs, knowing Jordan's not going to be in the lineup again, no Kyle Tucker, and you have to stop this thing. And he came out and did. But his last 6 starts, he is 3-0, 37 innings pitched, 7 earned runs, and his ERA has dropped nearly 3 runs from about 7 or 8 starts ago. He has been really, really good. And the first thing that people were saying when they first saw him, and then we start seeing the success, is that's Verlander. That's a second coming of Verlander. Are you getting sucked back into him potentially being a front of the rotation guy again? Are you getting sucked back into
Hunter has got that swag
into having that belief in Hunter Brown again?
I can't. When you throw the Verlander name in there, I can't get there. I mean, I understand the comp, and he looks like him. He's his idol. Yada yada yada. I get it. But I can't with the early season struggles, the inconsistencies, if you will. I can't go there quite yet. But I tell you what, I can feel real good about this team being able to win games in their climb, in their hunt for a wild card, in their hunt for the Mariners at the top of this division. I can get behind them winning games for him. I can have confidence that he's going to go out there night in, night out, and give us a chance to win a game behind him. I feel really good about that. I think he can be, with this team, with Verlander, Framber, Valdez at the top, I think he can be in the top 3 starters on his team and give you a chance to win some ball games. I can't buy into the hype quite yet of get back into that. This guy's a potential ace. I need to see a larger set. We've seen the flash in the pan really, really good from Hunter Brown, and we're seeing it again. But at some point, he's got to do it consistently for us to all go, okay, this is a front of the line kind of guy.
We're getting close to moving out of this just being flash of the pan, though.
Fair,
like, you know what I mean?
I agree.
if he strings together, if we see this another month where he is pitching like this, because you can just see the difference, Clint. I think you spoke about it earlier. His confidence is clear. Like, he's not messing around. Like, at times, I felt this way about several Astros that pitch. And if you've heard me talk about it, Framber, I believe, falls in this category. Sometimes I would watch Hunter and wonder, Hunter, do you know the stuff you have? Like, do you know you throw 97 with movement and that's hard to deal with? Instead of trying to be cute and trying to do stuff, he's pitching like, hey, man, I'm coming after you. I'm being aggressive, and I got big-time stuff, and here, hit it at times. And so you're seeing his confidence and not being afraid to challenge hitters repeatedly, and that's been something we've seen on this run. I'm at least considering the Verlander ace thing again. I'm at least giving that consideration to say, all right, if he can string together more consistency like this,
yeah,
now we may look at that again.
Look, for me, it's the stuff is there. It's not about the stuff. I mean, it's about when you don't have your best stuff, navigating a lineup more than 2 times and being able to get into the 6th inning and being able to help the team, put the team in position to win a game, even though you don't have your best stuff. When you get rocked early on, can you right the ship and give us a solid 5 after that kind of deal without Maldonado calling the game, managing the game? Can you mentally get out there and call and manage a game? Do you have that level of Verlander? Those are all the things to me that make that you have to be able to do consistently in order to be in that Verlander conversation. And I just, for me, when he's good, Jack, and he's been really good of late.
Yeah.
But some of those, hey man, when it's rough early on, right the ship and get this thing rolling. When you don't have your best stuff, be able to work around it, be able to still be effective. I think only time will tell if he's able to do that to the Verlander degree.
It's just good, boy. We were looking up there, and he'd have 70 pitches through 3.5. Like he'd be having out in the third, and you look up there and it's 68 pitches. Be like, damn. But now he's coming at guys and being extremely aggressive. So shout out to Hunter Brown, man. That's going to be a thing to watch. No matter what happens this year, is Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, and even Spencer Arrighetti to a certain extent, how those guys come on and what type of pitchers they are in terms of in the rotation they will be for the future.
It feels huge.
It does, and it feels like it's real too. Real huge. Pause. It feels that way, Jeff Blum. Just saying. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as the Hall of Famer John McClain will be on with the fellas, as well as Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. They'll have more on the Astros situation and with the expertise of U of H Sports, with everything happening there. I think Sean Bijani will be a really good listen tonight. Not that he's not every night, but a really good listen tonight with all of that happening, to give you the latest on that. All right, Clint, this as we are rolling into the start of training camp, this Dak Prescott stuff is really
it's heating up, ain't it?
It's heating up. It's taking off. And I want you to put yourself in Dak's position. If you're Dak Prescott and Jerry came to you right now and was like, all right, man, I want to give you the Burrow, Trevor Lawrence deal. I want to put you right up there with them. I want to give you 5 years, $275, $55 million per. I want to do it right now, right before the season starts, because hey, if I sign you, I can manipulate this thing by giving you a lot salary cap, which will help me be able to sign guys like CeeDee Lamb and to sign guys like Micah Parsons quicker because I'll have money on the books. Let's do it. Come on, 5 years, $275, $55 per. You'll be right there tied at the top with Burrow and Trevor Lawrence. If you're Dak, would you sign that?
Nope.
You would sign that?
Nah. Well, I mean, look, there's a little context for me. I mean, the yearly thing. First of all, it would have to be 56.
Oh, we're
going to set the market, and more importantly, the guaranteed money is going to fall second only to Deshaun Watson, because nobody's getting that. Nobody's getting 230 or 235 or whatever fully guaranteed the way Deshaun got that. And there would be a no trade clause in there, no tag clause in there at the end kind of deal. because I would want to make one more run if I played really good football over the next 4 years. I'd want another run at a big time contract if I were Dak. But I hold all the leverage, and I would let my representation know right now that I am A-OK with
going to
playing this year and hitting the open market.
Because yes, if Dak had anything close to the season he had last year, and he got to free agency, he would get more than 55, 56.
Yeah.
So that's the other part to play with. But Clint, as you know,
the word on the street is they think if he wakes the free agency, he could be the first $60 million.
Yeah, I think he would. But Clint, also there is something different about, as you know, playing for the Dallas Cowboys and being the quarterback there, and the perks that come with after playing for the Cowboys. See Tony Romo, see Troy Aikman in the booth getting jobs, all around.
Making more money in the booth than they do on the damn field.
Yeah. So and just being that guy in Dallas, being that quarterback in Dallas, how he is.
The most interesting thing to me about the whole deal is Dak strikes me as a guy that would pull a Brady and take less and take a very team-friendly deal.
I think he would.
You got to pay CeeDee Lamb, you got to pay Michael Parsons, you got to pay some of them offensive linemen. I mean, you got to pay Jake Ferguson, the tight end, before you know it. I mean, you've got some guys you're going to have to pay up, and if you pay Dak, Michael Parsons, and CeeDee Lamb, if you pay the $35 million for each CeeDee and Micah, and you pay 55 to 60 for Dak, I mean, you're talking 130, 135 million. It's going to be 45, 46% of your salary cap. You're absolutely in trouble. You are handcuffed building a team around those guys. If everything was hunky-dory in Dallas, and I'm not just talking about with Jerry, by the way, I'm talking about the whole team. If everything was hunky-dory, you would think this would be a situation, one of very few, if you're Dak, where